This story begins in one of the Korean towns, on one of the ordinary, unremarkable days. Suddenly, a loud announcement came from the loudspeakers over the streets, announcing a breakthrough in the underground. Following this, all citizens in the vicinity were ordered to evacuate immediately. However, at that moment, the young man standing on the stepladder heard none of this. He was completely immersed in the music and calmly went about his renovations, intently painting the last sections of the wall. Having finished the work, he carefully examined the result and noted with satisfaction that everything was finally ready. The hunter's pub, called the Tavern, was completely finished. The young man, pleased with the work done, noted that all that remained was to arrange the furniture, and then the business could officially open. However, looking around, he suddenly realized that there really was no one around. This surprised him because he was in the very center of the capital, and he involuntarily wondered where all the people could have disappeared to. Taking off his headphones, he finally heard the piercing sound of a siren and warnings coming from the loudspeakers. He even shuddered in surprise, noticing that his heart was literally ready to jump out of his chest. He wondered if the dungeon had really been breached. He then looked at his headphones and noted with a grin that their noise-canceling feature was indeed commendable. However, the next second, the situation changed dramatically, and a whole horde of zombies suddenly appeared from around the corner. Our hero stared at them in surprise. Not immediately realizing what was happening, he wondered if everything was really that bad. If so many monsters are roaming the streets freely, it means the situation has gotten out of control. Looking around for a suitable weapon, he noticed a bat and a crowbar nearby. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder where the hunters were at that moment, and why no one was cleaning up. Taking the crowbar in his right hand, he noted that such chaos certainly did not happen in the old days, and the current generation has clearly become softer. Jumping off the stepladder, he rushed into battle without hesitation, and waving whatever was at hand, began to deal with the zombies. He quickly realized that it looked like he would have to deal with this problem himself. He wasn't going to leave everything as it was, because there was no telling what these creatures could do to his new establishment. Therefore, our hero rushed into the attack with renewed vigor. Gradually, the number of zombies began to decrease, and it became obvious that the man was acting with amazing skill. He handled both the bat and the crowbar with confidence, as if it were a familiar task for him. Monsters attacked him from all sides every now and then, but our hero easily fought off each of them. Blood flew everywhere, and the broken bodies of the monsters remained lying on the ground, forming an ever-growing heap. At one point, he even allowed himself a grin and remarked that scum were not welcome here, so they shouldn't count on a warm welcome. Looking around, he wondered mockingly whether his establishment had already become so popular. The man jokingly noted that new customers began arriving even before the opening. Meanwhile, new groups of zombies continued to appear as if their flow never dried up. By the time the fight was over, he was covered in blood from head to toe, and at his feet lay an impressive pile of defeated monsters. A whole year has passed since those events, and during this time the capital has noticeably changed. The Hunter's Tavern opened successfully and was now always ready to welcome visitors. One day, a girl showed up at the establishment and remarked with obvious disbelief that she couldn't believe that tomorrow was already Monday. It was a B-rank sheriff named Jenny, wearily complaining that she had been working overtime literally every day this month. She noted with irritation that she had no days off at all, and that her superiors were acting as if they were some kind of slave traders. A man sitting nearby lazily intervened in the conversation and remarked that Jenny could easily just quit. In response, the girl admitted that if she changed jobs, she would hardly be able to find something with a comparable salary. B-rank hunter Chris invited her to join the hunters and his guild, even promising to put in a good word for her. However, Jenny immediately rejected the idea, stating that despite the higher pay, such work was much dirtier and more dangerous. She noted with irritation that the hunters simply had to do their jobs properly, then the gates would close on time. Chris, in turn, objected that things were not so simple, since the number of gates significantly exceeded the number of available hunters. Then Jenny reminded him that if he had tried a little harder, he could have saved his former classmate. In response, Chris smirked and said that Jenny was a beast in her own right, capable of strangling orcs with her bare hands, and she hardly needed help. These words stung Jenny, and she sharply asked why on earth he was even calling her that. She even hinted that this beast he was talking about could very well shake the nonsense out of him, like dust from a carpet. At that moment, the tavern owner, John, calmly placed a glass in front of the customer and announced that the double drink was ready. He then added that they could drink here, but if they wanted to have a showdown, like a loving couple, it would be better for them to go outside. Jenny immediately protested loudly, declaring that this was not the case at all, but John merely mimicked her. After this, he added that watching them, any lonely person could start crying. Chris advised the girl to ignore it, explaining that the owner was just having fun and that if she reacted, he wouldn't stop. The hunter also noticed that the sheriff fell for his jokes every day, as if life had taught her nothing. Then John added that if the ice in the glass melted, it would spoil the taste of the drink. Hearing this, the girl quickly pulled herself together. After this, Jenny finished the contents of the glass in one gulp. She said with a smile that everything was fine now. Chris looked at her in surprise and said that she must be crazy to be able to drink such things in such quantities. In response, the girl said that she did not want to hear such comments from a man who himself drinks cask-strength whiskey without dilution. Then, not wanting to continue the argument, she asked the bartender to make another drink. John calmly replied that he would do everything now. However, at that moment, a loud noise was heard outside, which instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. It seemed as if it was not a person knocking on the door, but some huge creature. And the very next second, the door was knocked down from the outside with a deafening roar, and flying off its hinges, flew straight into the center of the hall. Both the tavern owner and all the visitors froze in surprise. Meanwhile, a stranger burst into the tavern and, without bothering to explain, immediately demanded that he be served a drink. Moreover, he demanded not just a glass, but a whole bottle of the strongest alcohol. Then, as if in passing, he added that he had breakfast with his boss that morning and even managed to go to the sauna. At that moment, the sheriff and the hunter exchanged glances and almost immediately realized that this was no ordinary drunkard in front of them. The glowing blue eyes and bulging veins clearly indicated mana poisoning. Chris then noted that it would not be easy to deal with such an opponent. However, with two awakened B-level creatures, the task was still doable. Jenny supported the decision and then ordered the owner of the establishment not to interfere. Meanwhile, John, watching what was happening, turned his gaze to the entrance, where the uninvited guest was still standing. Then he looked down at his feet, seeing the broken door of his tavern there. This made him really angry because his establishment was ruined. Chris offered to buy the stranger the drink he wanted, but on the condition that they go outside and discuss everything there. However, he abruptly refused, declaring that he was not going to go anywhere and would drink right there. In response, Jenny demanded that he come outside immediately, adding with obvious irony that she was ready to give him a massage. However, her words only provoked him. In a fit of rage, he grabbed the girl by the face and forcefully slammed her into the next table. After this, the stranger rudely warned her not to get in his way. Chris, unable to bear it, instantly reacted and rushed to attack the impudent man. He punched him right in the jaw, noting that telling people the truth to their faces was sometimes a bad idea. However, to his surprise, the enemy did not receive any noticeable damage. Moreover, he calmly turned around and grabbed the hunter by the head. The man then lifted him into the air with ease. He stated that he was starting to get annoyed with him. Chris tried to break free and demanded to be let go, but all efforts were in vain. The man began to squeeze his head with force, while the hunter had no chance to escape. Then Jenny, without wasting any time, intervened and reminded him that he had to let the man go immediately. Without waiting for an answer, she delivered a powerful blow, causing her opponent to stagger and loosen his grip. After freeing the hunter, she immediately went on the offensive, using her fire ability to pin the enemy to the ground. At some point, the stranger fell on his back. Then Jenny, without taking her eyes off him, asked Chris if he was okay. He, getting up, replied that there was no serious damage, only a brief loss of concentration. The sheriff noted that the enemy was clearly not a common infected. Chris added that he was at least level B. He also noted with annoyance that he could have dealt with the weapon much faster, to which Jenny sarcastically replied that it no longer mattered. After a short exchange of words, they decided to attack simultaneously. Jenny continued to use fire, increasing the pressure on her opponent. At that moment, his eyes began to glow even brighter, and he himself, with a clear threat in his voice, ordered them not to interfere. At that moment, a stunned Jenny froze in place. Almost immediately, the man's body began to undergo changes, and now he did not look human at all. The next moment, a powerful blow threw both of them aside. Having completely lost his human form, the infected turned into an aggressive monster and began to destroy the tavern. Jenny noted that the enemy had already fully completed his transformation into a demon and asked if they could deal with him without weapons. Chris replied that he was unsure of the outcome, but immediately added that they still had no choice since the tavern owner remained inside. Meanwhile, John, without hesitation, headed straight towards the monster. The sheriff, noticing this, immediately shouted that it was too dangerous there. Chris quickly supported her, insistently urging him not to stand in front of this monster and to retreat immediately. However, John remained completely calm, as if what was happening did not bother him at all. At this point, the creature again demanded a drink. Hearing this, John stopped, and a mixture of irritation and anger appeared on his face. The sheriff then declared that the tavern owner seemed to have gone mad, since even experienced hunters were not always able to cope with such a threat. John, clenching his fists, addressed his opponent, saying that if he came to his establishment, he should drink calmly without causing a disturbance. In response, the demon, without holding back his aggression, swung at him and declared that if he was not given a drink, he would continue to destroy everything around him. The monster declared that it was now time for the tavern owner to die. Jenny, unable to bear the tension, screamed, demanding that John move away. However, he didn't even try to retreat. He was not even embarrassed when the demon began to attack him, grabbing his face with its huge paw. Chris froze in horror, realizing that this civilian was about to die. Jenny also closed her eyes and prepared herself for the worst. But the next moment, John delivered a powerful blow that made the monster stagger. Without giving his opponent time to recover, John unleashed a series of precise blows on his shoulder. As a result, the monster's hand hung limply and stopped obeying him. At that moment, the demon screamed in unbearable pain. Jenny and Chris froze in surprise, clearly not expecting such an outcome from this battle. Meanwhile, John continued to beat the demon. He then added, with obvious menace, that he had better grit his teeth if he didn't want to have to make do with dentures for the rest of his life. In response, the monster only laughed, as if not taking the threat seriously. However, John did not stop and continued to strike. Soon, the enemy's teeth began to fly apart. Then he hit him precisely on the leg at a vulnerable point, depriving him of his support. The creature lost its balance and could no longer stand normally. Continuing the attack, John, not hiding his irritation, demanded to know why this scoundrel had come to his tavern in the first place. After that, he hit his head hard against the bar counter several times. At some point, the monster finally stopped moving. However, John continued to bang his head against the tabletop for some time. Then, loosening his grip a little, he announced that the noisy debris had been removed. The hero added that he simply needed to release the pent-up tension. After this, he emphasized that anyone who dared to destroy his establishment would be destroyed without hesitation. The sheriff and Chris, watching this scene, were left in complete shock. They both came to the unspoken conclusion that angering the tavern owner was a very bad idea. Jenny, still reeling from what she had seen, asked if he was really just a retired B-level hunter. Chris, in turn, noted that this is exactly how he is listed in the official register. Meanwhile, John calmly informed the sheriff that his tavern had been destroyed in a demon attack and that he had only defended himself. He emphasized that from a legal point of view, this is considered self-defense and is covered by insurance. At that moment, the fallen creature groaned quietly. However, John irritably kicked him several times and told him to shut up, reminding him that he was now talking to people. Jenny, looking at the neutralized enemy, froze in surprise. She asked herself doubtfully whether this hooligan could really pose a threat to the life of the tavern owner. John noted that this useless guy just couldn't calm down, adding that modern hooligans have forgotten how to behave. After this, he again emphasized that from a legal point of view, his actions were completely justified. The sheriff nodded, agreeing with this and adding that there could be no doubt about it, since it was the demon who had been the first to attack. Having heard this, John was completely satisfied with this conclusion. He added with a grin that otherwise he would have had to personally go to the police station and cause the same kind of chaos there. Chris, observing his reaction, was finally convinced that the owner of the establishment was an extremely peculiar person. However, he had formed a similar impression during their very first meeting, which took place about a year ago. Then, on the day the tavern opened, John noticed a man lying right on the sidewalk in front of the entrance. Coming closer, he extended his hand to him, insistently urging him to come to his senses. He asked why he decided to lose consciousness in such a place and at such an inopportune moment, right in front of the entrance to his establishment. In front of him lay a young man with a naked torso. It was Chris. After a few moments, he finally came to his senses, slowly stood up and, slightly swaying, apologized for what had happened. He explained that he apparently just blacked out for a moment. After this, he hastened to assure that he would leave immediately and regretted if he had in any way interfered with the work of the new establishment. However, John, not letting him leave, stopped him and asked him to wait a little. Then, in a more relaxed tone, he added that there were still no clients. He himself is frankly dying of boredom, so there is no reason to rush. Moreover, he offered the young man a drink before leaving, noting that alcohol was excellent for disinfecting wounds. At that moment, Chris froze for a couple of seconds. Looking up, the boy noticed the tavern sign and hesitated for a moment. After that, he honestly admitted that he had no money, so much so that he didn't even have enough for instant noodles. Hearing this, the owner of the establishment only chuckled and declared that today he was in a particularly generous mood since he had his first customer in front of him. That's why he decided to treat him at the house's expense without asking for anything in return. Soon, a bottle of aged 25-year-old whiskey appeared on the table in front of them. The young man, not hiding his skepticism, carefully sniffed the drink and immediately noted that it smelled like a dentist's office. After this, I was genuinely surprised why anyone would drink this voluntarily. John, not at all offended, calmly explained that this is precisely what makes this drink so special and attractive. He explained that one simply needs to get used to it, but once this happens, a person can no longer give it up. Moreover, he confidently stated that as soon as the guy returned home, he would definitely have a desire to try this drink again. To support his words, he gave an example, saying that the young man's father also couldn't stand this taste at first. These words caused Chris to look surprised, and he frowned slightly as he asked if the tavern owner really knew his father. In response, John confirmed this and even specified his name, Carlos, and added that at the beginning of his career as a hunter, he owed him a lot. At first, he wasn't entirely sure, but the similarity in their demeanor was too obvious to ignore. Almost at the same moment, Chris received a notification about the received image. John explained that his father often talked about his son and even showed him photographs, so he had seen enough pictures to recognize him. After hearing this, Chris added that he himself had recently become a hunter, and this was the first time he had met someone who was personally acquainted with his father. John, in turn, noted that Carlos belonged to an older generation and rarely appeared in the country. Over time, he decided to end his career, watching the world change around him. After this, Chris asked whether it was acceptable for his partner to allow herself to drink while on duty, while remaining in uniform. To this, John stated that he does whatever he considers necessary, since he is the master here, and no one has the right to dictate conditions to him. He then pointed to the sign hanging by the door and explained that the establishment was already closed for the day as he was not going to accept customers. Chris noticed that in his mind the image of a bartender was always much more collected, whereas here there was downright chaos. John explained that this is the main advantage of being a boss, the ability to live by your own rules. After this, John asked why the guy ended up in such a deplorable state right in front of his establishment. In response, Chris fell silent for a moment and looked down, clearly not wanting to go into details. After a short pause, he finally admitted that he had fallen into debt to loan sharks and was unable to pay the interest, for which he had been beaten. These words clearly surprised John, since, in his opinion, Chris should have earned quite a decent amount of money during his activity. He, in turn, explained that the reason was his mother, who once acted as a guarantor for an acquaintance and ended up losing everything. Then, when he was still in high school, she left a note of apology and disappeared, leaving him with his younger brother. After hearing this, John noted that such a sum could be covered without any problems by clearing a few low-level gates. However, the situation turned out to be much more complicated. Chris added that the debt was increasing by 5% every month. And although now, having become a hunter, he gradually pays it off, before he did not have the opportunity to contribute even the minimum amounts. He explained that several years ago, he needed money for an operation for his brother, so he was forced to turn to loan sharks. Due to imperfect legislation, there is no control over such structures, even when astronomical interest rates are set. Chris explained that the moneylenders are as powerful as the major guilds, so most people prefer to simply turn a blind eye to it. Moreover, the authorities have insufficient resources, as their main efforts are focused on containing breakouts from underground. These words clearly irritated John, who noted that he had once put a lot of effort into making this world a safer place. Then, having calmed down a little, he added that perhaps he was just thinking out loud. And then suddenly, John looked down at the bar counter. Seeing the empty glass, he offered the guest a fresh drink. After this, the conversation ended, and Chris left the tavern, heading home. On the way, he suddenly felt a rare state of calm for himself. Chris felt as if he was able to temporarily get rid of the constant pressure. He even thought that perhaps he had overdone it a little with alcohol, especially since he was treated to it for free. Then he decided that he would definitely return here as soon as he had money. And then suddenly a slight smile appeared on his lips. Chris stopped and burst out laughing right in the middle of the street. His own thoughts about money made him laugh because he understood that he would never see it in his situation. Now he wondered if the day would ever come when he would be able to afford to visit a pub. However, soon two people appeared behind him. One of them said that the guy seemed to have money for drinks, but not enough to pay off his debt, which meant he was probably hiding something. His partner added that he had recently been scolded by his boss and needed to let off some steam, and the other readily agreed. Then suddenly someone suggested simply breaking the guy's leg. However, another immediately rejected this idea, pointing out that in this case he would not be able to earn and pay back the money. One of the thugs, looking at the stranger with irritation, asked who he was and what he was doing there, emphasizing that he was seeing him for the first time. The next moment, it became clear that John was standing in front of them. Without engaging in unnecessary conversation, he quickly approached them. The hero grabbed both of them by the heads and squeezed hard. When he slammed the villains' heads together, they screamed in pain, their bodies tensed, but they were no longer able to resist. A moment later, he let go of them, and both collapsed to the ground, bleeding and unable to rise. At that moment, John noted to himself that to such trash, he was just a man who asked too many questions. Meanwhile, the moneylender's office, which bore the demonstratively loud name of Hunting Loans with Love, was going about its normal life. Its head, Andrew, clearly irritated by the prolonged absence of his subordinates, wondered where they could have disappeared to. He noted with displeasure that if they were simply lounging around somewhere, the consequences for them would be extremely unpleasant. The secretary, trying to smooth things over, suggested immediately contacting them by phone and clarifying their location. However, at that moment, an unfamiliar voice was heard. He stated that this was not necessary, since he himself had already brought these two. Almost immediately after this, the front door swung open with a bang. The secretary recoiled in fear, suspecting that this might be an attack from a rival organization. And then John appeared in the doorway, and right in front of him on the floor lay the beaten and bloody thugs he had brought with him. He explained that he was just a good neighbor who decided to return the trash to the address since it was already being looked for there. He also added that there was no need to thank him. Andrew, not hiding his indignation, sharply demanded an explanation. The man wanted to understand who exactly was standing in front of him and on what basis he had so unceremoniously intruded. John calmly looked around the room and noticed that in addition to the leader, there were other armed people present. He then briefly introduced himself as the tavern owner and added that he had dropped in to clean up the area a bit. In response, the head of the organization sneered contemptuously, calling him crazy. He declared that he would pay dearly for such insolence and suggested that he consider today the date of his death. After this, he gave orders to his men to immediately deal with the uninvited guest and tear him to pieces. The armed subordinates moved forward, preparing to carry out the order. However, John, remaining absolutely calm, only noted that they could try to defeat him if they were confident in their strength. After that day, the moneylenders' hunters, who had kept a large part of the city in fear, disappeared without a trace. Their activities ceased as suddenly as they had begun, leaving behind only rumors and speculation. Chris, freed from the heavy debt burden that had weighed on him for many years, began preparing for his dungeon expeditions. Thanks to this, his abilities quickly gained recognition within the guild, and he soon became the youngest leader of the group. Moreover, along with the disappearance of the moneylenders, other shadow structures that had previously flourished in the city began to disappear as well. The illegal schemes that the hunters were involved in gradually faded away, as if someone were systematically clearing them out of the shadows. After some time, Chris realized that he had not fully understood what was happening at the time, but now he had no doubts. It was John's arrival that became the turning point. With his arrival, not only Chris's fate changed, but also the situation in the entire capital. Returning to the present, John, noticing that the hunter and the sheriff were looking at him, frowned and asked what the reason for such attention was. He then calmly reminded them that the establishment was already closed for the day, so they should go home. After some time, order returned to the room. The broken furniture was put in order, and traces of the recent chaos disappeared. John, looking over the results of his work, admitted that the cleaning was not easy, but the insurance made everything much easier. He noted with a slight weariness that there seemed to be no truly quiet day in this area. Feeling hungry, John decided to make himself some ramen before going to bed, considering it the easiest and most reliable option. Leaving the tavern, he paused for a moment at the entrance, lost in thought. The hero thoughtfully tried to understand what exactly he wanted most of all right now. It seemed like he wanted jjajang ramen, but it also seemed like he wanted something spicy. And then suddenly the main character was pulled out of his thoughts and stopped, noticing something. John noticed a child lying just outside the entrance to the tavern and paused for a moment, trying to figure out who it was. Soon the hero had a dream in which the girl joyfully said that her father could finally open his eyes. The man, struggling to come to his senses, affectionately called her his little princess, clutching the gift in his hands. The girl explained that it was for his birthday and added that it was not easy for him to take care of her, but she would always be grateful for it. She said she was happy to be born his daughter. Noticing tears on his face, she asked anxiously if he was in pain. The man gently replied that he did not feel any pain, and, on the contrary, was happy to be her father. The girl smiled, calling this answer the best. At that moment, the watch on the man's wrist ticked, and he looked at it and said that it was a wonderful gift. He said that he would definitely keep it carefully. John woke up abruptly and opened his eyes. Quite quickly, the hero realized that all this was just a dream. He felt that he left behind a strange feeling of warmth and anxiety at the same time. However, the very next second, a little girl appeared in front of him. He jumped out of bed abruptly, not hiding his fear, and said that she had scared him very much. Then he asked her in surprise who she was. Taking a closer look, John remembered that this was the same girl whom he had found unconscious at the entrance to his tavern the day before. He added that she didn't need to thank him because he simply couldn't leave the child lying on the street. The girl, without saying a word, raised 2 fingers and stretched her hand forward. John, a little embarrassed, suggested that she rest and recuperate for now and then decide what to do next. However, the next moment, everything went completely differently than he expected. The girl suddenly poked her fingers right into his eyes. Just before this, about 10 minutes earlier, there had been silence in the room. John slept on the floor while the girl was on the bed. Gradually, she began to come to her senses, slowly opening her eyes, while he continued to sleep, not noticing anything. The girl was still half asleep, so she didn't really understand where she was. Then she finally lifted her head from the pillow. The girl rubbed her eyes, finally coming to her senses after a deep sleep. Ruri stood up, stretched, and quietly said, "Good morning." After that, she looked around in surprise, trying to figure out where she was. The place was unfamiliar to her, so Ruri stood still for a moment, looking at the sun through the large window. Her attention was drawn to the soft bed, and she noted with genuine admiration how comfortable it was. But then her gaze dropped downwards, and then suddenly she noticed a man lying on the floor next to the bed. At that moment, fear overwhelmed her. The words of her mentor, Iro, immediately came to mind, warning her that the world was full of dangerous people and that she couldn't trust strangers. She said that such people could lock her in a room and do something terrible. Then Ruri asked what to do if she found herself in such a situation. In response, the woman said that in that case, she should hit the attacker in the eyes with her fingers and then kick him to escape. Iro added with fury in her voice that she needed to aim between the maniac's legs since that was the most vulnerable spot. Now, looking at what was happening, the girl seriously wondered if she had become a victim of kidnapping. At this moment, John began to wake up. Ruri noticed this and was confused, not knowing what to do. However, memories of the instructions prevailed. Then she gathered her courage and prepared to do what her mentor had told her. Ruri prepared 2 fingers to deliver the first blow. John himself simply froze at that moment, not knowing what to expect from this girl. Then she sharply poked her fingers into the stranger's eyes. John, who had not expected the day to start like this at all, cried out in pain and indignantly asked what she was doing. The girl, without hesitation, replied that she was punishing the kidnapper who had stolen the fragile and beautiful girl. John, wincing in pain, tried to explain that this was not a kidnapping at all. He said that the day before, he had found her unconscious at the entrance to the tavern. However, Ruri countered that moving a person without their consent was considered kidnapping, but John noted that it all depended on the circumstances. After that, he asked with irritation why she had poked him in the eyes at all, since an ordinary person could easily have lost his sight. The girl, without the slightest embarrassment, explained that this was exactly how Iro had taught her to act in such situations. Hearing this, John involuntarily closed his eyes tighter, feeling his eyes fill with tears, and then asked who this Iro was anyway. Still clutching his eyes and trying to come to his senses, he wondered why he had even decided to intervene and pick up this girl. Meanwhile, Ruri herself, looking around the warm room, came to the conclusion that perhaps being kidnapped wasn't as bad as she had been told. John again tried to convey to her the obvious explanation that there had been no kidnapping. He emphasized that the door was open and she could go wherever she wanted at any time. However, the girl did not move from her place, continuing to stand there. This made John question why she hadn't left yet if she was free to do whatever she wanted. In response, Ruri lowered her head and quietly admitted that she simply didn't understand what to do next. Hearing this, the hero froze in place. The words about being able to go anywhere and do anything sounded too incomprehensible to her. She asked John with a naive smile what he meant when he said that she was free to do whatever she wanted. At this moment, the hero realized that the situation was clearly more complicated than he expected. Bad thoughts began to creep into his head, suggesting that this girl's life was clearly not all that joyful. At that moment, the silence was broken by the loud rumbling of her stomach. The girl, without hiding her condition, said directly that she was hungry. Then John sighed heavily, but without the previous irritation. He lightly tousled her hair and said that then they would eat first and could put off talking until later. He quickly headed to the kitchen and started cooking, trying to finish it as quickly as possible. Ruri watched his actions silently, carefully monitoring every movement while her stomach continued to make itself known. After some time, a strawberry roll appeared on the table. The girl carefully tried the treat. She immediately perked up, noting with sincere admiration that it was very tasty, soft, and sweet. It was a new experience for her, and she even said out loud that now she finally knows what a strawberry roll tastes like. John and Jenny watched from the sidelines as Ruri continued eating, excitedly remarking that it was incredible. John, in turn, wondered how it could fit so much food, given that they had already eaten a hearty meal just an hour ago. At that moment, the orc priest Axel entered the tavern, and after taking in the scene, he noted that he was always glad to see a child eat with appetite. John immediately took the opportunity to ask Jenny if she had managed to find out what he had asked for. The woman replied that neither the police nor the sheriff had received any reports of a missing elf child. Hearing this, John thought about it and suggested that he should take her to a shelter, but Jenny immediately objected, saying that it would be wrong. Axel then explained that orphanages were designed for human children, and that half-breeds often became objects of ridicule there. Jenny added that the girl does not look like a pure-blooded elf, and it is quite possible that she is a half-breed. Faced with such a choice, John asked in confusion what he should do then and what options there were. The priest replied that they would try to find other solutions, but for now, he would have to take care of the girl. Then the sheriff asked John if he was really willing to just leave the child in the shelter and pretend he had never met her. Axel, after a slight hesitation, added that such a decision would seem excessively cruel. John replied that it was, of course, easier for them to talk about it from the outside, since ultimately all the responsibility fell not on them, but on him. He added that caring for a child is not as simple a task as it might seem at first glance. Meanwhile, Rory happily informed her uncle that the treat turned out to be incredibly delicious and suggested that they finish the roll together. John, involuntarily softening, took a fork and agreed. Heading towards the girl, he added that he also wanted to see for himself whether he was really as good as she said. Axel, watching this scene, wondered out loud whether the tavern owner would allow the girl to stay with him at least for a while. Jenny, without a moment's hesitation, confidently stated that she was almost completely certain of this outcome. With each new glass of drink, they became more and more cheerful. Axel noted that the drinks went down very well. Then, without further ado, he poured himself another glass. And then Jenny, with a slight squint, asked why the priest was drinking Maggioli in such a place. Axel replied that he really enjoyed the drink and that unlike Nuna, he couldn't handle strong alcohol. These words instantly made Jenny lose her temper. She reminded him with irritation that she had already asked him more than once not to call her Nuna. In response, Axel noted that he was only 26, while she was a year older than him, which meant that formally he had every right to address her that way. Jenny said that she didn't like it at all, and that she would never believe that he was younger than her. Axel, trying to smooth things over, peacefully suggested to Jenny that she simply accept it as a given and not attach unnecessary importance to it. However, she simply waved it off irritably, saying that the conversation had frankly tired her out. Meanwhile, Rory, taking a bowl of food, left the tavern. The girl carefully placed it on the ground nearby. She called the little animal over and brought out food for it. The little kitten sitting nearby meowed softly and began to eat with noticeable relief, clearly experiencing great hunger. The girl, watching him with genuine interest and sympathy, noted that he seemed to be really very hungry. Then she asked if his mother cat had come to see him, or if he had decided to start living on his own from that day on. John, standing a little further away, silently watched this scene. He couldn't help but feel like Rory was actually having a real conversation with the kitten, and not just talking out loud. This kitten was always cautious, and usually did not approach anyone except the tavern owner himself. So John couldn't help but be surprised at how easily he accepted food from the girl's hands. At that moment, Rory noticed something strange, and the hero realized that, apparently, it had begun. Meanwhile, nearby, at a nearby intersection, a portal known as a gate began to form. Jenny, having already returned to her duties, informed the hunter that these gates were distributed specifically to their guild. Chris noted that the association had given them too many similar objects, and now they simply didn't have enough people. Jenny, on the contrary, stated that now they would have to work practically without rest, closing these gates one by one. Chris noted that overtime was the least of their problems, since he was actually called on a mission on his legal day off. Then the squad leader reported that the gate had not yet gone berserk, but that this could happen at any moment. A fully equipped squad of hunters took up positions, awaiting further developments. Jenny and Chris stood at the ready, carefully monitoring the changes in the portal structure. Behind them, soldiers gathered, already eagerly awaiting the start of the raid. After some time, Commander Lexi announced that the gate had entered a dangerous phase. Almost immediately after this, armed monsters began to emerge from the rift. They were terrifying goblins wearing masks and carrying spiked clubs in their hands. The hunters immediately entered the battle, preventing the creatures from escaping the zone and spreading throughout the city. Jenny, using her fire magic abilities, attacked her opponents. She noted with irritation that these creatures were not only noisy, but also smelled disgusting. Commander Lexi gave a clear order to all units to open fire to kill. The armed fighters began firing their automatic weapons in unison, declaring that these green creatures must be destroyed. The goblin corpses began to fall to the ground in droves from the incessant gunfire. Panic began to grow among them as their brethren fell dead one after another. Chris, clutching his sword, turned to one of the monsters, asking where he was looking. Hearing this, a group of goblins immediately rushed towards him. Then, Chris boldly entered into close combat and began to deliver precise and powerful blows, striking his opponents time after time. The hunter noted that in such conditions, they need to maintain maximum concentration and be on guard every second. The number of monsters around was too great to allow even the slightest relaxation. Thus, in just a couple of seconds, he cut an entire group of monsters into pieces. Jenny wasted no time in activating her fire magic. She directed a powerful stream of flame at the nearby creatures, burning them. Chris, watching this, noted with a grin that the sheriff was acting too defiantly, as if he was single-handedly destroying all these monsters. He asked what the snap of her fingers was for, to which Jenny replied that she had seen the move in a manga and decided to repeat it. In response, Chris replied with a bit of disdain that she had become an otaku to the core, but Jenny ordered him to shut up. They then decided to make a small bet. Whoever destroyed the least number of goblins would have to pay for the drinks that evening. Chris, confident in his abilities, declared that thanks to the sheriff's efforts, he could count on drinking at someone else's expense today. However, in the end, the situation turned out somewhat differently. As it turned out, Jenny had destroyed one monster less than he had. Despite this, everything turned out in her favor, and she was the one who ended up enjoying the free alcohol. She admitted her defeat, while the hunter, without hiding his satisfaction, added that he would gladly drink to her health, and, of course, at her expense. Jenny snapped back irritably, clearly not wanting to let this go without comment. John, watching their conversation, only chuckled quietly. And then suddenly something else caught his attention. At the other end of the table, he noticed Rory sitting and looking at pictures of slimes. The girl noted that they looked incredibly cute. John thought to himself that dungeon breakthroughs and gate incidents had long since become a common occurrence that everyone was accustomed to. Meanwhile, Jenny, not losing her spirits, called out to the bartender and asked him to bring them another round of drinks. At that moment, a new visitor entered the tavern. John, as the owner of the establishment, immediately greeted him. However, his face quickly changed to one of extreme displeasure and even disgust when he looked at the guest's face. Jenny barely glanced at the man who entered, and choking on her drink, literally spilled it right on her partner. Chris swore in irritation and asked sharply what she was doing. At the same time, Jenny herself, still in shock, struggled to ask what the chairman was doing here. Then Chris turned his attention to the guest. It soon became clear that the head of the Hunters Association, the chief sheriff, and S-rank hunter Henry had indeed entered the tavern. The elderly man, maintaining a friendly expression on his face, noted that he was glad to see them again since they had not seen each other for quite a long time. He added with nostalgia that he was pleased to see how former classmates still maintained good relationships. Chris, however, did not look particularly enthusiastic and only greeted the chairman in a restrained manner. Henry apologized for such a sudden visit, explaining that he had an important conversation with the tavern owner. He then politely asked them to leave the premises for a moment. Jenny wondered in surprise whether the owner could really be acquainted with such a person. However, Chris, not wanting to drag out the situation, stood up from his seat and stated that they were already planning to leave anyway. Jenny tried to object, reminding them that they had just ordered and still had plenty of food left. However, Chris briefly noted that if they were being asked to leave, there was a reason for it. Henry, being polite, apologized for the inconvenience and added that he would pay their bill in full. Hearing this, Jenny noticeably perked up and noted with a satisfied smile that this way she would be able to save on drinks. Meanwhile, John turned to Rory and asked her to go upstairs to her room. The girl looked carefully at the elderly man before leaving. Henry, in turn, looked at the unfamiliar child in surprise. And then, Rory narrowed her eyes slightly and unexpectedly smiled at him. The old man, unable to restrain himself, answered her with a warm smile. Rory quickly ran away, cheerfully stating that the baby slime was running as fast as she could. Henry, observing this, noted that the girl had a truly lively and energetic character. Then the tavern owner placed a glass in front of the chairman. John, as if testing an old habit, asked if he wanted some neat vodka. Henry confirmed this, clearly pleased that his preferences were still remembered. He noted that quite a bit of time had passed since their last meeting. Hunters make up only about 1% of the Earth's population, being a rare group of people endowed with special abilities. At one time, an association was created that formed a system necessary for survival, and the hunters themselves united into guilds. However, over time, the number of portals and dungeons began to grow rapidly, and even these forces proved insufficient. Monsters began to increasingly break out of dungeons that were not cleared in time. Each such breakthrough was accompanied by dangerous anomalies. The Hunters Association gave this phenomenon a name: Gate Rampage. Over time, it became clear that not everyone was capable of coping with this, and as a result, their activities were divided into two directions. Some continued to clear gates and dungeons, remaining ordinary hunters. At the same time, others decided to serve the state, taking on the role of sheriffs responsible for the country's internal security. There was also a man who stood at the origins of the system and managed to bring order in the midst of chaos, passing a law on hunters to protect the population. O was an S-rank hunter and was considered a true pillar of society. He was known as Henry's keeper. However, there was another man whom even this living legend called brother, the tavern owner, John. The hero himself, squinting slightly, looked at his old acquaintance. He asked how the chairman had even found out about his return. Henry replied that, as the head of the association, he had long been aware that his brother had reappeared. He casually noted that the drink the owner poured remained of excellent quality, as before. The man then added that John didn't even try to hide, as he was openly hunting criminal hunters. For this, in certain circles, he received the nickname Mad Dog. John reacted to this with obvious irritation, noting that he couldn't stand this nickname and didn't understand why he got this particular one. Henry replied with a grin that he had nothing to do with it, but John just waved it off, adding that it still irritated him. Nevertheless, the chairman noted that, whatever one might say, his brother had provided enormous assistance in maintaining order in the capital. Then Henry asked how much time had passed since their last meeting, back when John had gone looking for that man. John replied that exactly 20 years had passed. Afterwards, he noted with a smile how quickly time was flying, and asked if the old man had lost his senses. Henry admitted that he was still unable to distinguish between smells and tastes. Hearing this, John noted with irony that in that case there was no point in treating him to good alcohol. However, the old man immediately objected that he could still perfectly sense the strength of the drink and therefore was able to distinguish high-quality vodka from cheap one. This surprised John, as Henry used to jump up at the mere mention of alcohol, and he asked why he had done it at all. The chairman replied that by sacrificing taste and smell, he was able to enhance his other senses, which ultimately made him much stronger. After this, the conversation turned to a more personal topic, and Henry Henry asked if he had managed to find Sally. John, looking gloomy, replied that he still had not been able to find this unbearable girl and had not the slightest idea where she might be. The chairman then asked a direct question about how long he intended to continue this search, since 20 years had already passed since her disappearance. In response, John cut him off abruptly, ordering him to be silent, clearly not wanting to even entertain the thought of the possible outcome. This behavior clearly stunned Henry. The hero firmly declared that he would stop searching for Sally only on the day he himself died. The old man laughed, noting that he had begun to think that John had retired, but his strength and character had not changed during all this time. Henry noted that the rumors he had heard were true. John looked exactly the same as he had 20 years ago. But John, not wanting to continue this conversation, asked the old man to stop beating around the bush and finally get to the point of his visit. Henry wondered if he couldn't just visit his older brother, but John couldn't remember the old man ever doing that. Henry admitted that there was some truth to those words, but not the whole picture. When the hero asked what the rest of the truth was, the old man only smiled meaningfully. At this moment, John noticed the empty glass. By that time, Henry had already left, leaving the disgruntled hero alone. However, he was interrupted from his thoughts by Rory's voice, who calling him her uncle. Rory quickly ran up to John and, literally crashing into him, hugged him, complaining of extreme hunger. The girl immediately climbed onto his shoulders, grabbed his hair, and insistently demanded that he cook something truly delicious. John, trying to remain calm, replied that he understood everything, but at the same time asked her to get off immediately. However, Rory continued to insist, not giving him a second of peace, and soon the kitchen was already in full swing. Rice with vegetables and seafood began to cook on the stove. The girl, catching the aroma, admitted with sincere delight that the dish smelled simply delicious. Then she began to rush her uncle again, demanding that he speed up. John, without being distracted from the process, noted that if she did not stop fussing, she risked being left without food at all. After that, he continued cooking with concentration, and Rory, watching this, looked at him with obvious admiration. Meanwhile, the hero thought about his very recent conversation with the chairman. Henry took advantage of the moment to ask if his brother had heard about the artificial hunter project. The old man added that their goal now was to transform existing low-ranking hunters into stronger ones through mutations. Henry explained that when the blood or flesh of monsters interferes with the body, a person loses his mind and turns into a demonic creature. The probability of a successful outcome is extremely low, but with a successful genetic match, the subject can become significantly stronger. Given the nature of these experiments, it was obvious that devil people were behind them, although the association does not yet have direct evidence. Then Henry asked John to listen to him until the end. The main goal of the project is to enhance abilities through body modification. However, new information has recently emerged that makes the situation much more alarming. He talked about the so-called children in a flask, homunculi, and said that unknown persons were kidnapping refugee children from other worlds. After this, they are subjected to artificial genetic modifications, crossing them with monsters, and then homunculi are grown from the embryos. Hearing this, John could not hide his indignation and asked how it was possible to interfere with the laws of nature so rudely. Henry noted that such attempts almost always end in failure, with most children created in this way dying. John, having heard all this, admitted with obvious heaviness in his voice that he was sincerely sorry. However, he still did not understand why the chairman had decided to let him in on all these details, since he himself had long since retired from hunting affairs. Henry then explained that almost every available intelligence channel had been used to find the girl he had sheltered. However, despite all efforts, absolutely nothing could be found. Hearing this, John frowned and wondered if such a circumstance could pose a serious problem. The chairman confirmed this, recalling that in the modern world, it is practically impossible for half-humans to exist outside the sight of the state. Henry then outlined the possible options, noting that in this situation, there are only two main versions. Either the girl is a refugee from another world, or she may be connected to the project and be one of the experimental samples. However, almost immediately he added that this was just an assumption, and it was quite possible that everything was much simpler than it seemed at first glance. According to him, it often happens that people from other worlds end up here completely by accident due to an unfortunate set of circumstances. But he noted that even if the situation turned out to be more difficult than they thought, for a person like his brother, it was unlikely to be a problem. The chairman noted with restraint that he had nevertheless decided to warn John in advance in case his guesses turned out to be correct. The tavern owner thanked him for the information, albeit without unnecessary emotion. After finishing his drink, Henry placed the empty glass back on the bar counter. Then the old man, nodding with satisfaction, admitted that the drink, as before, was excellent. After saying goodbye, he promised to visit him from time to time. After that, he left the establishment. The man left very quietly and unnoticed. It took John a moment to realize what had happened. He thought with slight irritation that this cunning old man had left again without paying. However, it was too late to demand payment, so the hero simply resigned himself and forgave him out of old friendship. Meanwhile, everything was ready in the kitchen, and announcing that the kimchi fried rice was finally ready to be served, John called the girl to the table. Ruri began to eat with obvious enthusiasm. After trying the first spoonful, she literally beamed, saying that she had no idea that kimchi could taste like this when cooked. She continued to eat with genuine delight, not hiding her pleasure. John, watching this, noted with a smug grin that it couldn't have been otherwise, since he was the one cooking. However, despite his outward calm, the chairman's words still echoed in his thoughts. He came to the conclusion that right now, this girl simply had no other place where she could feel safe except the tavern. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the situation was developing much more alarmingly. Firefighters arrived at the scene immediately. However, the picture that opened before them looked truly terrifying. The building was already engulfed in flames, and several floors were rapidly burning out, turning into a blazing trap. A woman stood nearby, panicked, her eyes filled with genuine fear, desperately calling for her daughter Jihyo. Through tears, she explained to the firefighters that the girl was still inside, gave the room number, and begged them to save her at any cost. One of the firefighters, not hiding his horror, asked again whether the child was really still inside. After this, unable to contain himself, he turned to the commander, but he replied that it was absolutely impossible to enter inside now. However, the firefighter said he could not just stand by and watch people die, as they had chosen this profession to save others. But the commander abruptly interrupted him, demanding that he pull himself together. He recalled the tragedy that occurred just a month ago when their partner died in similar conditions. He emphasized that neither civilians nor firefighters themselves can survive in such a hell. One must be able to distinguish between courage and recklessness. His voice was harsh, but behind that severity, one could clearly sense his reluctance to allow another senseless loss. As a result, the firefighter was left standing in front of the raging flames. He clenched his fists, unable to find the strength to take a step forward. At the most tense moment, when the situation at the burning building already seemed hopeless, Sheriff Jenny suddenly appeared. Without wasting a second, she loudly ordered everyone to move aside, confidently declaring that she would pull the child out herself. After making sure she understood what was happening correctly, she clarified whether the girl was really still inside. The commander, clearly surprised by her determination, tried to object, reminding her of the mortal danger. However, Jenny, without further ado, showed her hunting license and added briefly that she had no time for formalities. One of the firefighters confirmed that the child was locked in a room on the 5th floor, and she merely nodded in gratitude. The firefighter, watching what was happening, turned to the commander in confusion and asked whether he should stop her. However, he replied that this was not necessary. He noted that they were facing a B-rank sheriff. One was one of those superhumans whose abilities go far beyond ordinary understanding. At that moment, a powerful explosion occurred and the building's debris flew in all directions. The fire chief covered his face with his hand in horror. The woman, the child's mother, rushed towards the fire in despair, but they managed to hold her back. The tension reached its limit, and it seemed impossible to survive in such hellish flames. However, after a short time, a figure appeared from the flames. The closer she got, the wider the commander's surprised eyes opened. Soon, everyone standing outside saw Jenny holding the baby girl in her arms. She immediately reported that the child was fine and handed her over to her mother. She rushed to her daughter, and Jenny explained that the girl had only lost consciousness temporarily due to the smoke and that her life was not in danger. Everyone expressed words of gratitude to the girl, but the sheriff herself, barely nodding, was already distracted, noticing a suspicious man in the crowd. The man in the cap watched what was happening for a while, with displeasure. Then he quickly disappeared into the crowd, still glancing in Jenny's direction. A look of displeasure flashed across her face, as if his presence promised new problems. Then she pointed her finger to the place where the man had just been, but realizing that there was no one there anymore, the girl grabbed her head in displeasure. Looking ahead with displeasure, she realized that she was doomed. A little later, the situation changed to a much calmer one. At the tavern counter, John concentrated on mixing a drink. He carefully observed the proportions of brandy, orange liqueur, and lemon juice. After shaking in a shaker, the result was a classic sidecar, a strong, balanced, yet smooth-tasting cocktail. After this, the hero handed it over to his visitor, who immediately tried the drink. S-rank Sheriff Noah noted with satisfaction that the drink turned out excellent and, as always, perfectly balanced. John responded that it couldn't have been otherwise, since he had prepared it personally. A disgruntled grumble came from Jenny. In response, Thief mockingly asked who was complaining again, as if his ears were already starting to itch from these conversations. Noah, watching her, asked if she still held a grudge, since her shift had long since ended, and it was time to calm down. Jenny, although she admitted that she acted without permission, still stated that she simply could not stand by while the child could die. Noah supported her, emphasizing that she did the right thing, but Jenny herself continued to be angry, now at the commander. She stated that he was acting too self-confident despite having no real experience working in such situations. She wondered if rank really determined everything and how someone without common sense could hold a leadership position. Then she noted that Noah himself would have looked much more appropriate in the commander's place, given his experience and reputation. However, he simply shook his head and reminded that his rank was only C. In the world, even among sheriffs, a hierarchy of power still remains, and the weaker ones simply won't be listened to. Jenny countered that this was not always the case, since she, for example, always listened to him. In response, Noah again emphasized that her decision was the right one, and if it weren't for her, it would most likely not have been possible to save that girl. There was too little chance that someone with suitable abilities, like a salamander-skinned hunter, would be around at the right moment. It could have been his daughter in that girl's place, but the knowledge that there are people like Jenny nearby brings him peace. The sheriff assured the girl that she should not worry about what happened, as there would be no disciplinary consequences for her. Then he quickly glanced at his watch and, as if remembering something important, noted that it was time for him to go. Jenny reacted to this with surprise, because he only managed to take a couple of sips and, in fact, had barely begun to rest. However, Noah explained that he had to finish some business before returning home, as his daughter's birthday was the next day. These words made Jenny smile, and she remembered that it was indeed little Hannah's birthday, after which she wished him luck. Noah, in turn, noticed that she herself was hardly drinking today and advised her not to stay out late either. The girl agreed and asked him to tell his daughter, Hannah, that she misses her, and he promised to do so. Watching this, John quietly remarked that he was indeed an excellent mentor. Jenny added that of all the sheriffs, he is the one she respects the most. He is one of the few who deserves his title. John, smiling slightly, replied that a man cannot be judged by his rank. Then Jenny nodded and immediately asked for a sidecar to be poured for her. Moreover, she asked to make her a double cocktail. However, the atmosphere soon changed dramatically. Elsewhere, Noah was in a completely different situation, sitting on the ground, bleeding. A criminal stood before him with a bat in his hands and, overcome with anger, declared that the real villains were not people like him. They are the hunters themselves, who were simply lucky enough to be born under a lucky star and receive power without putting in any effort. He continued to say that they lived in abundance, enjoying high incomes, while others had to struggle to survive. The criminal's irritation grew, and he demanded at least some kind of reaction from Noah. However, he remained silent, unable to answer due to his serious wounds. This only enraged the maniac even more. Then, without waiting for an answer, he raised his bat, declaring that silence would not help. He decided to test how long it would last. Then he began to beat Noah, as if trying to break not only his body, but also his will. Sometime later, other sheriffs arrived at the crime scene. The area was surrounded by police tape, prohibiting anyone from approaching the crime scene during the investigation. Jenny carefully surveyed the situation while her colleagues were busy recording evidence and taking photographs. The girl stopped right in front of the place where Noah's body was found. For a while, she simply stared ahead in silence, thinking about everything that had happened. In her hand, a sheet of paper with a photograph of a wanted criminal was shaking, squeezed so tightly that the paper was crumpled. There were tears in Jenny's eyes, which she was barely holding back. Meanwhile, an equally difficult scene was unfolding in the hospital ward. Noah was still alive, but his condition was extremely critical. A little girl, Hannah, sat next to the bed where her father lay, hooked up to an oxygen machine and mask. Through her tears, she quietly said that today was her birthday and that Dad should not be here. She said he promised to spend the day with her, go to an amusement park, and try lots of delicious food. Her voice trembled and her words grew quieter, as if she herself was beginning to lose hope. Noah still hadn't regained consciousness. Overwhelmed with emotion, the girl began to cry loudly, calling her dad a fool. Soon, Jenny appeared at the door of the ward, accompanied by the attending physician, and she immediately asked about his condition. The doctor replied that fortunately, he had been found fairly quickly after the attack, and all external injuries had already been repaired. He added that his condition looked terrible when he was admitted, and this probably explains why he has not yet woken up. Then Jenny asked again with disbelief whether this could really be called a normal condition. The doctor quickly apologized and clarified that he had only meant the patient's appearance, which appeared almost unharmed despite what he had been through. Hannah continued to cry quietly but inconsolably at her father's bedside. With each passing second, this spectacle increasingly ignited a dull, almost uncontrollable rage inside Jenny. Gritting her teeth, she promised that whoever did this would definitely answer for everything in full. The girl was determined to see the matter through to the end. Late at night, when the room was quiet, John quietly entered. He glanced briefly at the sleeping girl. The hero carefully adjusted the blanket on her. John did it very carefully, trying not to wake her. After this, he turned his attention to the patient's condition. His gaze seemed to instantly assess every detail, but he did not say a word, so as not to disturb the peace. Rory stood next to John and suddenly gently tugged at the edge of his cloak. Lowering her voice, she noted that the sheriff's sister might now be in danger. She felt very worried about Jenny, as if some strange premonition was not leaving Rory. John, without taking his eyes off the girl, agreed with her. He added that she might actually need help. Meanwhile, in the industrial area of Cheonggu, in an old abandoned building, something terrible was unfolding. Inside, amid strewn bodies and the evidence of brutal violence, a man sat eating instant noodles. He acted as if what was happening around him did not concern him at all. The entire room was hung with various instruments and tools of torture and murder. Blood covered the floor and walls, and mutilated bodies lay in disarray, creating a gruesome scene. The maniac lazily noted that shrimp ramen was still the best. At that moment, a voice came from behind him, clearly and pronouncing his name, River. Someone literally started voicing his biography. He is 37 years old and has 17 convictions. He has never worked a day honestly in his entire life and is known for his uncontrollable outbursts of rage, resulting in serious injury to those around him. Jenny, approaching him, added that just a month ago he had injured the owner of a computer club while trying to avoid paying a debt. She also noted that since his name is missing from the registry, there is a high probability that he is the so-called Devil Man. That is why the sheriff was sent to neutralize him. River, hearing her, grinned and recognized her as the same girl who had recently pulled a child out of a burning building. After that, he mockingly remarked that she was quite good at telling stories. Jenny, ignoring the provocation, stated that he was wanted on multiple charges, including assaulting a detective. The criminal just laughed, saying that she was acting too self-confident, as if all ordinary people were worthless to her. He noticed that she came alone. River asked with obvious defiance if she seriously expected him to obediently surrender. In response, she ordered him to be silent, reminding him of his right to remain silent and that anything he said could be used against him. However, she stressed that she did not care whether he used a lawyer. Anger flashed in River's eyes. He claimed that they were all the same, that they kept him silent and never let him speak out, simply because they were luckier. Unable to bear it any longer, he rushed forward, asking how she dared to ignore him. River swung the bat and, shouting threats, rushed into the attack, intending to destroy the girl right there on the spot. But Jenny seemed to be waiting for just this. She noted that at least now he had moved into action, and his rights had already been read. The next moment, she easily dodged the blow. Then the girl immediately launched a counterattack. Her fist slammed into her opponent's torso, knocking the wind out of him, and the next blow landed right on his jaw. River staggered, losing the bat and blood spurting from his mouth. However, Jenny didn't stop there. She rushed into the attack again, asking the maniac what he was doing. With a sharp movement, she finished him off with a kick to the head, sending him to the floor. The blow was so strong that River was unable to stay on his feet. His limb was badly injured and he could hardly move. But Jenny continued her attack again and delivered a powerful blow straight to his face. For a moment, she lingered her gaze on her fallen enemy. The girl noted that he talked so much about injustice and luck, but in reality, he turned out to be not so strong. However, almost immediately, her expression changed. She understood perfectly well that a person who managed to bring a C-rank sheriff to such a state could not be weak. At this moment, Rivera was literally shaking with rage. Reaching out her hand, Jenny ordered him to get up, stating that the real fight hadn't even begun for him yet. River, in a state of extreme tension, suddenly raised his head sharply. After that, without thinking for a second, he jumped to his feet. The maniac screamed loudly, as if trying to release his pent-up rage. Then, clenching his fist, he rushed forward, aiming the attack straight at the sheriff. However, Jenny, who had been closely watching his movements, dodged the blow without much difficulty. She calmly noticed that he was moving too slowly and awkwardly. After this, the girl, without losing the initiative, went on the counterattack and dealt her opponent a series of quick and precise blows. Meanwhile, River began coughing up blood, clearly unable to keep up with the pace of the fight. Jenny thought for a moment, feeling slightly confused as to whether he was really as weak as he looked. Soon, having received another powerful blow, River flew to the side. He fell hard to the ground, temporarily losing the ability to resist. The sheriff, showing no sympathy, approached him. The girl, clearly irritated, asked why he continued to sit in place. Then she kicked him and demanded that he get up immediately. Jenny added that he shouldn't expect an easy outcome. In response, River, with difficulty raising his head, declared that this woman had no right to look at him with such contempt. His voice gradually filled with anger. He shouted that she had no right to look down on him. And at that moment, Jenny noticed something strange. Immediately after this, a bright flash of light illuminated the space around. Jenny immediately tensed, preparing for another fight. The criminal's body began to change rapidly, transforming into something else. The very next second, a monster stood in front of her, which, without wasting time, rushed at Jenny. However, the girl managed to react in time and dodge the attack. Then she struck back, but this time at the monster. The creature remained on its feet, as if it had not felt the damage. It immediately counterattacked, delivering a powerful blow. It was so powerful that Jenny was thrown back. The girl managed to stay on her feet, but now she clearly realized that the enemy in front of her was much more dangerous than before. The monster, looking at her, declared that the games were over and that she would regret having come here. In response, Jenny noted that she had suspected something like this from the very beginning, and that now the demon's true form had been revealed to her. She also noticed that his movements had previously been lacking technique, but now he moved with incredible dexterity. After this, the sheriff confidently stated that since everything was clear, she no longer needed to hold back. She then activated her fire ability, declaring that she would now fight at full strength. At that moment, the monster rushed straight at her. A blazing fireball formed in Jenny's hand. The girl prepared herself, waiting for the perfect moment to launch a counterattack. Finally, River struck. However, the girl managed to dodge in time. Then, without hesitation, she threw a fireball towards the enemy. The projectile accurately hit the monster's head, and it was instantly engulfed in flames that began to spread rapidly. The shock wave of heat knocked out its teeth in different directions, but the creature showed neither fear nor pain. Then Jenny intensified her attack, activating a chain reaction. As a result, the monster's entire body was engulfed in flames. River screamed in pain from the scorching flames. At some point, Jenny thought that this was the end of their battle. But suddenly, River grinned, even though his entire body was engulfed in flames. The sight made Jenny freeze in surprise. However, the girl soon noticed with surprise that the flame was beginning to gradually weaken, as if losing its strength. Looking closer, she realized with amazement that the monster was literally absorbing fire. It seemed impossible, but it all happened right before her eyes. The creature mockingly stated that the sheriff may be a scoundrel, but her flames were quite tasty. He even thanked her for the fire and added that it noticeably invigorated him, giving him new strength. After this, River immediately launched another attack. Jenny immediately noticed that the enemy began to move faster, and his attacks were much more powerful and accurate. Now she had to block the blows with great difficulty as each one became more and more dangerous. She quickly realized that the more fire he absorbed, the stronger he became. Under normal circumstances, a demon's physical strength would be equivalent to a B rank. However, now she was clearly approaching A rank level. That was why, as the girl realized, he was able to defeat Noah. Realizing the need to act decisively, Jenny activated her fire skills again. She closed the distance to the limit in an instant. She then delivered a powerful blow straight to the opponent's head. The girl thought that such a blow would definitely be enough to win. However, the monster only laughed in response. He mockingly suggested that she hit him even harder. River even asked her to attack him with flames again, as if he was enjoying it. Realizing what was happening, Jenny thought with irritation that she was clearly looking at a perverted creature. Soon, the opponents exchanged a series of blows again, and neither of them could gain a clear advantage. The girl understood that, despite her advantage in speed, her opponent was significantly superior to her in strength. She also realized that the longer the fight dragged on, the faster she would lose stamina. The monster, on the other hand, used flames to restore itself, which made the situation even more dangerous. She came to the conclusion that if she allowed him to land even one accurate blow, the outcome of the fight would be decided. Moreover, his fire completely suppressed the abilities of the awakened one, which deprived her of a significant part of her advantages. The last thing the girl wanted to admit, even to herself, was that she was incapable of defeating this monster. However, despite her internal resistance, Jenny came to the conclusion that she would still have to accept this unpleasant truth. Meanwhile, the monster, having come very close, mockingly asked what the sheriff was thinking about so intensely. At that moment, Jenny noticed with alarm that his movements had become even faster than before. Almost immediately after that, River struck with a swift blow. From such a strong attack, the girl lost her balance and fell to the ground, coughing up blood. And suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her body. Then she realized that she had come across metal bars that literally passed through her, causing excruciating pain. The monster, observing her condition, began to say that he had always been treated this way. He was called trash, despised, ignored, and considered worthless. River added that now that he had gained power, he would be able to wipe out all those arrogant hunters who had ever looked down on him. Coming even closer, he mockingly asked if Jenny wanted to beg him for mercy, and then perhaps he would even spare her life. However, in response, Jenny, gathering her last strength, only grinned. This reaction caused genuine surprise in the monster. She raised her hand and gave him the middle finger, then declared with disdain that what lay before her was a truly pathetic sight. These words instantly enraged River. He swung his arm sharply and rushed into the attack again. Jenny, realizing that she could no longer avoid it, closed her eyes and decided that this was the end of her path. But at the same time, she hoped that Chris would someday avenge her. However, contrary to expectations, no blow followed. Opening her eyes, the girl was surprised to see the tavern owner standing in front of her, standing between her and the monster. She was amazed at what the master was doing here at such a moment. Meanwhile, John, without the slightest hesitation, grabbed the monster's paw and squeezed it hard. The creature itself was clearly stunned. John, in turn, asked who he even considered himself to be. The tavern owner declared that this scoundrel had no right to touch his dear customer. Hearing this, Jenny froze in surprise. At that moment, Rory approached the sheriff, holding a small flask of liquid in her hands. The girl explained that her uncle asked her to pass this on to her sister. Jenny immediately realized that this was a healing potion. After accepting the vessel, she thanked Rory for her help and then asked her to fulfill a small request. She asked the girl to cover her eyes with her hands and under no circumstances to peek. When Jenny realized the girl wasn't looking at her, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment she focused on her wound. She understood that if she drank the potion right now, her wounds would be able to heal almost instantly. Realizing there was nothing she could do, Jenny took off her jacket and bit it. Overcoming the sharp pain, Jenny leaned forward. The pain was so intense that she screamed in pain, and only the cloth in her mouth held back her shrill cries. In one movement, Jenny slid off the metal bars. Although it brought her relief, the pain was simply unbearable. After this, blood gushed from the wounds with renewed vigor. Pressing her palm to the injured area, she drank the potion in one gulp without hesitation. Almost immediately, the wounds began to heal right before her eyes, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Gradually coming to her senses, the girl began to understand that there was clearly something unusual here. Jenny noted to herself that the potion, judging by its effectiveness, was at least average. Then, gently stroking Rory's head, Jenny told her that she could open her eyes. The girl thanked her and added that she now felt much better. Rory, in turn, was very happy that her little sister Jenny was getting better. Meanwhile, John continued to hold the monster, not allowing it to escape. River, enraged, demanded to be released. He began to spin in the air, trying to escape the hero's iron grip. But he only looked indifferently at the restless devil. River even tried to kick him, but John easily dodged it. Then, he squeezed the monster's paw hard, causing it to tremble in pain. John then threw him hard to the ground, telling him that he had better not resist. After that, he gave him a strong kick right on the back. The blow was so strong that the devil fell on his side and screamed in unbearable pain. But John didn't stop there and sent the maniac flying with another kick. It landed with a loud thud, but John merely remarked that it had been a great hit on his part. However, the monster immediately jumped to its feet and flames burst from its mouth. He declared angrily that he would never forgive this man. After this, he opened his mouth wide and released a powerful stream of fire. However, John remained completely unharmed, as if the attack had had no effect on him. Then he took off his cloak and mockingly asked if he really called it fire-breathing. He shielded himself from the fiery stream with his outer clothing, noting with a grin that it was all very nice. His cloak seemed to have a fireproof effect, as he easily sent the streams of fire back towards River. Watching what was happening, Jenny pulled Rory towards her. She noted with surprise that it was incredible. He was able to disperse the monster's flames using only a stream of air, without resorting to techniques. The monster, looking around in confusion, could not understand where exactly his opponent had disappeared to. This further increased his anxiety. At that moment, John suddenly appeared behind him and mockingly noted that he was showing astonishing inattention. Without giving him time to recover, the master delivered another powerful blow, causing the monster to collapse to the ground. Then the young man, continuing the pressure, called the monster rude and asked if he understood exactly what mistake he had made. River, unable to find what to answer and as if driven into a corner, admitted that he did not realize his guilt. However, the hero, without stopping, continued to beat him. He stated that he should not allow himself to speak to adults in such a way, since he was obliged to show respect. Then John noted with irritation that words alone would no longer suffice here and wondered why he still didn't understand anything. He added that he had always had a dislike for those who did not know their place and stated that the monster had made at least 2 mistakes. In response, River shouted that he had done nothing wrong and that people and this corrupted world itself were to blame for everything. Then the hero kicked him sharply and sternly demanded that he listen to the end without interrupting when his elders were speaking. He then wondered who had taught this monster such rude behavior. In the end, the main character declared that he needed to be properly taught a lesson. After this, John again listed the mistakes he had made. Firstly, he raised his hand against the master's regular client. Secondly, he ruined the holiday for the father, who wanted to congratulate his daughter on her birthday. The beating continued, and River, unable to bear it any longer, began to beg for it to stop, admitting that he had indeed been wrong. However, John, without letting up the pressure, added one more point. He brought the girl to tears on her own birthday. John noted that the 4th mistake was that the monster's action had seriously angered him. Watching what was happening, Jenny thought that although this freak deserved to be punished, the situation was still out of line. She carefully covered Ruri's eyes with her hands, asking the girl not to look at what was happening. Meanwhile, the monster said that the man had only 2 reasons for attacking and wondered why he continued to hit him. These words unexpectedly surprised John. He stopped for a moment, trying to understand what exactly the enemy meant. Then, having calmed down a little, he rose to his feet, while the bloody body of the monster lay motionless on the ground. Jenny admitted that she never thought she would see a high B-rank demon reduced to such a state. Moreover, this happened solely through physical force, without the use of any special skills. After that, she began to think about who this person really was. Meanwhile, John noticed that the girl's wounds had completely healed and she was already able to move independently. However, Jenny noted that there were things much more important than her condition right now. John then told her not to worry about it, explaining that he was just helping a regular customer. Then, turning around, he asked her if she had already guessed who he really was, adding that he was just a tavern owner. As he left the premises, the hero jokingly remarked that if the sheriff felt obligated, she could come in more often and drink more. Meanwhile, Jenny remained sitting in the warehouse, lost in thought. The story soon shifts back to the hospital, where Hannah continued to be in the hospital room next to her father's bed. After some time, the man suddenly twitched his finger. Quite quickly, Noah came to consciousness and opened his eyes. He moved his hand a little and realized that he had not dreamed it. When he looked back, he saw his daughter sleeping next to him. Then he carefully placed his palm on her head and gently stroked her hair. This made Hannah slowly begin to wake up. When she opened her eyes, she was very surprised to see her father already conscious in front of her. Noah, with a tired smile, noted that, apparently, he had succeeded in scaring her quite a bit. Hannah, hearing his voice, immediately woke up completely. The girl even cried at the realization that her father was still alive. Then, without holding back her emotions, she threw herself into his arms. Meanwhile, a day from the past surfaced in Ruri's memories. Then he and Iroh ran quickly down the corridor, trying not to waste time. Iroh, judging their distance, reported that they had almost reached the desired place and asked Ruri to speed up. She then opened the door with a key card and added that she had better go in first. The girl replied that she understood her and rushed into the open door. Meanwhile, Iroh, watching her closely, saw Ruri run forward at a rapid pace. However, at that very moment, the woman felt something was wrong. Iroh turned around and suddenly found herself facing a huge monster blocking her path. He looked at her with fury, making terrifying sounds. Ruri, not understanding the reason for the delay, shouted, asking why the teacher had stopped. Iroh, trying to maintain her composure, took out a pill and swallowed it. After that, in a serious voice, she asked Ruri to listen to her carefully. The mentor then explained that if the girl was caught again, she would be treated even worse than the experimental subject. Therefore, she needs to immediately run as far as possible. Only then, according to her, will she have a chance to live freely and happily. Ruri, overcome with fear, looked at her mentor with anxiety, unable to move from the spot. Meanwhile, Iro quickly broke the combination lock on the wall, and the heavy door slammed shut with a loud sound. She explained that by blocking all the exits, she would be able to delay the pursuers for some time, preventing them from reaching the girl. Ruri couldn't hold back her tears and, sobbing, asked if the teacher wouldn't go with her. In response, Iro, already preparing for the inevitable clash, said that Ruri was smart enough to understand what was about to happen. She once again insistently asked the girl to run and not look back. For a moment, Ruri froze in place, tears streaming down her cheeks. But then she suddenly rushed towards the closed door. The girl screamed desperately that everything should have been different. Ruri explained that Iro had promised her that they would run away together, but now things had turned out completely differently. She continued to cry and call for her teacher, repeating her name over and over again. But despite all her pleas, the mentor did not return. Soon, already in the present tense, morning had already arrived. John was still asleep on his bed, half asleep, muttering that this wouldn't do for him anymore. Meanwhile, Ruri had long since woken up and, without wasting any time, grabbed a pillow and threw it straight at her uncle's head. The girl laughed maliciously, enjoying her little mischief. John opened his eyes and, with feigned displeasure, called the girl a little hooligan. In response, Ruri cheerfully wished him good morning. Then John grabbed the pillow and rushed after her, reminding her that he had already asked her not to throw pillows in the sleeping person's face. By this time, Ruri was already 12 years old, and despite her age, she knew much more about herself than one might expect. This was her secret, but in fact, she was born as a result of an experiment conducted by a secret organization. This is probably why she had a heightened sensitivity to mana flows from birth. Ruri also had an unusually developed intuition. She almost always sensed when something important or dangerous was happening. When the gates went out of control, it felt like the air currents were changing, or like space itself was beginning to tear apart. At one of these moments, a message appeared on her smartphone. It said that the gate had opened again and a surge of mana had been detected nearby. Ruri noted that the man with the scars was supposed to appear today, and John, hearing this, was surprised and asked how she knew this. However, the girl evasively replied that it was none of his business. Since Ruri came here, she has been truly useful and, in fact, honestly deserved her place. The only person she could rely on was John. She didn't know how old he was, as he didn't like to talk about himself. Despite his strange character, he was a good person, loved to tease others, but never crossed the line. One day, Ruri secretly followed him and saw with her own eyes how strong he was, almost like a hero from a fairy tale. The girl once again caught herself thinking that she really loved her uncle, despite his constant grumbling. Although he pretended almost every day that he didn't like all this, in fact, he invariably fulfilled any of her requests. So, smiling a little, Ruri called him soft-hearted, which immediately made John indignant. Then the man placed a plate of food in front of her. Trying to maintain a serious appearance, he told her to eat first and then continue talking. The girl, without arguing, thanked him for the prepared dish and began to eat. Ruri knew perfectly well that her uncle never really refused her. He might grumble and complain, but he still did everything she asked. He also turned out to be an excellent cook, and in her opinion, his food was the most delicious of anything she had ever tasted. She was just surprised why this tavern still didn't have a menu. She even suggested to herself that perhaps he was just too lazy to make one. Having finished eating, the girl carefully put the plate aside. Ruri ate everything to the last crumb and thanked for the treat. In response, John asked her to thoroughly soak all the dishes in the sink before going further. Ruri, without much delay, quickly headed to the bar counter and sat down next to the other customers. Jenny and Chris looked at her curiously. Ruri, in turn, did not take her eyes off the multicolored drinks in their glasses. Then she said that she also wanted a drink like the adults had. But John, hearing this, explained that she was still too young and would only be able to drink such things in many years. However, the girl was not going to give in and began to insist, demanding that her uncle prepare a drink for her. Jenny, wanting to smooth things over, offered to make her a non-alcoholic cocktail. However, John emphasized that it was not about money at all, but that if she indulged her every desire, she could become spoiled. Hearing this, Rory became offended, turned away, and declared that her uncle was a real fool. John scratched his head and finally gave in and said that one glass probably wouldn't do any harm. After that, he started preparing the drink, added ice, then filled the glass with ginger drink, added some syrup, and garnished everything with a cherry. Placing the finished cocktail on the table, he announced that it was a Shirley Temple, the perfect choice for a child who wants to imitate adults. He then explained that the drink was named after a famous Hollywood child actress from the 1930s. Being the only child at adult receptions, she could not drink alcohol, and the first non-alcoholic cocktail was invented for her. He also added that the exact composition of the original drink is not fully known, although variations exist. Rory tried the cocktail with interest. After trying it, she noted that it was very tasty, sweet, but with a sour taste. John explained that he had simply added a little syrup and suggested that she could make it herself next time. The girl, inspired, replied that next time she would still ask her uncle to do it for her. Jenny smiled and noted that no matter how much he explained, in the end, he would still cook himself. However, Rory confidently stated that her uncle was a very kind person because he always listened to her. She then added thoughtfully that she had already shared one of her secrets today and emphasized that people should not know too much about her. She knew that if the truth was fully revealed, she would either have to leave or find herself back on the streets without protection. So, putting her finger to her lips, she quietly said that this was a secret that could not be revealed to anyone. Meanwhile, the scene changed, and we found ourselves in a gym with exercise equipment. There, a young man was struggling to lift a barbell from the floor. His muscles tensed to the limit, and his breathing became heavy. But despite this, he managed to cope with the task. Standing up to his full height and holding the barbell in his hands, he exclaimed with enthusiasm that he had succeeded. He was very pleased with himself and the result achieved. Soon, a friend approached him and remarked that he had done an excellent job, adding that he had been confident of his success from the start. The young man, having caught his breath a little, took this as an achievement because he had managed to perform a deadlift with a weight of 120 kilograms. To achieve this, he had to put in a lot of effort. He started with an empty bar and trained at least 3 times a week for a year. However, his thoughts were interrupted when someone asked if the space next to the exercise machine was free. He replied that the place was free and added that he would quickly remove the weights from the barbell. At that moment, a girl standing nearby stopped him and said that there was no need to do this, since this weight was just right for her. These words caused noticeable surprise among the guys, especially when they saw how confidently she approached the barbell. The guy tried to warn her that the weight was really very serious. However, the girl, ignoring her doubts, took hold of the bar. Then, straightening up, she lifted the barbell without any visible strain, completing the exercise with the same weight. The young people around froze, watching what was happening with their mouths open in surprise. They found it hard to believe that she was capable of such a thing. Moreover, the girl repeated the exercise more than 10 times in a row without showing signs of fatigue. Jenny, completely focused on training, paid no attention to those around her. At that moment, thoughts about John came into her head. She wondered who he really was. She recalled that she was unable to follow his movements, and such speed, in her opinion, corresponded to at least a higher rank. Moreover, the recovery potion he gave her was clearly of the highest quality. It did not cause any side effects. She came to the conclusion that the cost of such a potion must be at least 5 million, but she was not used to living in debt. At some point, unable to contain her emotions, she exclaimed that this whole situation was starting to irritate her. Meanwhile, those around her were in shock because the girl lifted 120 kilograms 38 times. They assumed that she was clearly not an ordinary girl and might be one of the hunters. At that moment, Jenny answered an incoming call. The message pointed to the Yongsan area in the Orc Quarter. On the news, the presenter reported that one of the most discussed topics was the rapid spread of the new religion. It was noted that the activities of this organization are supported by one of the guilds, and there are also reports of meetings of its followers. The film crew had already headed to the scene, where a bloodied man sat motionless on the floor, clutching his ID card. Chris also arrived at the murder scene. He carefully examined the scene of the crime. At the same time, Jenny, standing nearby, noted that the murder was committed with particular cruelty. Judging by the multiple stab wounds, the crime was committed either in a state of intense rage or out of deep hatred. She added that the nature and depth of the wounds suggested that the blows were so powerful that they pierced the bones. This means that the suspect not only has a high level of proficiency in weapons, but also enormous physical strength. The sheriff also emphasized that if the criminal was able to defeat a D-rank hunter, then he was clearly not an ordinary civilian. Jenny then asked if this meant that Chris had contacted her specifically because the victim was a hunter. He confirmed her guess, explaining that if the criminal was a hunter, the regular police would hardly be able to cope. Chris said the body was discovered early this morning, around 7 o'clock, when one of the employees came to open the building. He clarified that the building itself belonged to the Tiger Guild, which made the matter even more serious. Chris also noted that they had taken all necessary measures and a perception suppression barrier had been installed around the crime scene. He added that such incidents are not the first time. At least 7 similar murders have already been recorded. All of the victims turned out to be sea-level hunters or lower, and their bodies were invariably found near the orc settlement. The identity of the criminal remained unknown until now, but circumstantial evidence suggested that his rank was no lower than B. Then Chris, after a moment's thought, added that there was another oddity to the case. He explained that conflicts between hunters are not uncommon, but most often such crimes occur inside dungeons. Jenny agreed, noting that under such conditions, the crime scene disappears after cleaning, leaving no trace. However, Chris emphasized that in this case, on the contrary, the criminal deliberately chose a crowded place, which leads to certain conclusions. Jenny suggested that the attacker might have been operating under a false name. Chris agreed, noting that the criminal could have awakened the abilities but failed to register or deliberately falsified information about his rank. Then their attention was turned back to the victim. The deceased was Chuck, 21 years old, a D-rank hunter. 3 days ago, the guild summoned him to the dungeon, but he never answered the call, and from that moment on, he was considered missing. Chris added that he would personally engage in catching the criminal, but in 2 hours, he had to go to the dungeon. Jenny reminded him that if ordinary hunters began to punish criminals arbitrarily, it would lead to serious consequences. Chris agreed with this, and handing over the initiative, noted that he was fully counting on it. After this, the sheriff began to record the evidence. She took photographs, made all the necessary notes, and made sure that the evidence was complete. After completing the work, Jenny reported that everything was documented, and the next step would be an on-site reconnaissance. She also noted that outsiders are not welcome in the Orc City, so it would be difficult to get by without help. After some thought, she decided to turn to Axel. She understood that he knew the Orc area very well, and according to rumors, was not afraid even of the awakened Level B. Soon after, John asked if the sheriff would like him to accompany her on this investigation into Orc territory. After a short pause, Jenny responded in the affirmative, realizing that such support could be extremely helpful. John, however, immediately stated that he refused to participate in this matter. He said he didn't even want to hear anything about it, emphasizing that Jenny could very well go home. John added that it would only cause him more trouble and wondered why he would even want to get involved in such a situation. However, despite the initial refusal, they soon found themselves in the Orc Quarter. There, local residents reported that it is not customary among them for half-breeds or strangers to communicate freely with outsiders. But John quickly lost his patience and angrily demanded that they immediately tell him everything they knew. The orcs, looking at each other, realized that in front of them stood an extremely dangerous man, whom they called a mad dog among themselves. One of them noted that such a of person never forgets insults, but still assured that they really do not know anything. John, hearing this, pointed out with irritation that if they had nothing to say, there was no point in wasting time. Hearing this, the orcs immediately rushed away, apologizing and saying that it was time for them to go. Jenny, watching what was happening, asked in surprise if they really called him a mad dog. After this, the sheriff suggested continuing to examine the area and check if anything suspicious was happening anywhere nearby. The tavern owner, in turn, noted with irony that she was doing just fine without him. Nevertheless, the investigation continued. They went from one resident to another, listening to various versions and comments. However, after 4 hours of fruitless searching, Jenny noticed with weariness that they had not been able to find anything useful. John, in turn, noted that it would be much better for him to stay at home than to waste time on fruitless inquiries. Suddenly, Jenny's attention was drawn to a familiar silhouette. She noticed a man talking to one of the locals and soon recognized him as Axel. Soon, the priest finished his conversation with the orc. After that, they parted without any conflict. Meanwhile, the detectives approached, although Axel himself had not yet noticed their presence. Lost in thought, he stood motionless, and then suddenly a question sounded behind him about whether something unusual was happening here. Turning around, he was surprised to see Jenny standing in front of him. The priest noted that the appearance of the tavern owner also turned out to be very timely. He assumed it all had to do with the reason the sheriff had come to the area. Hearing this, Jenny was noticeably surprised. Meanwhile, nearby, several young people noticed a group of orcs hiding their faces under hoods. They were all facing the same direction and, apparently, were listening attentively to someone's speech. The orcs stood as if spellbound, listening to the speaker. The leader, addressing those gathered, spoke of how their people had once been a great race that ruled over the endless steppes. There was always plenty in those lands. No one knew hunger, and the level of security was so high that they never had to fear for their lives. Above them towered only the great god Orcus, before whom all were equal. However, one fateful day, their ancestors were pulled into this world through a spatial rift. The land they found themselves on seemed cramped, alien, and unpleasant to them. The orc settlement, located on the outskirts of the country, turned out to be too small for the people who once ruled the vast expanses. He noted that he understood perfectly well how local residents perceived them as unwanted aliens. The speaker stated that it was the orcs, showing mercy, who were the first to extend a hand to the local residents, striving for peace and mutual understanding. However, their people were perceived as an inferior race, subjected to contempt and all kinds of oppression by humans. The crowd listening to him reacted violently. The orcs supported the speaker with cheers. Meanwhile, the priest and the others watched what was happening from around the corner, trying not to attract unnecessary attention to themselves. Jenny noted that the cult of Orcus was noticeably gaining strength, and this was the reason that the orcs began to attack the hunters. Axel, hearing this, objected, explaining that it was not really a sect, but rather the traditional religion of their people. He also noted that freedom of religion exists in the country, and the existence of such a religion in itself does not pose a problem. Although new laws somewhat improved the living conditions of this people, discrimination still persisted at the everyday level. John noted that discrimination is unlikely to disappear anytime soon, as people often cannot reach agreement even among themselves. Jenny turned her attention to Axel himself and asked how he, being a follower of ancient traditions, decided to become a priest. In response, he explained that it was precisely the awareness of the orcs' position as outsiders in this world that prompted him to make this choice. John noted that Axel's decision to become the first orc priest could be seen as an attempt to build a bridge between humans and orcs. The priest agreed with this, confirming that this was precisely the goal he had been pursuing. Jenny, in turn, noted with irony that everything could have been resolved much more simply, for example, by simply having a drink together and becoming friends. Axel replied that it would indeed be wonderful if all problems could be solved in such a simple way. Meanwhile, John suggested moving from discussion to action. He wanted to find out who exactly dared to attack the hunters. While they were talking, the speaker continued to stir up the mood of the crowd. He urged those present to remember the contempt with which people look at them and the discrimination they face. The crowd once again responded with loud cries of support, fully embracing his words. He further emphasized that despite the strength of the orcs, they are forced to work for 3 people and receive half as much for their labor as people. He then asked whether his brothers were prepared to continue to put up with such injustice. The crowd responded with raised hands and another wave of cheers. John noted that even in such meetings, battle cries were used, leading him to conclude that secret meetings were not popular. Axel noted that a description of the criminal was unlikely to yield any result, as they all had their faces hidden under hoods. Then Jenny, having made a decision, came out of hiding and declared that in such situations it was much faster and more effective to act directly. She added that she would take the initiative. She instructed her companions to observe the crowd's reaction and keep a close eye on any suspicious movements. The sheriff, stepping into the open, attracted attention and, after a pause, asked everyone present to give her a few minutes. Jenny then showed her ID, introduced herself, and said she was investigating an incident that had occurred nearby. She stressed that she would need the assistance of everyone present. Her words caused noticeable surprise among the local orcs. They began to look at each other, wondering what the sheriff was doing there. In their view, this is a position that deals with investigations among hunters, not with matters in their area. At this moment, one of the orcs, visibly nervous, began to slowly retreat and then abruptly tried to leave the place. John immediately noticed this and noted out loud that someone was trying to escape. Jenny also noticed the suspicious behavior and, without wasting any time, rushed in pursuit. She loudly demanded that the fugitive stop immediately and show his documents. However, he only quickened his pace. Then the sheriff shouted that he needed to be detained. John immediately rushed after him. Making her way through the crowd, Jenny quickly closed the distance, pushing aside those she met. John also did not stop pursuing the one who had escaped with Axel. He, in turn, did not plan to stop for a moment. At the same time, the speaker, who remained behind, silently watched what was happening. He clearly hadn't expected to see the priest here in the company of strangers, and their eyes met for a moment. That speaker turned out to be Peter. Recognizing the priest, he loudly called out his name. Axel hesitated for a moment. Then Jenny grabbed him by the shoulder and sharply asked what he was doing and why he had stopped. She said that because of this, they could miss the suspect. The priest, quickly coming to his senses, agreed and assured them that he was on their side. After that, he turned around and also rushed in pursuit. Meanwhile, the fugitive, overcome with panic, wondered whether he had given himself away by leaving too many traces. He noted with regret that perhaps he should have stopped after the first few attempts. Turning the corner, he thought he had managed to escape. However, his confidence proved premature. John suddenly appeared right behind him. The orc had not yet noticed his presence and was sure that no one in his area would be able to find him. Then John asked him if he really thought that everyone had already left. The orc, frightened, began to back away, but it was too late. The man grabbed him by the collar and held him tightly, not giving him the opportunity to escape again. Soon Axel and Jenny arrived and saw that the fugitive had already been detained, and John noted that it was not difficult at all. The priest, looking closely at the detainee, recognized him and said with surprise that it was Charlie. He, overcome with fear, began to shout that he was wrong and would not do it again. However, Axel expressed doubt that the criminal in front of them was just a child. He was not capable of dealing with even a level F hunter. Jenny asked why he tried to escape then, and Charlie explained that he thought he was being pursued for pickpocketing. John turned to the priest and asked if he had sent this boy home before. Axel confirmed that he had already scolded him and sent him on his way, adding that he was ready to fully compensate for the damage caused. Jenny noted wryly that for a priest's salary, that probably wasn't that much of a sum. However, Axel objected, explaining that despite his modest income from service, he had other sources of funds. He then noted that the Orc district was not receiving support from the hunters and was forced to deal with threats on its own, including the appearance of the gates. John recalled that hunters used to help local residents, but due to constant discrimination, the situation worsened. Axel then noted that even the Vatican had given him personal permission to independently clear the gates, but he added that acting alone in such situations would be too risky even for him. Orcs are considered adults by the age of 14, and the physical strength of an adult orc is comparable to that of a D-rank hunter. The priest added that, judging by the description previously provided by the sheriff, the suspect must be at least a B rank. He also emphasized that even among orcs, such specimens are extremely rare. After a brief silence, the priest recalled Charlie's name and declared that of all the candidates, he best fit that description. He has enough strength to easily deal with a B-rank hunter, but he also has a deep hatred for humans. Hearing this, Jenny noted that they now finally had a direction for further investigation. However, she noted that it was unlikely that the suspect would voluntarily confess to everything if they simply approached him with direct questions. Then John, after thinking for a bit, said that in situations like this, they needed bait. It will allow you to lure out the criminal and force him to reveal himself. Just at that moment, a boy was walking nearby, holding a bag of sweets in his hands. It was C-rank hunter Nigel. The boy, in a great mood, hurried back to treat his friends with gifts. The young man thought with genuine delight about how filling and delicious these orc snacks turned out to be. He even thought that on the way he should stop by the store and buy another drink to complement the treat. However, at this time, a hooded figure was already secretly watching him. The stranger moved silently and confidently, gradually reducing the distance. In his hand was a heavy adjustable wrench, which was clearly not intended for repairs at all. Nigel, completely immersed in his thoughts, did not notice the surveillance at first. He was only thinking about what drink would go with these delicacies. But suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps behind him. Nigel immediately shuddered involuntarily with growing fear. The young man stopped and listened warily. It seemed to him that someone was rapidly approaching him from behind. The guy turned around and looked around in surprise. But there was no one behind, only a deserted street, illuminated by the dim light of the moon and a lone lantern. Nigel decided that he had simply imagined it and was about to continue on his way, but his pursuer appeared behind him. He brought down a blow on him with an adjustable wrench. Fortunately, at the last moment, the young man managed to dodge and sharply jumped to the side. However, he lost his balance, fell to the ground, and dropped the bag, from which all the contents immediately spilled out. The hunter looked up in fear and saw an armed intruder standing above him. Without wasting a second, Nigel jumped up and started running, shouting loudly that he was being followed. The attacker immediately rushed after him, not giving him the slightest chance to stop. As he ran, the boy frantically thought about what would have happened if it weren't for the protective spell that John had previously told him to cast. However, at the same time, he was haunted by the question of where his mentor was now. As Nigel turned the corner, he realized he was at a dead end, with a wall looming in front of him and no other escape route. Within a few seconds, the criminal caught up with him and mockingly noted that the guy turned out to be quite agile. He had been watching the young man hanging around for about 2 weeks now and assumed he was looking for a way to attack the orcs. Nigel was quick to explain that it was all just part of a food tour and that he had no ill intentions. However, the orc hiding under the hood only replied that he did not believe a single word he said. The young man desperately insisted that he was telling the pure truth and had absolutely nothing to hide. But the attacker had already prepared the key for a new attack, declaring that the guy himself was to blame for defiling the atmosphere of the area with his presence. Realizing that it was no longer possible to avoid the blow, the young hunter panicked and covered his face with his hands and screamed desperately, calling for help. It was at that moment that Axel suddenly appeared in front of him. The priest intercepted the criminal's weapon with a lightning-fast movement and easily stopped the attack. Then he looked closely at the attacker and noticed that they had not seen each other for a very long time. As the figure stepped back slightly, it became clear that the figure hiding under the hood was none other than Peter. The priest then noted that he had doubts at first. However, now he was finally convinced that it really was Peter in front of them. Axel, remaining calm, noted that the adjustable wrench was for repairs, not for attacks. He gripped the weapon tightly in his hands. The next second, it began to deform under the weight of his grip. However, the criminal had no intention of retreating. He shouted out sharply that any instrument is used in the way that the one who holds it in his hands decides. Immediately after that, he quickly attacked Axel. In an instant, he knocked his opponent off his feet. Then he tried to strike again. However, at that moment, Peter quickly realized that the young hunter was most likely bait. If this is indeed the case, then the sheriff's reinforcements must be somewhere nearby. Realizing that the situation was starting to turn against him, the villain decided to retreat immediately. He decided to assess the situation later and find another way out. The priest immediately rushed after him, not wanting to let the criminal escape. However, the fugitive unexpectedly encountered a new obstacle. The sheriff and the tavern owner appeared right in his path. John asked with a grin where he was going in such a hurry, and Jenny confidently declared that she had finally caught him. Not expecting such a turn of events, Peter suddenly froze in place. At that moment, Axel finally caught up with the fugitive. With one powerful kick, he knocked him down. Then the priest added that now he would no longer be able to escape. Apparently, these words made Peter very angry, and he immediately rushed to the attack. Jenny noticed that the criminal took the bait only after 2 weeks. John explained that this was not surprising, since the Orcish district had been under the sheriff's close surveillance all this time. Meanwhile, Nigel announced with relief that his part of the task was completed. The sheriff thanked him and admitted that being the bait had been difficult, and the young man modestly remarked that he was glad to help. He added that thanks to the protective barrier that John taught him, he felt sufficient even in such a dangerous situation. The young hunter himself admitted that his dream is to one day become an S-rank hunter. Nigel said that at first he was afraid to visit the Orcish area, but he soon realized that the locals were kind. Moreover, he even arranged a small gastronomic tour for himself, and he especially liked the pork soup. The guy also noted that what he remembers most was a bowl of hot soup paired with a glass of soju. John agreed that the combination sounded quite tempting. Then the hunter looked at his watch and announced that it was time for him to leave for his next raid. He asked John for permission to leave, and he nodded and added that the establishment would provide him with drinks at the establishment's expense for the whole month. This news made Nigel especially happy, as he would now be able to save a lot of money. As she watched him go, Jenny noticed that the guy looked too young to be a hunter. Then John explained with a smile that appearances can be deceiving and said that he was already 26 years old. The sheriff was genuinely surprised, admitting that she was sure he was still a schoolboy, and John noticed that he really did have a child's face. Hearing this, Jenny was even more amazed and asked how his skin could remain so smooth. She suggested that the boy probably had the ability of eternal youth and declared that she had to find out his secret. Meanwhile, John turned his gaze to the orcs. He thought that now all they had to do was finally apprehend the criminal. The orcs fought fiercely, parrying each other's blows again and again. Each lunge was accompanied by such force that the air around literally trembled with tension. Axel and Peter delivered powerful blows simultaneously. At that moment, when their fists collided, a real surge of energy occurred. The excess force spread out around them in a shockwave, throwing both opponents in different directions, but they managed to stay on their feet. The priest, looking closely at his opponent, then asked if he was the same killer who had mercilessly dealt with the hunters. In response, Peter noted that he wanted to clarify something right away. His target was exclusively the people among the hunters. Axel asked why he needed to do this, and Peter was genuinely surprised that the priest still didn't understand anything. He said that orcs were once a race that others bowed to, but now in the eyes of people they have become almost trash. Peter stated that one orc is equal in strength to 50 human men. He emphasized that orcs are at a completely different level of development. Then Axel noticed that now everything was clear to him. Peter was exterminating the hunters in order to reduce their numbers before the upcoming war. However, the priest immediately added that this plan was doomed, to which Peter sharply asked if the priest had really become a defeatist. He asked with disdain whether his brother really wanted the orcs to bow their heads before humans for hundreds of years to come. Peter admitted that he had once placed great hopes on him. He reminded that Axel is the 17th descendant of their great family. The blood of the strongest warriors of the orc tribes flows in his veins, which is why, as Peter believed, he should lead his people. In response, Axel stated that in order to save his people, Peter must accept the truth. Orcs are only a minority in a world inhabited by humans. But Peter asked what future and what hope could be found if one had to betray one's own roots in order to survive. The priest replied with regret that he had apparently hoped in vain for his brother's understanding. He then added bitterly that Peter was right about one thing. If even all the cups they once drained together could not reach his heart, then now nothing will change. After these words, Peter abruptly threw off his cloak. He stated that there had already been more than enough talk. He made it clear that any further dispute would be continued only in battle. Then the villain added that from now on, they would only speak with their fists. Axel replied that if there really was no other way left, then he was ready to accept this outcome. He noted that as a warrior, he had no right to decline such a challenge. Therefore, he was ready to fight his brother. After this, he also took off his cloak and prepared to continue the fight. Axel called his opponent his brother and officially announced that he was challenging him to a duel of honor. It was a special orcish tradition, a one-on-one fight that was resorted to only when all words had been exhausted. This is a sacred battle in which everyone puts their beliefs, ideals, and their own idea of justice on the line. For orcs, the winner of such a duel has absolute voting rights, and his word is considered the highest truth. However, if a warrior is unable to accept such an outcome, then he has only one path left. He must continue to fight until the very end, even if it leads to his death. It was with this attitude that Axel suddenly delivered a powerful blow to his opponent's jaw. Peter, however, immediately responded in kind, not inferior in speed or strength. Then the legs came into play, and the fight became even more intense. However, both knew each other's fighting style very well. Their movements were familiar down to the last detail, so every blow was met with a well-timed block or dodge. This was not just a fight between two powerful orcs, it was a clash of warriors who had once trained side by side. Peter, increasing the pressure, shouted that this time the priest would meet his end here, after which he sharply kicked him. The opponents moved rapidly across the battlefield, sometimes pursuing each other, sometimes retreating to prepare a counterattack. Their movements were so fast and precise that from the outside, the fight resembled a complex dance of strength and fury. Each of them was either above the other or on the ground below him, waiting for the attack. During the fight, Peter scornfully stated that all Axel had learned was to retreat. He then sarcastically demanded that his brother finally meet him face to face, as befits a real man and warrior. Without stopping, the criminal continued his taunts. He asked where the proud fighter he once knew had disappeared to. He asked with disdain if Axel had really turned into a weakling after entering the priesthood. Then Peter reminded his brother of their youth. He recalled how they had once, banging mugs against each other, vowed to dedicate their lives to serving their own people. And now he demanded an answer. Did that oath really mean nothing? Continuing to strike, Peter literally tore the answer out of his brother, asking if their entire oath had been a lie to begin with. Axel remained calm despite the pressure. He firmly replied that it was never a lie. He admitted that his desire to devote himself to the orcs had not disappeared. Moreover, even now it remains as strong as before. However, Peter only fiercely rejected these words. He asked sharply if his brother was really trying to convince him that everything that was happening for the sake of the orcs. Then he added with contempt that the priest only humiliates himself before the people like a beaten dog who has forgotten his own pride. Axel still didn't react to his provocations. He continued to fight the enemy, holding back his attacks with all his might. For a brief moment, the opponents found themselves at opposite ends of the room. The pause allowed them to catch their breath, although the tension between them only increased. Peter noticed that his brother was trampling on the honor of the orcs without ever having fought a single real battle as befits a true warrior. At that moment, his opponent emerged from the shroud of smoke and dust. Axel countered that such an outcome had been obvious from the start. He then asked whether dying senselessly after a grueling battle really made someone a warrior. After these words, the fight flared up with renewed vigor. Their blows became even heavier and more furious. Axel reiterated that everything he does is done solely for the future of the orcs. However, his brother, as before, refused to admit it, no matter how many explanations were given. Then the priest reminded him that it was Peter who had previously stated that words no longer had any meaning. Therefore, now only the outcome of this fight will be able to judge whether they are right. Axel firmly stated that it would be the winner who would determine whose actions were just and who truly served the interests of their people. These words ignited a new spark of rage in the orc. Meanwhile, Jenny and John watched silently as things happened. Finally, Jenny couldn't take it anymore and asked John if they were really going to just stand there and watch. John replied that it was impossible to interfere now. He explained that for orcs, a duel is a sacred ritual through which the truth is determined. The sheriff noted that such rules somehow reminded her of the principles of a certain card game. After this, the hero asked if she noticed Axel's body. There wasn't a single scar on it. John noted that he may not have completed every dungeon in existence, but he had definitely participated in clearing A-rank gates. And the fact that there was not a single trace of past battles left on his body spoke of truly incredible strength. The girl couldn't believe her eyes, asking if Axel was really that strong. Meanwhile, Peter reflected on how he had fought again and again for the sake of the orcs, hardening himself over the years and becoming much stronger than before. And yet, despite this, he still couldn't defeat Axel. This thought literally ate away at him from the inside. After all, as he believed, strength, victory, and glory should belong to him, the noble warrior, who was supposedly chosen by Orcus himself. However, now a question began to arise in his mind as to whether, as a warrior, he was truly inferior to his opponent. Peter categorically refused to accept such a reality, and then suddenly someone's voice spoke in his head. He declared with fury that Orcus had long ago turned his back on all their people, and by the time he left the orc world, this had become obvious. He added that clinging to a false god no longer made any sense. For the sake of the orcs' future, it was necessary to cast aside old illusions. After this, he shouted out that Peter should extend his hand to him and accept the great power that he had already touched. Only then, he said, would they be able to together destroy the vile traitor who had once blocked his path. The voice said that this traitor must be torn into billions of pieces and then become just a stepping stone to a great future. It was at that moment that Peter's body began to change rapidly. His eyes flashed, his muscles bulged, and his figure itself began to deform. Within seconds, Peter had completely transformed into a monstrous form. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he rushed at the priest. The monster looked eerily familiar. It resembled the creature that had possessed River earlier, as well as the creature that had appeared in the tavern. The monster grabbed Axel by the head and began shaking it from side to side. His blow was so powerful that the priest was thrown far back. Even after managing to hold on, Axel immediately realized that his opponent's new form was significantly superior to his usual state. John and Jenny realized almost simultaneously that they were facing a demonization regime. The sheriff, sensing the outgoing energy, immediately noted that its level clearly exceeded A rank. John watched carefully what the monster was doing. At that moment, Peter raised his head to the sky and screamed hysterically. Meanwhile, Axel slowly raised his head and noticed with his usual irony that his brother's expression looked strange. The priest could not believe that right during the sacred duel, his brother allowed some demonic filth to consume him. Meanwhile, the creature continued to growl, its eyes sparkling ever brighter and its aggression becoming almost uncontrollable. Axel contemptuously called his opponent a fool. He declared that the intervention of an outside force in the Madai, the sacred duel of orcs, was a direct betrayal of military honor. Then the priest asked where all that pride that Peter had boasted of had gone. After this, he delivered his verdict that since the enemy had resorted to such tactics, it meant that he was not a warrior, but an ordinary coward. Gathering all his strength, Axel suddenly rushed forward. He delivered another heavy blow, straight to the monster's jaw. This was followed by a whole series of powerful attacks. He beat his ex-brother with his fists, but it all looked somehow strange. To his surprise, the monster didn't even flinch. Moreover, in response, it only emitted a mocking laugh. This reaction seriously surprised Axel. However, the orc did not lose his composure and attacked the enemy again. He started punching him in the chest one after another, but it seemed to make no sense. At some point, the monster simply got tired of it. Then came a swift counterattack from the mutated Peter. With one light punch, he easily knocked Axel aside. While he was in the air, Peter also jumped up, preparing to deliver another blow. He kicked his opponent in the chest with all his might, but he managed to cover himself with his hands in time. And although he tried to hide, the monster did not stop there and followed him. In an instant, he was right behind Axel. While the orc was not expecting the attack, the monster dealt him a powerful blow right in the back. The impact was so strong that Axel's body fell down with a deafening roar. Seeing this, Peter only grinned smugly. Then Axel declared that his opponent, who had recently been talking about military honor, had now turned into a pathetic monster. He asked directly whether this was really the appearance and destiny that Peter had once desired for himself. It had to be admitted that the demonic transformation had given the enemy a colossal boost. His strength and speed increased to incredible levels, reaching approximately A rank. Now it was becoming increasingly difficult for the priest to keep up with his attacks, but the more serious problem was not speed or even strength. The problem was the monster's almost absurd endurance. No matter how many hits it received, it seemed to have no effect on it at all. Axel quickly realized that if they continued to simply exchange attacks, he would be the first to run out of steam. He thought that perhaps the best solution would be to focus on dodging and try to wear down the enemy. After all, if his body had increased in size that much, it would be logical to assume that his stamina would drain faster. Another decision was to abandon defensive tactics and put all our efforts into one crushing attack. If he could concentrate a series of blows on one point, he might be able to penetrate this nearly impenetrable armor. However, the very next moment, the priest himself rejected this thought. All this seemed like just empty assumptions. He had too little information about the nature of the enemy's transformation to immediately find the right solution. In the end, he decided that there was only one thing left to do now: use all his strength and act according to the circumstances. At that moment, a devastating roar was heard in the building where they were fighting. Meanwhile, Jenny couldn't resist asking again if they were really going to just stand there and watch. Peter had already completely turned into a demon, which meant the situation had become many times more dangerous. John admitted that things were taking a very unpleasant turn and added that he had never expected such a transformation. He said that if a priest formally challenged an opponent to a one-on-one duel, he would rather bite off his own tongue than agree to accept help. At that moment, part of the building's massive reinforced concrete structure began to collapse and fall down with a roar. However, the hero reacted instantly. With one confident movement, he intercepted the falling fragment and held it. He noted that becoming a demon almost always has a destructive effect on the mind. In the process of demonization, consciousness becomes dulled. The more severe the side effects, the greater the benefit. In exchange for a reduction in lifespan, the creature gains power. Causes of demonization include mana poisoning, demonic energy erosion, and conflict between foreign forces within the body. John concluded that if an orc already capable of hunting B-rank masters undergoes such a transformation, then its power is unpredictable. Moreover, such a creature feels almost no damage. After analyzing everything that was happening, John came to the conclusion that intervention might be inevitable. Meanwhile, the monster struck again. He threw the enemy back with monstrous force. Axel lost his balance and fell from the top floor, falling down. When he collapsed to the ground, his comrades immediately rushed to his side, and the sheriff asked anxiously how he was feeling. To everyone's surprise, the priest stood up and replied that he was fine, but Jenny immediately noticed that this was far from true. Nevertheless, Axel, despite his condition, firmly told John not to interfere under any circumstances. He reminded that this is a one-on-one fight. Moreover, the priest added that if anyone violated the rules of the duel, he would not be able to forgive it. John nodded and replied that he understood everything, after which he fell silent. Axel thanked him for his understanding. He stressed that this was really very important to him. After this, the priest turned to the monster again. He called him by name. Axel reminded him that it wasn't just an enemy standing in front of him, but his own brother. He firmly stated that if Peter really decided to win in this way, then he would have to risk everything to stop him. Axel said that what stood before him now was not just a demon, but a battle-hardened warrior who must remember who he really is. The priest called on his brother to remember the very day when they first struck their mugs against each other and took an oath. Then, still very young, the orcs were cruelly thrown out into the street and ordered to get out immediately. The cook then stated with open irritation that if the visitors found out about the appearance of dirty orcs here, then all the customers would run away. Axel, sincerely not understanding the reason for such hostility, objected that they also came as ordinary visitors and they had money. However, the owner of the establishment only snapped back and spat in his face. According to him, an orc has no right to call himself a client at all. Moreover, he added that even if this money is real, he still does not intend to accept it, and most likely it is completely counterfeit. Feeling the atmosphere growing heavier, Peter quietly suggested to his friend that he just leave. Apparently, this day was not theirs from the start. Axel noticeably darkened. At that time, he still could not understand why they were treated so cruelly if they had done nothing wrong. It was then that Peter suddenly offered a drink. Axel looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. In response, his friend chuckled and remarked that on such a disgusting day, one simply needed a drink to drive away the bad mood. Then he admitted that of course they couldn't have real alcohol since children were forbidden to drink, which is why he brought milk. The young orc suggested that they simply pretend it was real alcohol and drain the mugs as if they were grown warriors. Axel couldn't help but laugh, noticing that his friend was talking complete nonsense. However, this ridiculous idea lifted their spirits. Raising their mugs, the friends solemnly vowed that these cups would become a symbol of their brotherhood until the last mug in this world was broken. They promised to live for their orcish brothers. At the same time, Peter added that he was ready to give his life for his friend at any moment. Remembering this now, Axel realized with pain that once his brother had been even kinder to people than he himself. They learned a lot from each other, making up for each other's shortcomings and becoming stronger together. And so now, the priest could not understand how his brother had turned into such a terrifying monster. Now he was someone else. Someone who was capable of piercing his own brother's heart. Moreover, Peter went so far as to reject the very honor of an orc, being ready to literally tear him apart. Meanwhile, the monster continued to roar furiously, its eyes still glowing ominously. Axel's body lay among the rubble of a brick wall, where he had been thrown by another blow. Jenny watched everything that was happening in horror, standing next to the main character. Gathering his last strength, the priest slowly rose and looked at the monster towering before him. Breathlessly, he reminded his brother that a true orc warrior would never allow demonic energy to take complete control of him. This will not happen, even if the circumstances are so tragic. Then Axel quietly said that he still believed in him. He reminded him that in front of him stood the warrior with whom they once drank from the same cup. The priest added that he had always been proud that Peter was his brother. He was convinced that he would never desecrate the sacred duel. Gathering his remaining strength, Axel shouted out to his brother to remember the moment when they sealed their bond with the cups of brotherhood. The monster continued to grin and growl, but there seemed to be a barely noticeable hesitation in its movements. The sheriff, seeing what was happening, screamed, demanding that the monster stop immediately. At that moment, John took a coin out of his pocket and noticed that he could no longer just stand and watch. He added that even if the priest later hated him for disrupting the duel, he would not remain inactive. Meanwhile, John had already pointed the coin towards the monster. The protagonist understood that if he didn't intervene right now, Axel would certainly die. The coin flew off and plunged into the monster's body with incredible speed, and blood immediately gushed from the wound. And it was at that moment that Peter suddenly screamed his name. He seemed to regain his self-awareness for a brief moment. As he continued to resist, words began to emerge from the depths of his distorted consciousness. The monster, as if struggling with himself, began to speak. He said that Axel had always been a great orc warrior, whom he had once envied. He remembered that it was his childhood friend with whom he had once formed an unbreakable friendship. However, later his friend began to preach ideals that were incomprehensible to him, calling for peace between orcs and humans. It was this, Peter believed, that gradually drove a wedge between them, turning their former brotherhood into their current tragedy. And yet, despite everything that had happened, Axel still remained the most precious creature in this world to Peter. No one could ever replace this friend and brother for him. That was why, in the depths of his clouded mind, he desperately tried to understand why they were fighting against each other at all. Peter suddenly said in confusion that he had now remembered something. He realized that there really had been a duel between them. However, he could not understand how things had come to this. No matter how hard he tried to reconstruct the chain of events, his mind seemed to elude him. Meanwhile, Axel, hearing familiar words, became wary. He couldn't believe his own ears. He asked himself if his brother had really just called him by his name. But he himself understood perfectly well that he had not imagined it. The priest then repeated with all seriousness that he believed in him. Peter froze when he accidentally caught sight of his reflection in a shard of broken glass. From the mirror surface, it was not an orc warrior who looked at him, but a monster. Shocked, he could not believe that this is what he looked like now. Then Axel again insistently urged his brother to remember that very moment when they sealed their friendship with the cups of brotherhood. And at that moment, the memories finally broke through the demonic veil. The monster itself was still standing there, bleeding from the wound left by John's coin. However, a desperate struggle was already taking place inside him. With a furious cry, he again called himself the great orc warrior Peter. Immediately after this, the transformation began to rapidly retreat. The monstrous features gradually disappeared from his face. His muscles were returning to normal, and the demonic glow in his eyes began to fade. Jenny's eyes immediately lit up with joy as she realized the danger was receding. Soon, what stood before them was no longer a monster, but an orc who had returned to his original form. The priest, seeing this, sighed with relief and said with joy in his voice that his brother had finally come to his senses. Peter himself admitted that he had indeed regained clarity of consciousness, but he honestly admitted that it had been incredibly difficult for him. He said that, despite all their differences, he had committed an act that a true orc warrior should never have committed. Peter admitted that he had disrespected the sacred duel and asked his brother for forgiveness, and Axel responded that he accepted his apology. Hearing this, Peter suddenly grinned and declared that this was wonderful, and then suggested that they continue the duel. From the outside, it all looked so absurd that Jenny couldn't stand it and exclaimed that what was happening was pure madness. John noted that this did indeed seem like absolute madness, but that was the life of an orc. Meanwhile, a nearby surveillance camera was working properly, recording everything that was happening. In another room, a young girl was watching the broadcast through rows of monitors, and she was frankly amazed. What surprised her most was that the demonic transformation suddenly dissipated. She thought with annoyance that if the process had continued just a little longer, this orc could very well have turned into an S-rank demon. She finally stated that she was no longer interested in the original plan, and that it might be much easier to just kill them all. Meanwhile, below, the orcs continued to finish their duel. Despite the truce, they still needed to decide on a winner. Ultimately, it was Axel who managed to maintain the advantage. Victory in the duel, he said, was proof that his beliefs were correct. After this, he turned to his brother no longer as a priest, but as the heir of the great leader of their people. Axel sternly stated that Peter's crimes were too serious for the people to easily forgive, so he was obliged to admit his guilt. However, when the brother is ready, he must return as a true orc and devote the rest of his life to serving others, atoning for what he has done. Axel honestly noted that even this would not wash away all his sins, but there would still be a place for him among the hunters. Having said this, the priest finally exhausted his last strength. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground next to his fallen brother. Jenny could no longer just watch from the sidelines and immediately rushed to Axel to check on his condition. John, assessing what was happening, noticed that everything had already been finally decided here. Then the hero turned his gaze to one of the surveillance cameras. He added quietly that it seemed they had an uninvited spectator all this time. On the other side of the screen, the girl watching the broadcast realized that she had been spotted. She saw his face close up and frowned in surprise, wondering who this man was. Meanwhile, John took out a coin and aimed it straight at the lens. He irritably told the observer to stop looking at him so intently. It was already starting to get on his nerves. The next second, the coin was launched, flew through the air, and crashed into the camera with perfect precision. There was a loud crack, and the device instantly shattered into many small pieces. John didn't react to this in any way. When he realized that no one was following them now, he headed towards his friends. In the observation room, the girl immediately lost the image. All the monitors went out at once. For a moment, she just froze, not understanding what had happened. Then her face distorted with irritation, but almost immediately, the anger was replaced by a strange interest. The stranger intrigued her. She said with a grin that she definitely liked this guy and decided that she would definitely get to him personally. And after he has had his fill of fun, he will slowly tear him apart and watch his screams of pain. Sometime later, television channels were already actively covering the incident. The news anchor triumphantly announced that the serial killer who had terrorized the entire area had finally been apprehended. The criminal turned out to be a certain Mr. Peter. The court sentenced him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. While watching the report, C-rank hunter Oliver inquired whether his interlocutor had indeed played a significant role in the arrest. Nigel immediately confidently stated that everything said was the pure truth. According to him, without his participation, the criminal would never have been caught. John confirmed these words and added that it was thanks to Nigel that they were able to track down the criminal. Meanwhile, the owner of the establishment was already preparing drinks for the guests. For one, he mixed coffee liqueur with milk, and for the other, he prepared a classic old-fashioned. The customers were clearly pleased with the drinks, and Nigel immediately asked if it was free for him. John confirmed with a grin and added that the young hunter could order whatever he wanted. Then Oliver decided to hesitantly ask for the same favor. Hearing this, the boys giggled maliciously. Nigel happily declared that he loved the place because the food was always incredibly delicious. He was especially fond of their signature coffee milk, which he clarified was intended exclusively for adults. Oliver, having tried his drink, noted that the good old-fashioned still remains the standard, with a pleasant bitterness and ideal strength. John was genuinely pleased to see that the guests liked his work. At that moment, Rory appeared in the hall. Seeing the visitors, the girl looked at them in surprise. She was especially confused by the fact that one of the guests looked like a child. She asked incredulously if he was really allowed to drink something like that. Nigel instantly flushed and angrily declared that she was starting again. He reminded everyone once again that he was 26 years old, and to prove it, he even showed his ID. However, Rory, having barely glanced at the document, skeptically declared that it was a fake. Nigel immediately began to loudly complain, accusing the girl of deliberately getting on his nerves. But Rory, completely ignoring his protests, turned to her uncle. She said that she also wanted something tasty. John looked at her a little displeased, but he couldn't refuse her. As a result, the hero prepared a non-alcoholic cocktail for her. When all the ingredients were ready, he poured them into a small glass. He explained that the drink would look almost the same as the one for adults, but the child would like the taste much more. Rory immediately thanked her uncle for the drink. Then the girl sat down next to her and happily took her first sip. Her face instantly lit up, and the girl enthusiastically declared that it was real coffee milk, sweet and incredibly delicious. Oliver, watching her reaction, remarked with a smile that she was very cute, and Nigel added that he himself loved this drink as a child. He asked if everyone had returned safely from the dungeon, and Oliver replied that it had been only a reconnaissance mission. However, Nigel remembered that during his last trip to the dungeon with the group, one hunter died. It was a newcomer from another guild whom they had never met before. According to the guy, there were no truly dangerous moments then. It was just that for that newbie, it was his very first raid. Nigel added that if the hunter had simply followed instructions, he would have gotten out of the situation without a scratch. When newbies die because of their own stupidity, everyone understands that it could have been prevented, and this makes it even harder. Oliver continued, explaining that currently, dungeon exploration is carried out extremely carefully, except in rare cases. This was made possible by the fact that groups of hunters whose strength significantly exceeds the level of the gates themselves are sent out to cleanse them. At the same time, he admitted that he had already seen the death of others more than once, and it seemed had begun to get used to it. Nigel, after listening to him, noted that he himself had practically stopped feeling anything in such situations. He suggested that the incident in the first battle after entering the dungeon occurred because they had not had time to establish communication. However, most likely, the point is that he really has become accustomed to the deaths of those around him. According to him, this is precisely the essence of a hunter's work. Then Nigel reminded him that their owner had once been a hunter too, and John replied that it was true. The guests, interested, began asking how everything was then and whether the atmosphere was very different from today. John thought for a moment. After that, he replied that the differences were not as significant as they might seem. His story gradually turned into a memory. At that time, bloodthirsty monsters roamed the city streets. They hunted people mercilessly, destroying everything in their path. One of the men, noticing such a monster, froze in horror, unable to even move. The creature grabbed its victim and opened its huge mouth. Nearby stood a stunned man with a sword who still couldn't bring himself to join the fight. However, seeing the monster swallowing a man only made him even more afraid. It bit the man in half with just one movement of its huge jaws. The red-haired guy literally froze in place at this sight. And then suddenly, the monster turned in his direction and began to approach. He swung his huge paw at him, intending to feast on him as well. Overwhelmed with fear, the man instinctively covered his face with his hand, as if trying to protect himself from the inevitable. But at that very moment, something strange happened. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the monster was frozen right in front of him. As it turned out, the creature was cut in two. Being on the verge of death, the unfortunate guy still could not move. A hunter appeared next to him and asked him irritably what he was doing there. He reminded him that he had already told him that if he wanted to survive, he needed to act first and ask questions later. At that moment, genuine surprise appeared on the red-haired guy's face. As it turned out, this hunter was none other than John, our main character. The boy, still trembling with fear, warned him that danger was approaching from behind. Another huge monster suddenly appeared behind the hunter. It had already stretched its paws towards John, intending to grab him, but the hero didn't even move from the spot. Almost immediately, the creature was destroyed, and another person came to John's aid. John, watching this, noticed that everything happened too slowly, and he almost got hit. The group's leader, Orlando, chuckled and replied that it wasn't a matter of slowness, but rather that John himself was acting too quickly. The guy realized that in front of him stood the very man who was capable of destroying monsters with his bare hands, the legendary Orlando. John noticed that he had a fan, and Orlando replied that everything would be different if John did not try to attract attention to himself. To this, John objected that this was not his style at all, and added that he was concerned about something completely different. He strives to clear as many dungeons as possible and do it as quickly as possible in order to get at least a little closer to his daughter. Orlando, hearing this, noticed that John spoke as if he really liked this kind of life. However, he only briefly replied that something else was more important now. It was necessary to destroy these monsters before there were even more of them. Orlando only chuckled in response. Brandishing his sword, John rushed forward, declaring as he went that he would turn these monsters into mincemeat. His movements were quick and precise. At that moment, Orlando rushed to his aid. Together they dealt with the monsters with even greater ease. They fell dead literally from a single blow from Orlando. Finally, there was only one ugly monster left in their path. Then the protagonist prepared for the final attack. Together with his comrade, they easily cut the monster into pieces. The young hunter, watching what was happening, literally froze with his mouth open. He was unable to take his eyes off the incredible battle between the two hunters. Later, sharing his impressions with friends, he said that their boss cut the monsters into pieces with just one sword. Between the two of them, they destroyed more than 20 monsters without receiving a single scratch. The group's leader, Carlos, after listening to this story, quietly noted that their fighting skills truly deserved respect. He added that when a person witnesses something like this for the first time, emotions take over. They themselves once experienced something similar. Back then, even just surviving a monster chase was considered an achievement. The rest agreed that the main thing was to stay alive, and then they could get together and have a drink. Hearing this, John also took a few sips from the flask. He noticed that this was exactly what he was missing right now, because after a shift, there is nothing better than a good drink. He offered his partner a sip, but Orlando refused, explaining that he didn't drink. In response, John clarified that it was fruit soju and that he had difficulty finding the last bottle. And then suddenly, their conversation smoothly moved to more serious things. When asked about the current situation, Orlando reported that only 13 people remained alive. John, after listening to him, remarked that this was not the worst outcome, and these words caused Orlando obvious surprise. He asked again how such a situation could be called good if out of 86 who entered the gate, only 13 survived and 73 died during the cleansing. However, John just shrugged and noted that no one could have predicted that a level B gate would suddenly mutate into a level A gate. He added that, be that as it may, the core group still survived and the cleanup was almost complete. Orlando, after thinking for a moment, admitted that, from a statistical point of view, his partner was right and formally everything was within acceptable limits. However, he was worried that if the situation did not change, there would simply be no hunters left and the world would be left defenseless against threats. John noted that he is already working at the limit of his capabilities, but the current reality is such that it is not so easy to change. Orlando, in turn, countered that with the right reorganization of the system, the survival rate could be significantly increased. He emphasized that the main problem is that novice and experienced hunters are sent into the same conditions without preparation. If we divide them by rank and distribute our forces wisely, the result will be completely different. However, John, after listening to all the arguments, said that he could not afford it. He explained that he had to move on because Sally was waiting for him. Orlando, hearing this, asked doubtfully whether she was really waiting for him. These words immediately irritated John. He sharply demanded to know what exactly he meant. Orlando, watching his reaction, noted that John had been repeating this name for a long time, as if fixated on it. He constantly says that he must find his daughter, but in all the time they have known each other, neither of them has ever seen her. He noted that searching for a child by combing one dungeon after another seemed like madness. Orlando eventually questioned whether this girl really existed at all. Then John suddenly grabbed his partner and pressed him against the wall, not hiding the irritation that flared up. The next moment, he punched the wall and a network of deep cracks immediately spread across it. The second blow was even stronger. The structure could not withstand it and partially collapsed, crumbling downwards. John, without loosening his grip, grabbed Orlando by the chest. With fury in his voice, he demanded that he try to repeat what he had said again. Orlando snapped at John to take his hands off him. The atmosphere instantly became tense. At this tense moment, another man suddenly cleared his throat, and the young people turned towards the sound. Carlos asked them to calm down, adding that he already thought they were being attacked by a monster. However, John, still holding the guard, continued to stare into his eyes, not intending to retreat immediately. Then Carlos carefully suggested taking a break and looking at what the newcomer had managed to find. He, in turn, held several bottles of wine in his hands and recalled that the guard had previously mentioned his love for this drink. Sam added that he managed to find a whole box, and his friend had already managed to cool it down with his magic. John, having calmed down a little, admitted that this was exactly the Riesling that Orlando especially loved. He confirmed that the wine was indeed excellent. Sam, however, noted with a smile that despite the lack of glasses, drinking it straight from the bottle was even more interesting. John noted that even without a glass, you can experience the full bouquet of flavors if you hold the drink in your mouth for a while. Then, with one deft movement, he knocked the cork out of the bottle. After this, he handed the bottle to the guard and, admitting that he had gone too far, apologized for his words. In response, Orlando also apologized for touching on a topic that was too personal. Eventually, the tension gradually subsided. Soon the group of hunters gathered around the fire, enjoying the wine they had found and the temporary sense of respite. John looked closely at the label on the bottle. The boys kept telling each other stories, and it seemed like this moment was one of the brightest in recent times. However, the calm was short-lived. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard, and one of the monsters quickly attacked the boys, striking with its paw. The next moment, a pool of blood appeared on the ground, left behind by Sam's murder. John froze in horror when he saw his comrade die. The surviving hunters immediately grabbed their weapons and began to repel the onslaught of the attackers. As a result, the battle flared up with renewed vigor. Orlando, seeing the newcomer's body lying in blood, could not contain his cry of rage. The memories carried me further and further into the past, to the day when the heavens seemed to split and monsters began to appear from another world. The world as people knew it collapsed almost overnight. That day, Orlando began to feel like he was a corpse, but one man came to his aid. John, clearing the rubble of the destroyed building, ordered Orlando to immediately leave the danger zone. It was at that moment that the guard first met the man who became the hope of the entire world. He met a hero who could single-handedly destroy monsters and save lives. This was the first hunter he had ever seen with his own eyes, John. His appearance seemed unreal, as if he had come from another world. He did things that ordinary people did not even dare to dream of. As if guided by fate, Orlando decided to walk beside this man to the very end, despite all the dangers. However, he was not the only one. Like moths drawn to the light, many of the people he saved were drawn to follow him, wanting to become his allies. However, along with this came the understanding that the price of such a path was too high. John was much stronger than the others, and there were always many around him who wanted to become his comrades. Luckily, Orlando was able to find his own power. Although he couldn't compare to John, his abilities were enough to survive and keep moving forward. However, he constantly watched the series of losses, and no matter how hard he tried, he could never get used to it. As time went on, an alarming thought began to appear in his head more and more often. If hunters continue to die at the same rate as new ones come, then one day all those who are currently nearby will begin to disappear one after another. In the end, there will be no one left. Orlando couldn't help but think that one day he himself might not escape this fate. And then he was faced with an even darker question. Would it all end with John being left completely alone? Even in this case, he will most likely continue to move forward without stopping. And the thought of such a fate, of endless movement alone in the midst of a destroyed world, seemed heavy and unbearably empty. He remembered Sam's bloody body again. That moment was a real turning point for Orlando. In just a few moments, he lost another of his comrades, and this thought drove him into indescribable rage. The man believed that there must be another way for hunters, better than this one. Soon, a huge pile of defeated monsters stretched out in front of him and John. John, looking at this, quietly remarked that the wine seemed especially bitter today. Orlando, standing nearby, dryly replied that of all who entered that ill-fated battle, only 7 survived. The hero, after a short silence, added that in the end less than 10% were saved. Orlando admitted that this outcome could have been avoided if everything had been arranged differently. He then declared that he no longer intended to stand by and watch senseless casualties. He said he was returning to strengthen the hunter system from within. Orlando wanted to change it so that something like this would never happen again. John replied calmly but firmly that he had no choice but to keep moving forward. Then Orlando said that one day there would come a day when even he would stop, when he would realize that he could go no further. It was at this moment, he said, that their paths would finally diverge. John then admitted that his friend had made the right choice, but added that it was far from being as ideal as he imagined. He said that real heroes are those who can look back and draw conclusions, and he himself only follows what he considers necessary. Orlando trusts his instincts and keeps moving forward, not even knowing where it will lead. However, John admitted that despite their different views, he trusts Orlando's intuition more than anyone else's. The hero said that he remains his younger brother, of whom he is sincerely proud. Orlando thanked him for these words, said goodbye, and asked him to take care of himself. When he left, the hero took another sip from his flask. John suggested that they at least have one last drink together. But then, as if changing his mind, he poured the contents of the flask onto the ground, quietly asking forgiveness from the fallen. He said words of farewell and wished his comrades peace. After this, the hero put the empty flask back into his pocket. Finally, he left this place, leaving behind the silent cemetery of hunters. There were a lot of gravestones there, and John left bottles of alcohol near those where his loved ones lay. At this point, the protagonist's memories came to an end. Meanwhile, Oliver and Nigel waited with genuine interest for the continuation of the story. John, remembering the past, noticed that everything was different before. He said that if 100 people entered the dungeon, only a few returned. Nigel doubted this, believing that the master was exaggerating, since this was during the time of the first generation of hunters. He added that the master was talking about events that happened 10 years ago, although he himself looked almost the same age. They began to talk about how a new wave appears every 10 years and how they themselves were already in the third generation. John acknowledged that modern hunters are indeed superior to the old ones. They adapt more quickly and act more cohesively. Oliver added that the training system is constantly being improved and training programs are being updated, becoming more and more effective. Although the number of portals is growing and the shortage of people is still felt, conditions are gradually improving. Nigel wondered if the whole story about the tavern owner being a hunter was just a hoax. Maybe, in reality, he was just working somewhere nearby, among them, doing ordinary work, and all these stories are just rumors. John, hearing the quiet whispers without changing his facial expression, noticed that he could hear perfectly well everything they were saying. Then he, remembering the good wine, offered to treat the young hunters at the house's expense. They immediately agreed with obvious enthusiasm, without a second's hesitation. Soon, the cocktail was ready. Nigel and Oliver, having tried the drink, noted that it really has a rich and pleasant taste. John was glad that the guests liked his gift, thus passed another merry evening in the tavern. The next morning, Rory went outside. Having looked around carefully, I noticed that the weather was especially pleasant. The bright sun illuminated the streets, and birds circled in the sky. The girl was genuinely happy when they began to fly very close to her and even land on her head. All this caused her genuine delight. However, at that moment, the sound of an alarm clock came from the house. It came from the second floor of the tavern. Rory immediately realized that her uncle was waking up. Soon after, the girl heard the sound of an alarm clock going off. John, waking up from his sleep, yawned widely and noted with obvious fatigue that he still wanted to sleep. He added that he constantly lacks sleep in the mornings. Perhaps he should develop the habit of going to bed earlier. At that moment, he noticed a girl in front of him, hiding in the doorway. Rory, peeking out from behind the door, smiled and suggested that they go for a walk around the area. At first, he refused, not hiding his fatigue, saying that he would prefer to stay at home and rest, which made the girl noticeably upset. However, noticing her reaction, he changed his mind and agreed, adding that he needed to take a shower first. While walking around the city, Rory bought herself some ice cream. She was pleased to note that it was sweet and pleasantly refreshing, especially in such sunny weather. She continued eating with pleasure, enjoying the taste. However, soon the girl winced and complained of a sudden pain in her head. John, hearing this, explained that this happens when you eat cold food too quickly and advised her to be careful. However, the girl still continued to cry. Watching her, John chuckled quietly. Soon, he heard a familiar voice and noticed the sheriff nearby, who was talking sternly to some man. She warned him not to try to escape, reminding him that his actions had already been recorded. Rory greeted her cheerfully, and she wished her good morning in return, asking where they were heading. The girl jokingly stated that her uncle was going on a date, which caused slight surprise in her interlocutor. John immediately cut off these words, asking her not to say stupid things, and Jenny returned to her work, wishing them a good day. After this, John remarked that Rory should not grow up as strict as the sheriff, and the girl promised that she would try to avoid this. After some time, she noticed a clothing store ahead and, without thinking, pulled her uncle inside. After trying on the clothes, her appearance changed noticeably, and she was extremely pleased with the result, looking at herself with interest. Then they headed to the cafe. There they had a great time trying various sweets. Rory, enjoying the desserts, even offered her uncle a piece of her cake, treating him. At first, John was surprised that the girl decided to share her food with him. However, in the end, he did not refuse. So they had a good time that day together. After a long and eventful walk, they headed home. On the way, the girl became so tired that she fell asleep in his arms. John carefully placed her on his back and walked down the street like that. This whole situation didn't anger him at all, but on the contrary, it even touched him. At that moment, they passed right under a bright lantern. Its light was so bright that the girl began to wake up. After some time, Rory woke up and thanked him for the day. She admitted that she had a lot of fun, adding that she would be able to go on her own from now on. However, John asked her not to move, noting that they were almost there. The girl said that she liked it when he carried her in his arms. After that, he asked her to be quieter. Then Rory asked a strange question. What would he do if someone he knew turned out to be not a person, but a creature pretending to be one? John was surprised by this turn of events and asked what it was leading to. The girl explained that someone can look like a human, act like a human, but actually turn out to be a monster. The protagonist, after listening to Rory's question, replied that even if someone turns out to be different from what they seem at first glance, it won't change anything. He said that he would still remain himself. John added that in the same way, she would always remain herself, regardless of the circumstances. The girl, hearing this, smiled softly, as if she was completely satisfied with this answer. She hugged her uncle around the neck and declared that he was the best. However, John again reminded her not to fidget in his arms, noting that, as usual, she was not listening to him at all. Meanwhile, we are transported to another place. At the same time, Hunter Chris was in the dungeon and fighting monsters. He couldn't help but notice that today was turning out too well for him. Thinking about it, he came to the conclusion that it all started last night when he drank quite a lot. However, contrary to expectations, he didn't have the slightest hangover in the morning. Moreover, although he had only slept for about 4 hours, he felt surprisingly refreshed, as if he had had a good night's sleep. As usual, he mechanically listened to the horoscope on TV without attaching any particular importance to it. However, this time, the presenter announced that for Aquarius, this day will be filled with exclusively good events. Then Chris just chuckled, not taking it seriously. He went to make himself some ramen, deciding that it was the best way to finally recover from last night. During the process, he noticed that one egg had 2 yolks, which he took as another sign of good luck. Soon, Chris began to eat his breakfast. He noted with irony that ramen in the morning after drinking is literally the food of the gods. Before going to work, he followed his habit and read a little comic book, where his favorite hero finally managed to take revenge on his enemy. This lifted his spirits, and feeling satisfied, he decided it was time to get going. Wearing a black suit, he went about his business. As he approached the pedestrian crossing, he noticed that the traffic light turned green just as he approached. When he reached the bus stop, he saw that the bus had already arrived and realized that he had made it literally at the last moment. He even managed to take the last free seat inside, which allowed him to reach his destination in comfort. The trip went perfectly, without traffic jams, without delays, and without unnecessary stops. At one point, he even thought that his luck today was clearly S rank. Upon arriving, he met with the dungeon manager, Marissa. She checked his documents and said that his task for today was quite simple. After reviewing the details, Chris realized that he was tasked with destroying goblins and that the mission itself was only D rank. Marissa noted that for a hunter of his level, this really wasn't particularly difficult and in fact was an elementary task. However, she then added that there was one problem. At the moment, he is the only available hunter, as everyone else is already on missions. She explained that according to the rules, even low-level dungeons must be cleared by at least 2 participants. However, the situation is such that if there is a delay, a breakthrough could occur that would put the lives of civilians at risk. Therefore, as she explained, a decision was made that hunters of level B and above were required to either complete the mission alone or abandon it. However, despite this order, Marissa advised him to still wait for the return of the other hunter. She emphasized that even in a weak dungeon, hasty actions often lead to serious consequences. She specifically noted that although the goblins did not pose a threat to him, any unexpected situation could turn into danger. But Chris listened to her and said that he was ready to complete the task on his own. Marissa, a little surprised, noted that this decision only seemed reasonable at first glance. Realizing that he was serious, she reminded him that she had already told him about the danger and added that if he refused, no one would blame him. However, Chris replied that he understood the risks, but if a breakthrough occurred, people would get hurt and he could not afford to just stand by. The sheriffs were also overloaded with work at the time, and the overall situation was not conducive to quick assistance. Marissa, clearly not entirely sure of his decision, asked again if he really was going to go alone. Chris replied that if there was even the slightest chance of preventing civilian casualties, he had no right to ignore it. He recalled that this was what he had been taught from the very beginning, to use his strength to protect others. The manager, watching him, couldn't help but notice that such words usually came from newcomers who had just completed their training. However, she couldn't stop him, so she said that she would take care of the paperwork and asked him to make sure to return alive. In addition, she strongly recommended that, at the slightest threat, an immediate retreat be made. Chris, trying to calm her down, assured her that everything would be fine, and added with a grin that he was clearly lucky today. Taking up his sword, the Shadow Blade, he soon began clearing the dungeon. His movements were precise and accurate. Every blow hit its target, as if he was acting at the limit of his concentration. However, after some time, he began to feel tired, despite the fact that the number of defeated monsters has already exceeded 100. It seemed that their flow never dried up. It gradually dawned on him that the situation was going beyond the scope of a normal mission. Those same 5% turned out to be more than just a number. The dungeon had already mutated. The realization came to him too late. Chris realized that he had probably used up all his luck that morning and was now in a very dangerous position. The goblins surrounded him from all sides, leaving no room to maneuver and no time to catch his breath. Meanwhile, en choice inai anmifrisen aen, biavra fridisintani af stunner, and ray for a sichikaikin. Der Fakabadi was at one. Fies aus for frenetischer protagonist Shizev. Cavid read Ren. Pakreken. Ruri complained to her uncle about a severe stomach pain. She admitted that she had overeaten ice cream, eating 8 servings at once. John, after listening to her, noted with irony that this was a completely expected result and reminded her that she shouldn't eat so much at one time. The girl, although she admitted her guilt, still added that the ice cream was too tasty, and they themselves left it in an accessible place. At that moment, the tavern door swung open and the sheriff appeared on the threshold. Ruri and John looked at her in surprise. From her tense expression, it was immediately clear that something serious had happened. Jenny, out of breath, asked the master to help them, as Chris was in danger. Without further ado, the hero asked her to tell him everything she knew. Jenny quickly explained that Chris had not returned from the dungeon at the appointed time, and apparently he had been unlucky and had mutated. She added that there are currently not enough hunters or sheriffs to send reinforcements, but they are preventing another breakout. In desperation, she asked John to help and save Chris. John didn't waste a second. He was already heading towards the dungeon where Marissa met him. The girl, despite the tension of the situation, expressed relief at his arrival. She admitted that she usually doesn't count on help from retired hunters, but now she simply has no choice. Conscious of her responsibility, she added that she might have made a mistake in sending Chris alone. However, John replied that he shouldn't blame himself. According to him, everyone was already working at the limit of their capabilities, and what happened was just a matter of bad luck. He confidently added that the situation will soon stabilize, and there is no reason to panic. At the end of the conversation, he promised that he would definitely defend his client, thereby definitively stating that he intended to see the matter through to the end. Marissa, looking at him, nodded with relief and said that she trusted him completely. John suddenly peered inside the empty bag of chips, trying to shake out at least the last crumbs. Marissa, watching him, noticed that everything turned out exactly as they expected. This man had an aura of a professional. Meanwhile, the professional himself stubbornly continued to scrape out the remains of the chips, as if not wanting to give in even to such a small matter. He casually mentioned that the packages used to be much more generous. Before entering the dungeon, John decided to acquire at least some kind of weapon. Without thinking twice, he picked up an ordinary brick from the ground and weighed it appraisingly in his hand. Without further hesitation, John announced that it was time to move out. They had to ensure the safety of the tavern's guest. The word dungeon itself once meant simply an underground prison, but now it was understood as portals to other worlds. Whenever such a dungeon appeared, the Hunters Guild would invariably send out a reconnaissance party to determine the threat level. The ranking system ranged from S to F, and by distributing power, humanity could significantly increase its chances of survival. However, there were also so-called special dungeons, where the usual intelligence data lost all meaning. Mutations occurred inside, the structure changed, endless regeneration, new forms of creatures, and unstable conditions appeared. The difficulty of such places significantly exceeded the declared rank. Hunters called this phenomenon a dungeon singularity, and it was precisely such incidents that claimed the lives of countless people. John frowned, noticing the strangeness of what was happening. According to the information, monsters should have already begun to appear in large numbers, but a suspicious silence remained all around. This made him wonder if the cave was actually much deeper and more spacious than he had expected. Goblins were vile creatures that perfectly embodied the principle of the strong against the weak against the strong. Their reproductive rate was alarmingly high. Under favorable conditions, they multiplied almost uncontrollably, like cockroaches. When resources became scarce, they turned to cannibalism, destroying their weakest relatives. In height and intelligence, they were hardly different from children, so an adult could handle one or even two without much difficulty. However, their strength lay in numbers and working as a group, and thanks to their night vision, goblins felt right at home in caves. And if they had possessed even a little more intelligence and strength, the world would probably belong to them and not to people. John winced as he caught the foul smell of goblins growing stronger and heavier, which meant only one thing: they were very close. Soon, the hero noticed the first of them, and squinting slightly, said that his first guest had appeared before him. As a kind of gratitude, he decided to do him a special favor. Without wasting a second, John applied his time-tested technique, honed over years of hunting. The brick fell on the goblin's head with a dull sound, the first blow being precise and final, ending the fight instantly. John, looking at the defeated creature, asked ironically if he liked this technique. However, almost immediately, another goblin appeared behind him. John, without even turning around immediately, noticed that the second guest should not be envied. There was enough food for everyone. Using an empty bag of chips, he deftly intercepted the blade of the knife aimed at him, avoiding being cut. Seeing this, the goblin froze in surprise. Then, without haste, Asimidausis, the protagonist snatched the weapon from the enemy's hands. John noted with mocking gratitude that he had received a very generous gift. After examining the trophy, he frowned slightly. The hero said with a hint of disappointment that it was just a crudely made dagger made from scrap metal, clearly not of high quality. With his next move, the hero plunged the knife into the goblin's neck and noted that the weapon was just right for this kind of fight. As he continued to strike, John noticed that the overly long weapon in the narrow caves became more of a hindrance than an advantage. Looking up, he saw a whole group of goblins approaching him. He mockingly suggested that they act in turns and not crowd, asking if they had any preferences at all in the fight. He noted that they tried to hit him in the stomach, thigh, and shin. To John, it all seemed extremely predictable. With one deft blow, he took out 2 goblins at once. The third one rushed to attack him, and using a wooden bat, hit the main character's weapon. After another blow, the knife in his hand cracked and broke. John glanced briefly at the fragment. He put his hand in his pocket and said that with tips like that, these goblins clearly weren't decent customers. The next moment, he took out a flashlight and turned it on abruptly. A bright beam of light hit the monsters straight in the eyes, instantly blinding them. The goblins closed their eyes, began to cover their faces with their hands, and rush about chaotically. Such light was unusual and painful for them. John noted with a grin that modern flashlights have become truly powerful. Technology has clearly made great strides. Without wasting any time, he plunged the dagger fragment straight into the eye of the nearest enemy. Then he snatched the club from the other goblin's hands. The hero began to swing it, scattering enemies in different directions. Almost immediately, his attention was drawn to a stone axe in the hands of one of the creatures. A moment later, the weapon was already in his possession, and the heavy blade crunched as it broke through skulls and bones. John, without ceasing his attacks, warned the goblins that they should not engage in a fight if they had no chance of winning from the start. Then, as if jokingly, he asked if there was at least one of them who was willing to listen to him. He even offered to spare them, but on one condition: if any of them saw another person here, they should raise their hands. However, almost immediately he himself realized the meaninglessness of his words. After so many years, the goblins still hadn't learned to understand human speech, and the question itself was meaningless. Suddenly, the main character heard a strange sound. Suddenly, something much larger emerged from the darkness, and John paused for a moment, assessing his opponent. It was probably a mini-boss, a goblin warrior who clearly shouldn't have been in a D-level dungeon. This only confirmed his guess. In front of him was a dungeon with a singularity. John made a quick decision because he had no choice. He will destroy all the monsters in his path until he meets Chris here. Gradually, the battle died down. Looking around, John noticed that there were goblin bodies lying around. There were quite a few of them. He estimated that he had already dealt with about 50. The strange thing, however, was that they kept appearing again, as if their numbers had not diminished. The hero wondered if this was really in line with the usual behavior of goblins. The strongest of them, meanwhile, stayed behind, watching what was happening. John sneered and declared that such a cowardly fellow was not worthy of being called a warrior. He was already starting to get tired of what was happening. He wondered, with obvious irritation, whether this opponent would show anything worthwhile. And then the senior goblin sent his subordinates to attack. John, watching this, thought that they seemed to have become bolder only because of their numerical superiority. However, this began to frankly irritate him, so he decided to play a little with his opponents. At that moment, one of the goblins snuck up from behind and suddenly struck him in the back. The monster was very happy that he had managed to catch his enemy off guard. Losing his balance, John fell face down. At that very second, the crowd pounced on him. The goblins surrounded him and began to strike him with their primitive weapons, not giving him a second to respite. The blows rained down, one after another. Blood flew in all directions. The furious crowd of goblins showed no signs of stopping. The elder monster, feeling confident, grew bolder and slowly approached the body of the man lying on the ground. He was completely confident in his own safety. But John, watching what was happening, only noted with slight surprise that the goblins had clearly jumped to conclusions. He said they should take a closer look at who exactly they were turning into a bloody mess. mess right now. He even chuckled, reminding himself that he had already warned them about this. When the elder goblin finally leaned closer, his confidence instantly turned to horror. What stood before him was not a man at all, but one of his own kind. At this point, John noted that goblins' eyesight is, on average, 10 times worse than human eyesight. They can hardly see anything clearly. This makes it incredibly easy for them to become enraged and lose control without realizing their own actions. Even if you expose one of them to attack at the very last moment, the others simply won't notice. John noted with a touch of irony that if these creatures were even a little smarter, they would pose a much greater threat to humanity. But now he even thanked them for remaining the same primitive and stupid low-level monsters. Meanwhile, the elder goblin, having finally realized what was happening, became frightened. As a result, the monster tried to escape as far as possible. John merely bowed his head as if assessing him with disappointment. He wondered if this creature could even be considered a goblin, since the strongest of them turned out to be the most cowardly. The next moment, John grabbed him by the head. He stopped the goblin abruptly, asking where he was going to run. The monster himself froze in horror, realizing that he had no chance of salvation. But John was incredibly amused by the whole situation. He added that the only way out of here is through the river Styx, and no one is going to let him go. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the dungeon, 2 small goblins were wandering around. Talking about something of their own, they went deeper into the cave, ignoring the pile of their dead relatives. They didn't even suspect that there was a man hiding among their corpses. When they left, Chris emerged from hiding. He noted with obvious disgust that these goblins emitted an unbearable stench. Taking his time, he pulled a pack of protein bars out of his bag and decided to have a snack, thinking about the fact that he had been locked in here for 27 hours already. The question of when help would arrive remained open, and given the shortage of people, the rescue operation could be delayed. Chris wasn't sure how much longer he could hold out. This bar could very well be his last. He wondered if he would have to switch to exotic cuisine and start eating goblins, as was sometimes described in stories about dungeons. However, he almost immediately dismissed this thought. He was not capable of such a thing, although, as he had heard, the goblins themselves devoured each other when they ran out of food. Chris thought with regret that if he had known how it would all end, he would at least have had time to erase the data from his computer. At that moment, a suspicious sound reached him. Hearing him, Chris turned around abruptly. Behind him stood a large goblin dragging the body of another behind him. The creature opened its mouth wide, clearly intending to devour its prey. The hunter watched what was happening with horror and disgust. The monster began to tear the flesh with its teeth and greedily swallow the pieces. Chris couldn't believe his eyes. Were goblins really capable of devouring their own? He had previously thought it was an exaggeration, but now in front of him was something that looked more like a demon than an ordinary creature. For a moment, the thought even occurred to him that the goblin had somehow turned into a demonic creature. He gripped his sword tighter, assessing the situation. It seemed the monster hadn't noticed him yet, and then Chris wondered whether he should attack it. However, almost immediately, he came to the conclusion that this was a bad idea. He was exhausted, he didn't know the enemy's strength, and the extra noise could attract the goblins. Under such circumstances, the most sensible decision was to quietly retreat before he was discovered. Meanwhile, the monster became wary, as if sensing someone's presence. He began to inhale the air, sniffing and listening intently to the surrounding sounds. Chris froze, trying not to even breathe, hoping that the creature wouldn't notice him. But at that very moment, the monster turned and looked straight at him. In another part of the dungeon was John. After a quick survey of the battlefield, he decided that the goblins in this area were finished. Without stopping, he moved on. They needed to move forward. John searched the entire area thoroughly, but no trace of Chris could be found. Then John, without stopping, briefly noted that there was no other way out. They would have to go down deeper. Meanwhile, Chris's situation was quite critical. He struggled to escape the cannibal goblin pursuing him. He rushed forward, but the monster did not lag behind even a step. Small goblins constantly appeared in his path, hindering his progress. As a result, the hunter had to literally throw them aside. At the same time, he even managed to politely apologize on the go, as if to random passers-by. He was ready to do anything just so that they would not hinder him from running further. All he wanted was for these creatures to just get out of the way. When it became clear that hints weren't working, Chris drew his sword from its sheath. If they don't understand it, the good way will have to resort to force. Activating the Shadow Blade skill, he cut his way through. Goblin body parts flew apart, clearing the way for him. The pursuer was momentarily distracted by this. He began to greedily grab the scattered pieces of his relatives. As soon as they fell into his hands, he immediately devoured them. Watching this, the hunter froze in horror. At this moment, the goblin seemed to care about nothing but his food. Chris thought with irritation that this monster was a real glutton. He decided to have a meal right during the chase. However, his respite was short-lived. The cannibal threw away one of the pieces as if dissatisfied with the taste and continued his pursuit again. Chris realized at that moment that there was no escaping it. Running away wouldn't solve the problem, but confronting the creature directly was too risky. So he had no choice but to run on. Soon he found himself at a dead end, with no further way. Stopping, the hunter exhaled heavily and acknowledged the obvious. If it had come to this, then there was no choice left. He alone won't be able to cope with the endlessly respawning goblins, which means clearing the dungeon is impossible. There was only one option left, to lie low and wait for the search party, but the creature pursuing him had feelings almost like the boss's. However, Chris decided that if he could eliminate at least one such opponent, he would have a chance to last longer. Chris quickly analyzed the situation. The monster saw him running away, which meant it was probably underestimating him. If you catch the moment when he lets down his guard and deliver one powerful blow, the chances of survival will increase, but you will only have one attempt. Meanwhile, the monster reached a dead end. Having stopped, it began to look around in bewilderment. The man was just here, but now he has disappeared somewhere. Moreover, the fire nearby was gradually dying down. The shadows around the monster grew thicker. The goblin began to sniff and listen to every rustle, expecting prey. And at that moment, a blade flashed out of the darkness itself. The blow came suddenly. The blade emerged from the shadows, where there was no longer any light. The monster didn't have time to react, and the blade cut off the tip of his ear. Then came another blow, then a second, the attacks raining down without stopping. Chris, hiding in the shadows, continued his offensive. The creature's body began to become covered in wounds, from which blood gushed. Then Chris said that it was as if he himself had become a part of this darkness, turning into a shadow as if he was absorbing the enemy's life force. Emerging from his hiding place, he unleashed a series of powerful blows on the monster. However, deep down he knew that the technology was still far from perfect. Now he needed to put everything he had into the attack. He activated the Shadow Blade again, hoping to finish the fight. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. When Chris looked down, he saw that the blade of his sword had broken with a crack. At that moment, the monster made a dull, mocking sound. A shard of blade was stuck between his teeth. The next second, he clenched his teeth and the hunter's blade shattered into tiny pieces. Chris realized in shock that this creature had just destroyed his weapon, a blade that was stronger than most alloys. Without giving him time to come to his senses, the goblin grabbed him and hit him hard in the chest. The next moment, the monster was there again, grabbed his hand and pulled him towards itself with a jerk. Then he threw Chris onto the rocks again. The blows rained down one after another. Chris tried to resist, but this time he was completely powerless to stop the monster's onslaught. He lay helplessly among a pile of stones, unable to even move. The hunter coughed up blood, and his condition began to rapidly deteriorate, as if his strength was leaving him with every second. The monster, having let out a loud, triumphant roar, was finally confident of his victory and was already preparing to finish the fight. Chris thought that this creature was too strong for an ordinary goblin, but there was no time left for analysis. The monster did not let up its onslaught, its thirst for blood completely clouding its mind. Chris already thought that this time it was definitely the end. And at that moment, a hole suddenly appeared in the wall behind the hunter. The stone cracked, parted, and a hand appeared from the gap. Then a calm but firm voice was heard, declaring that it would not allow the monster to deal the final blow. The wall collapsed with a crash, and John emerged from a cloud of dust. John said that no one was allowed to touch the customers of his tavern. At that moment, Chris froze in surprise, clearly not expecting the master to come to his aid. Then the hero, grabbing the goblin by the hand, added that while he was here, not a single creature in this dungeon would dare to harm a person. Taking a quick look at his opponent, John immediately realized that this was no ordinary goblin. This creature was literally overflowing with power. But the question was not that, but whether it could withstand at least one serious blow. Without giving his enemy time to react, John rushed forward. He attacked the monster with all his might. The blow was powerful and crushing, and the monster's body crashed into the ground with a dull thud. John continued his advance, leaving no chance for respite. The goblin, bleeding, fell on his back, but immediately received another blow that threw him far back. Then he indifferently declared that this goblin was finished. Chris, still not believing what was happening, looked up with difficulty and tried to ask how he got there in the first place. John replied that Jenny had come to him for help, but now was not the time to talk. He added that the monster is still alive, which means the battle is not over yet. At that moment, Chris looked away in surprise. The goblin, rising with difficulty, tried to continue his resistance. However, the main character noted that he already looked noticeably weaker. In the end, John easily dodged his attack. Moreover, he immediately launched a counteroffensive. A series of powerful blows fell on the opponent's jaw and body, causing him to stagger. The monster tried to do something, but completely lost control of the situation. However, his movements became slow and uncertain. At the same time, John moved precisely and calmly, as if he knew in advance every next move of the enemy. From the outside, it looked like a one-sided game. And then John said that he would now show him one blow. He stated that after him, there would be nothing left of the enemy. John readied his fist and grabbed his opponent by the shoulder with his other hand. After that, he hit him with all his might, sending him down. The goblin fell to the ground again, and the beating continued, this time exclusively with feet. Each blow was precise and heavy, leaving no chance for recovery. Chris watched in amazement as the monster failed to strike back. John's movements were too fast and unpredictable. It seemed like everything was already over. But the next moment, the goblin suddenly jumped up and delivered a sharp, unexpected blow. John managed to react at the very last moment, blocking the attack. As a result, the monster's blow landed on his hands, with which he covered his face. But the maddened goblin didn't stop there. He continued to attack the protagonist while he was still holding the block. His gaze became more focused, and tears suddenly appeared in his eyes. He began to dodge again, carefully tracking his opponent's movements. It felt like the monster had truly gotten a second wind. But this only increased John's irritation. He immediately went on the offensive, unleashing a new series of blows on the enemy. The goblin lost his balance and staggered back, unable to defend himself. John continued to press, not giving him a second to breathe, and noticed that it had been a long time since anyone had made him so angry. Then he warned that now the blows would become much more serious, and after that, the monster would no longer be able to rise. And his words were completely justified. His attacks became heavier and more brutal. The goblin completely lost the ability to resist. And then the main character delivered the final critical blow. From such an attack, the monster began to choke on blood. After another series of blows, a huge hole appeared in his body, disrupting all vital functions. Eventually, the creature collapsed to the ground and did not move again, this time for good. John paused for a moment, watching the body carefully, as if making sure the fight was truly over. Then he slowly straightened up, brushed the dust off his hands, and taking a deep breath, allowed himself to exhale in relief. Chris, still not fully believing what was happening, asked in amazement whether John had really been able to defeat the monster alone. John, smiling, noted that he expected a much more interesting performance from the guest of his establishment than what he ultimately received. However, he did admit that the very fact that Chris managed to hold out until he showed up already says a lot. Without wasting any time, John took out the flask and threw it to the hunter. He offered to take a sip, explaining that if the body was aching after such a harsh shakeup, the drink should at least provide some relief. Chris, without thinking, took advantage of the offer and took a cautious sip. John, observing his reaction, noticed that he always keeps on hand exactly the drink he needs at a particular moment. Chris noted that he really felt much better, as if he had returned from the other world, although this was still not a healing elixir. John replied that after leaving the dungeon, the doctors would get him back in order. Judging by his condition, he would be able to get out on his own 2 feet. Having come to his senses a little, Chris asked a completely logical question: where are the rest of the rescuers? Because he expected to see at least a squad. John's answer was unexpected. He stated that he came alone. Moreover, no one except him was heading there at all. But the hero abruptly changed the subject and told Chris to get ready, emphasizing that the dungeon could close at any moment. Chris, still not fully grasping the scale of what was happening, quietly said that he couldn't believe that all of this had been done by one person. Then John extended his hand to him, saying that it was time to get out, and added that if he wanted to live, he would have to move. When they finally returned to the tavern, Chris admitted that at one point he was sure he would never get out of there alive. Jenny, hearing this, mockingly declared that a stubborn person like him simply had no right to die so easily. Then she added, more seriously, that she never doubted for a second that this time everything would end well. Chris thanked her unexpectedly, which clearly caught her off guard. Jenny asked in surprise why exactly and why such politeness all of a sudden. He then explained that it was she who turned to John for help, and if he had not appeared in time, the outcome would have been completely different. Jenny, visibly embarrassed, turned away and said that she had simply found out about the situation by chance and was not at all worried about him. However, John did not miss the opportunity to tease her. He noted with a grin that for someone who was not at all worried, she looked extremely nervous when she burst into his room. Jenny flushed with indignation, while Chris only chuckled quietly, watching this scene. Soon, Jenny, noticing the state of his weapon, noticed that there was practically nothing left of the sword. Chris confirmed that the weapon was destroyed, and Jenny asked if it was a level 10 sword, as such things don't break that easily. The hunter replied that he had thought the same before, but that monster had literally bitten into the blade, after which it had split into pieces. Jenny suggested that the weapon might have simply worn out over time, especially considering it was a graduation gift. She then asked what he was going to do next, since for a fighter of his level, being left without a weapon was a serious problem. Chris, after thinking for a moment, replied that he intended to first head to the 24th floor of the Cheolsan Blacksmithing Center. It is there that the workshop of Barbados, one of the 5 greatest blacksmiths in the country, is located. Jenny, hearing this, was genuinely surprised because getting to such a master is far from an easy task. Chris replied that he himself hadn't expected something like this at first. He hadn't imagined that his sword had been created by Domain Barbados himself. Hearing this name, John, slightly raising his eyebrows, asked whether they were really talking about that famous dwarf blacksmith. John remarked that he hadn't heard that name for about 100 years. After this, he added with slight disbelief that he found it hard to believe that young Barbados had already managed to enter the top 5 best blacksmiths in the country. The sheriff, hearing this, was even more surprised by the breadth of the tavern owner's connections. They already knew about his acquaintance with the leader of the Guild Orlando, and now it turns out that he also knows the famous blacksmith. Then Jenny asked directly who the tavern owner really was. In response, John stated that he was just a simple hunter, adding that he was now a retired hunter. However, Jenny disagreed with this statement, noting that he was too strong for a simple hunter. Chris added that John always avoids giving direct answers, limiting himself to vague formulations. After this, he again thanked John for saving his life, who, in turn, replied that there was nothing special about it. In his opinion, it is quite natural for a tavern owner to protect his regular customers. Then John remarked that he didn't like empty talk and suggested that if the hunter was truly grateful, he should simply order something else. Meanwhile, it became noticeable that the guests' glasses were already empty, and Jenny ordered another beer. Then, she offered to make the hunter a cocktail of his choice. Chris, smiling slightly, asked if the sheriff was paying for the refreshments herself. The girl responded by explaining that this was how they were celebrating his return to life. The hunter thanked her, and John, watching this, noted that it reminded him of a recipe. He explained that the name of the cocktail literally means resurrection of the dead. At that moment, John even remembered one funny phrase. It said that one glass awakens the mind, and the second sends you straight to the grave. The hero added that in the past, people suffering from a hangover were often compared to the dead. Therefore, this drink was considered an ideal remedy for recovery. He then noted that references to such a cocktail had been found as far back as the century before last. Since then, its recipe has remained virtually unchanged, which is why it is rightfully considered legendary. Having prepared the drink, the bartender handed it to the hunter and congratulated him on his safe return. The hunter thanked him and accepted the glass. First, he carefully sniffed the pleasant-smelling cocktail. Chris, having tried the cocktail, noted that it had a distinct lemon flavor. It had notes of sweet orange, as well as bitter herbs and a distinctive anise aroma. He admitted that the drink turned out very tasty, and the owner, in turn, reservedly noted that he was glad that he was able to please his guest. However, the hunter wondered whether people in the past really drank such strong drinks to combat hangovers. John explained that this approach had indeed been considered useful in the past, but he added that it was actually just an illusion. In conclusion, he added that the best remedies for a hangover remain drinking plenty of fluids, consuming a moderate amount of sugar, and taking vitamins. Meanwhile, Jenny received a fresh glass of beer poured from the newly replaced keg. The sheriff took a sip and sighed contentedly. She noted with noticeable satisfaction that fresh beer always seemed especially tasty to her after a hard day's work. Then, more animatedly, she asked for the order to be repeated, and the tavern owner replied that he would arrange everything now. Meanwhile, Chris, keeping the conversation going, asked what everyone preferred to eat to cope with a hangover. Jenny, without hesitation, replied that she usually chooses burgers, which caused mild surprise among those around her. Chris was surprised by the sheriff's choice and asked why burgers, suggesting that it had something to do with her American habits. He himself noted that in such situations, he prefers spicy fried pork. He explained that the taxi driver's cafeteria serves pork with bean sprout soup, and this combination returns a person to normal. Jenny agreed, noting that the food there was indeed delicious. Listening to him, Jenny admitted that now she herself wanted to try such food. Then Chris suggested that we stop by on the way home and have a small dinner. At this time, the story moved to another place. A man wearing a helmet stood in the room with his head bowed. As it turned out, someone had poured a glass of drink on him. The woman in front of him sharply told him to know his place, emphasizing that he only owned a cheap diner. She also added with disdain that he apparently had no idea what kind of family she came from. The man in the helmet listened to all this silently, without raising his head. Later, already in the tavern, John handed the visitor a warm towel, who accepted it and thanked the owner. John, watching him closely, guessed that the day had been extremely difficult for him. The visitor was surprised by such insight and asked how the bartender knew this. In response, John noted that it was literally written on his face. The man admitted that he had indeed experienced unpleasant events. Then John, glancing at his hands, suggested that the wedding preparations were not going too smoothly. The hero, continuing his reasoning, suggested that he had worries, despite the fact that his relationship with the girl was going well. The man confirmed this, explaining that he had indeed thought about marriage, but that getting consent had proven more difficult than he had expected. He then added that his future mother-in-law was against this union. She demanded that he break off relations with her daughter and even offered money. When he refused, the woman splashed water in his face, and John, with a slight chuckle, noted that the water probably even got inside his helmet. The guest added that in that case, he didn't have to worry about drinking enough fluids today. John, becoming more serious, noted that starting a family is not an easy decision. The visitor said that marriage is, after all, a union not only of lovers, but also of their families, which makes the situation even more complicated. He also added that in his profession, as a hunter, it is impossible to be sure of the future. Even in low-level dungeons, the risk doesn't disappear completely, it just decreases, and no one can predict what will happen. John noted that while survival rates have indeed improved in recent years, the danger itself has not gone away. The man in the helmet paused a little and added that it was precisely because of this that he was forced to live in constant fear. His beloved confessed to him that every time he went into the dungeon, she was so worried about him that she could not sleep. Then, as he explained, he tried to calm her down, assuring her that everything would be fine and she had absolutely nothing to worry about. However, it was at that moment that he first truly realized that in reality, everything was far from being as good as he tried to imagine. He realized that by continuing to be a hunter, he might one day truly leave her alone, dying during another mission. His scarred hands, he noted, spoke volumes about it. At that moment, he noticed that the girl in front of him was no longer the radiant and cheerful girl he had once met. Now in front of her was a tired man, exhausted by sleepless nights and constant anxiety. Her face lost its former brightness due to these experiences. It was then, looking at her, that he made a decision. It was time to leave his old life. He realized that he wanted to be with her, not as a source of anxiety, but as a support and encouragement. Therefore, as he explained, he ended his career as a hunter and immediately retired. He added that he still clearly remembers how happy she was then and what relief she felt. Although she blamed herself for the fact that because of her, he had to give up everything, he saw that she could not hide her joy. John, after listening to him, admitted that he had seen this couple after the young man had left the service. He noted that it actually did them good, as they looked much happier. The guest noted that such words gave him confidence, and he said that during his work he had managed to accumulate a certain amount of money. However, he believed that a person cannot just live without doing anything, which is why he decided to open a small diner. John, in turn, noted that the spicy pork he cooks is truly excellent. The man said that he already had regular clients, and it seemed to him that he had finally found his calling. However, faced with rejection from his future mother-in-law, he realized that a long and difficult road lay ahead of him. John, after listening to him, noted that reality is always harsh, and achieving someone's approval can be extremely difficult. The guest agreed, adding that although he had expected difficulties, he still found it harder than he had imagined. At that moment, Rory approached him and, with childish spontaneity, offered him some candy to stop being sad. She added that after this, he would immediately feel better, because sweets heal better than any doctor. The man thanked her for the treat. Taking the candy, he noted that he already felt a surge of strength. Rory, pleased with the reaction, remarked that sweets were a real miracle. The hunter readily agreed with this, adding that nothing lifts the mood like something sweet. After this, the guest asked with interest whether the host was really going to cook something, since he had not ordered anything yet. John replied that the drink would be on the house. The hero explained that he had an idea for a recipe that he would like to prepare especially for him. He added that it would be a variation on the classic gin martini, but this time it would also include vodka. Both drinks must be thoroughly mixed in a shaker so that, despite their differences, they can combine and create a harmonious taste. Finally, he noted that there is no greater miracle than the meeting of two people who, overcoming difficulties, are able to build a strong family. The bartender added that even if life is going well, one should not let circumstances break a person. John then handed the glass to his guest and announced that it was a Vesper Martini. He noted that judging by what he heard, the man standing in front of him was truly a worthy person. The knight, without removing his helmet, carefully tasted the prepared drink. Afterwards, he noted with restraint that it turned out to be quite tasty. Then he thanked the bartender. The man added that this cocktail feels like a real source of vitality contained in one glass. The protagonist, hearing this, replied that he was glad that the guest liked the drink. At this time, Rory approached him. The girl narrowed her eyes and watched what was happening with a smile. After some time, a man entered the tavern. He immediately greeted everyone present politely. The owner of the establishment asked him what he would like to order. However, the guest smiled and replied that he had already found what he was looking for. Then he turned to the knight and remarked that he had guessed from the very beginning that he would find him here. The masked man turned around and was surprised to see his future father-in-law standing in front of him. He clearly did not expect such a meeting and asked how he ended up in this place. In response, the man explained that he wanted to talk to him. He asked Helen where he could be found, to which she replied that he would most likely be here. The knight greeted him again and invited him to join. The man agreed, but first he decided to do something important. To the knight's surprise, he bowed and apologized for his wife's behavior. It was embarrassed and noted that this was not necessary. However, the man explained that their family had only been in the construction business for 2 generations, so they had no influence. John, observing this, noted that even the head of a large construction company does not consider his family to be very influential. This means that other business representatives should be more modest and not show off their wealth. The knight patted his future father-in-law on the shoulder in a friendly manner and remarked that a family that had raised such a daughter was in itself worthy of respect. The man agreed, acknowledging that his daughter had indeed grown into an outstanding person. After that, he asked if his future son-in-law often visited this place. He added that he did not even know about the existence of the tavern. The knight replied that it was his favorite place. Hydrated sakti di feet sasepi ohafen swashensi chase mazin. Euro weedian wamum. Wakurjuri nedanera. Pipi hoy. Tabi fanshike kahlish ishtachime. Henkis source of obscure shibidified already staffieth. John welcomed the new guest again and noted that he was glad to see a relative of his regular client here. The man immediately approached the owner of the establishment. He shook his hand and said that he liked the place and intended to come here from time to time, counting on a warm welcome. The owner replied that he was always glad to see new customers, after which the man sat down at the bar and ordered a drink, deciding to start with gin. He soon noticed that his future son-in-law was much calmer than he expected and admitted that he was afraid to see him still angry. The knight, in turn, admitted that he was indeed a little depressed. However, he noted that showing anger at his mother-in-law's behavior would only upset Helen, which was not what he wanted. He also added that hunters are used to dealing with this kind of attitude and therefore take such situations more calmly. Finally, he noticed that the situation had improved noticeably recently, and this gave him a certain confidence in the future. When hunters marry, their families tend to either accept them with caution or, on the contrary, condemn them, calling them ruthless. Hunters' bodies are different from those of ordinary people from the very beginning, which is why they rarely hear warm words addressed to them. However, on the battlefield, they have to face much more difficult things, and therefore this becomes just one side of their life. The man remarked that he had heard that his future son-in-law had opened a restaurant and asked what had prompted this decision. The knight explained that he wanted to be close to Helen. During his service, the girl was constantly worried about him. After some thought, he decided that he wanted to live as long as possible so that he could protect her throughout his life. He also admitted that he no longer wanted to see her cry, and therefore decided to leave his career and return to normal life. The man, hearing this, noted with approval that his daughter, apparently, had indeed chosen a worthy man. He added that whoever raised this young man can rightfully be proud of him. He then asked with a smile how far his future son-in-law was going to go in an attempt to win him over. After this, the man asked him to ignore his wife's harsh remarks, explaining that she had probably given in to rumors. The knight, in turn, noted that such behavior only confirms how much she worries about her daughter. He added that, in that case, he would no longer worry about it. Then, he asked what exactly he was drinking, and the knight replied that there was Vesper in his glass. The future father-in-law, upon hearing this, noted that this was the same cocktail that was mentioned in the film Casino Royale with James Bond. He added that the recipe was rumored to have been invented by Ian Fleming's friend, Ivar Bryce. The knight noted that his interlocutor was well versed in cocktails, to which the latter replied that he loved both drinks and cinema. The young man thoughtfully noted that he himself had not watched a movie for a long time, although he used to be able to spend hours in front of the screen. The man, continuing the conversation, asked what films his future son-in-law preferred. Meanwhile, John and Rory watched everything from the side. They noticed that the conversation between the future relatives gradually became warmer and more relaxed. However, the calm atmosphere was suddenly broken by an emergency announcement coming over the loudspeaker. It was reported that a large monster had appeared in Sector C and that sheriffs were already on their way to the scene to resolve the situation. All citizens were urged to immediately proceed to the nearest shelter. Elsewhere, a woman, Helen's mother, heard the message and wondered with alarm why all this had happened today. An important delivery was expected today, and she wondered with irritation why the authorities had allowed this situation to happen again. All this happened despite the high taxes that her husband regularly pays. At that moment, one of the passers-by sharply pushed her away, trying to quickly leave the danger zone. The outraged woman said he had no right to treat her like that, questioning whether he even knew who she was. The orc looked back and replied that he was completely indifferent to it and added that he did not intend to die here. He then remarked that if she had the strength to scream, she would do well to use it to get away from here as quickly as possible. The woman continued to demand that this impudent man immediately return and apologize to her for his behavior. However, her indignation instantly turned to pure horror when she noticed out of the corner of her eye a bus rushing straight towards her. The realization of imminent danger washed over her, and in panic, she closed her eyes, pressing her hands to her head, trying to protect herself from the blow. But the seconds dragged on, and the collision still did not happen. Carefully opening her eyes, the woman saw a truly incredible picture before her. Right in front of her stood a man in a knight's mask. He held a bag of groceries in one hand, and with the other, he held the falling bus as if its weight meant nothing. It looked so unreal that the woman froze in place. The knight himself turned to the woman and said that he was glad that his mother was okay, which caused her indignation. He then carefully lowered the bus to the ground and advised her to get to a safe place as quickly as possible. After this, he added that he still needs to help other people who may be in danger. The woman looked around in confusion and noticed that the street was almost empty. Everyone had left the place in a hurry. At that moment, a passerby approached them and noted with surprise that even a retired hunting instructor had decided to intervene. The man turned out to be Chairman Henry, a respected figure whose appearance only increased the woman's surprise. He said the knight's actions were a source of hope, especially in such troubling times. The knight greeted him, noting that they had not seen each other for about 2 years. The chairman thanked him for his assistance, emphasizing that even after leaving the service, he still responded to the danger. After this, the chairman suggested that they deal with the monster together in order to eliminate the threat as quickly as possible. The knight agreed, but added that he needed to finish before dinner, since today it was his turn to cook for his girlfriend. He even joked that if he was late, he would have to bill him for overtime, but the chairman replied that he was ready to pay double. Meanwhile, the rescued woman suddenly realized that she had been very wrong about her daughter's boyfriend. He turned out to be far from an ordinary person. At the same time, nearby, John was walking down an empty street, holding Rory's hand. He noticed that they had bought too many things today. Rory immediately noticed the heavy bag, and he responded that it was not surprising since she had managed to throw a bunch of sweets in there. John said he wasn't sure they could even eat it all, but Rory confidently stated that when it came to sweets, she had no limits. Then the hero threatened that if she did not obey him, he would forbid her to eat sweets, and the girl immediately became indignant. In response, he took out some juice and started drinking it, to which Rory immediately pointed out that the juice was for her, but John replied that he was just very thirsty. The girl demanded to share, but he reminded her that it was already late and she shouldn't drink juice before bed. Rory immediately noticed that he was drinking it himself. The hero explained that he still had work to do, so he was not going to go to bed. Approaching the entrance to the tavern, John suddenly stopped. He noted with surprise that there was was a boy lying by the door. Frowning, he tried to figure out who it was and what had happened to him. Without wasting any time, he picked him up and carried him inside, laying him carefully on the bed. The boy stirred slightly in his sleep and said he wanted to sleep for 5 more minutes. He desperately clung to the remnants of sleep, not wanting to return to reality. Then the boy slowly rolled over onto his other side, still half asleep. Rory was sleeping next to him, completely oblivious to what was happening. At some point, he suddenly opened his eyes and shuddered in surprise, instantly coming to his senses. His gaze immediately fell on the girl lying very close, and from sudden fear he jerked, almost screaming. His heart was pounding wildly, his breathing was ragged, and a panicked thought arose in his head about who was next to him. He continued to look at Rory, trying to understand why her presence caused both fear and a strange feeling of recognition. Despite her fear, there was something familiar about her features, but he couldn't immediately put his finger on what it was. The boy quickly looked around, trying to figure out where he was and how he got there. Meanwhile, downstairs, as usual at this time, the tavern owner was going about his business. John was tidying up the bar and putting everything in its place. Hearing the noise from above, he became alert. John immediately turned around and noticed the boy who was already descending the stairs, still in a state of confusion. The boy, seeing the unfamiliar man, immediately became wary and began to look at him with suspicion. He clearly didn't understand what was happening and why he was in this house. John, in turn, noted that it was he who should be asking questions since the boy was found unconscious right at the entrance to the tavern. He also suggested that he might have caught a serious cold from lying on the cold ground. Deciding not to press, he said the boy didn't have to answer if he didn't want to, which eased the tension a bit. He, in turn, felt relieved and thanked him for it. Then the hero suggested using the phone to contact his family and let them know that he was okay. John was sure that someone was probably worried about him. However, after a short pause, the boy admitted that he had no family and no one to call. John thought for a moment, then asked if he even had a place to go, but the answer was negative. Inwardly, the tavern owner merely noted to himself that he would once again have to deal with yet another difficult situation. The boy stood motionless, his head down, and it was obvious that he really had nowhere to go. At that moment, his stomach began to rumble traitorously, revealing a strong hunger that he could no longer hide. You could see from the boy's face how uncomfortable he was. But the hero responded to this with a warm smile. Then John suggested that he sit down to the side and wait a little while he prepared something to eat. Acting quickly and confidently, he decided to prepare him a full breakfast. Literally, in a couple of minutes, everything was ready. John served him an egg and mayonnaise sandwich, complementing it with a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. He also added that if necessary, the boy can ask for more or something else. He carefully tasted the food. He relaxed noticeably almost immediately, as the taste was unexpectedly pleasant. With each piece, the tension gradually eased and the hunger receded. The hero was pleased that the boy liked his cooking. Soon, the boy started drinking orange juice. Having finished, he sincerely thanked them for the hearty and delicious meal. However, the boy quickly realized that he had relaxed too much. Then, in a more serious tone, he once again thanked John for his help. John suggested that he stay in the tavern temporarily, since there was nowhere else to go, and later he would try to find a more suitable place for him. The boy hesitated a little, but eventually agreed, realizing that he had no other options. Soon, Rory came down the stairs. She immediately noticed the pleasant smell of food and perked up, greeting the boy. Then, as usual, she ran up to her uncle, hugged him, and began asking him to cook something tasty for her too. The boy, watching this scene, gradually began to understand that in front of him was indeed the same Rory he had already heard about. The girl herself was watching her uncle at that moment. Even though he initially refused her, he still started cooking while chatting with Axel. Realizing that her plan had worked, Rory smirked contentedly. The girl soon received her breakfast and began to eat with a satisfied look, delighted with the result of her mission to get sweets. And then she noticed her new acquaintance. She even offered to share with the boy, but hinted that it should remain between them. It was at this moment that the boy suddenly mentioned that Rory was number 17, the only successful specimen. After this, he introduced himself, calling himself Nora and specifying that his number was 37. He explained that he was created in the same lab as her. Memories came flooding back to him almost immediately. A year ago, he had to face a masked man armed with a metal pipe. He delivered a powerful kick straight to the face. The boy flew to the side, but quickly came to his senses. Pulling himself together, he jumped to his feet. Then Nora jumped up sharply and counterattacked, landing a kick with both legs right on the opponent's jaw. Despite the force of the blow, the man stood firm, only letting out a painful groan. Nora didn't stop and immediately continued the attack, jumping onto his opponent's shoulders. He started to strike one after another. As a result, the man lost his balance and fell on his back. The boy ended up on top and began to deliver a series of blows, completely suppressing his resistance. It was at that moment that a man in a white coat entered the room, clapped his hands, and stopped the fight, pleased with the result. He noted that defeating a D-rank hunter without using demonization was more impressive than expected. The man added that the experiment was completed today and noted that the boy had performed surprisingly well. Nora looked at the adult silently, without expressing any emotion, while the defeated hunter continued to lie on the floor. The scientist stated that Subject 37 had successfully passed the test, although after awakening, he inevitably lost control of his mind. Despite this, it was considered the most promising of all the samples created. At that moment, the lab assistant stopped abruptly and clicked his tongue in displeasure. He saw Iroh enter the room holding the girl's hand, and the atmosphere instantly changed. The man thought that if it weren't for the participation of Iroh and number 17, this boy would have become the laboratory's main achievement. He noted with obvious irritation that Iroh's success was largely a matter of luck, not skill. So he demanded that Subject 37 put in even more effort to surpass all the others and become the perfect specimen. The boy looked at the girl attentively, without taking his eyes off her. She was the only one who managed to get through the awakening without being demonized. The name the researcher had given her, Ruri, came to mind, and at that moment he felt a pang of envy. He dreamed of the day when he himself would be able to present himself as a person and not as the result of an experiment. Later, in the present tense, Nora tried to explain who he was, mentioning that he was number 37. The boy said that he and Ruri were created in the same laboratory. However, the girl did not react as he expected. She began to deny everything she had heard and pretended that he had made a mistake. She turned away and ran away quickly, clearly not wanting to continue this conversation. Nora was left confused, not understanding what exactly he had said wrong. He didn't understand why his words caused such a reaction. Meanwhile, John informed the boy that he and Axel needed to leave for a while, instructing him to look after the house. He added that there was food on the table and the boy could eat at any time if he was hungry. Axel himself was a little surprised that he was called uncle, but John noted that he was already old enough to be addressed in such a way. Soon after, the men left, leaving the children in the tavern. Ruri immediately turned to Nora and asked if he wanted to eat. The boy was frightened by such a sharp cry and asked Ruri in surprise if she was already hungry. The girl confirmed this, saying that food should be eaten while it is still hot. Soon, a hearty and delicious breakfast appeared on the table, filled with the aromas of freshly prepared food. Ruri noted with delight in her eyes how delicious the food looked. Nora, inhaling the scent, felt his entire body literally respond to it, as if every cell demanded to try this dish. He had never seen food like this before, much less tasted anything like it in his entire life in the laboratory. Ruri, noticing his reaction, offered him something to eat, ignoring her previous awkwardness. Although she had previously denied everything he had said about the lab, she now asked him to forget about it. Nora, not wanting to make the situation worse, agreed to pretend that nothing had happened. The girl said that it didn't matter at all now. Soon they began to eat. The first piece, as per tradition, went to Ruri. She immediately shouted that the dish was incredibly delicious. It had tender, juicy meat, covered in a sweet and sour sauce, and it was very, very tasty. Ruri then turned to Nora, telling him to start eating quickly, adding that her uncle was a true culinary god. The taste of the dish was so rich that the boy was literally stunned. He ate quickly, almost greedily, unable to stop. Meanwhile, Ruri watched his reaction with slight surprise, remembering how she herself had once tried such food for the first time. Gradually, Nora realized how different this world was from the one he grew up in. There was warmth, care, and simple joys here, like delicious food that had previously seemed unattainable to him. However, despite this, a feeling of awkwardness and confusion remained inside him. Quite quickly, Nora came to his senses again. At some point, he suddenly stood up and ran outside, as if trying to cope with the emotions that were overwhelming him. Ruri only looked after him with a sly grin. Once outside, he stopped to the side, trying to collect his thoughts. It was unusual for him to feel all this, the taste, the warmth, the care, and at the same time he felt envy towards Ruri. Despite everything she had experienced, she was able to maintain the ability to smile and live a normal life. At that moment, Nora stopped. He was afraid of going too far, afraid of getting lost and not finding his way back. So soon, the boy decided to return. However, on the way back, something unexpected awaited him. A man in a white lab coat appeared on the road. His face disfigured by burns, he quietly said that he had finally found number 37. Meanwhile, the boy, suspecting nothing, continued on his way back. However, he quickly came across a warning that the road was closed. At that moment, he suddenly realized that something was wrong here, and then he suddenly heard a strange sound. But since his reaction was very good, he managed to dodge in time the attack of the scientist, who attacked him from behind. The man said angrily that he now understood where Nora had run off to. He had been wondering where he could have gone, and the boy had been walking around carefree all this time. However, he was glad that the boy was still in Seoul and had not been able to run far. Meanwhile, Nora himself looked in surprise at the researcher Hank, whom he had not seen for a very long time. The man turned to him and, pointing a sharp branch at him, said that it was time for number 37 to return home. However, the boy was clearly not happy with such plans. He said that he did not want to go back anywhere. But before he could finish speaking, he saw a small flask of pink liquid in front of him, which flew past his face. Before Nora could react, a powerful explosion occurred where he was standing. Hank looked at him with a smirk, saying that if he didn't go himself, he would have to drag him by force. The boy was surprised that the researcher decided to use bombs to capture him. The man was surprised that Nora dodged, but that was to be expected from a test subject he personally supervised. However, he still had plenty of bombs, so the boy had to run immediately to avoid another explosion. The man threw one flask after another, but Nora was fast enough to maneuver between them. Soon, he had already reached the place where the researcher stood. Before the man could even think, Nora approached him and prepared his fist to attack. He suddenly jumped forward and struck the man hard in the stomach, causing him to scream loudly. Nora asked him if he really thought that if he brought a couple of explosives with him, he could compete with someone like him. However, in response to this, Hank only grinned, which surprised the boy. The man noted with a sly grin that he seemed to have let his guard down. When the boy looked down, he saw that he really hadn't noticed Hank sticking a syringe of green liquid into him. Literally within a couple of moments, Nora began to feel changes in his body, and his legs began to give way. He could barely keep his footing and, when he dropped to his knees, asked the researcher what it was. He explained that it was a toxin that disrupted the flow of mana in those whose mana had already awakened, causing profound exhaustion and shortness of breath. Nora understood that, as the researcher had said, his power would slowly fade, but he was still not powerless. He realized that even in this state, he could still handle an ordinary person, but not a hunter. So Nora decided that before the poison could fully spread throughout his body, he would knock Hank out and run away. However, his plan was not destined to come true, as the researcher anticipated his attack and hit him in the face in time. Nora clearly did not expect such a development of events. He thought that the force was on his side for now. But, as it turned out, this was not the case. So after the impact, he flew onto the asphalt and hit it with force. Holding on with all his might, the boy managed to get up and asked the researcher in surprise what it was. He explained that he was right. Even if he poisoned him, an ordinary person would not be able to quickly defeat a monster that defeats hunters. However, now he had special drugs in his hands that gave him this opportunity. The boy looked in surprise at the syringe the man injected into himself, causing the veins in his arms to bulge. Hank explained that it was a mana serum created from demon blood, which temporarily gave a similar awakening to that of the hunters. But even so, he would be at best a D-rank hunter, and there was a side effect. His skin would start to peel off. When Nora heard this, a look of genuine surprise appeared on his face. However, Hank immediately rushed at him and kicked him in the stomach, saying that he didn't have time to think about it now. The blow was so strong that a clot of blood flew out of the boy's mouth. But Hank didn't stop there. He grabbed him by the head and said that he was now strong enough to defeat him in his current state. After that, he slapped the boy, thanking him like a rat who was trying to escape. He said that if the researchers did not return the subjects by the end of the weekend, they would face certain death. In his opinion, all these artificially created experiments should know their place and sit still without wiggling. So he was furious when number 37 tried to escape. However, the boy was still conscious and tried to speak, which greatly surprised Hank. With his dying breath, he said that he really just wanted to live like a normal person. He wanted to live like other children, without constantly thinking about death. He wanted to get rid of this constant fear. However, all these words made Hank even more furious. He said it all sounded like complete nonsense, and then threw the boy hard onto the asphalt. He continued to beat him, saying that he was not a human being, but just material created for their experiments. Meanwhile, Nora was thinking that all he wanted was to laugh and cry, communicate freely with friends, and sometimes eat something tasty. It was everything he had ever dreamed of, so he wondered if it was asking too much. At that moment, memories of the previous day began to surface in his head. It was just one day, but it was incredibly fun. So Nora thought that if he and Rory met again, there was definitely something he would do. He would ask her if she would agree to become his friend if he asked her about it. The boy also remembered that steak burger, which turned out to be incredibly delicious. He knew he would like to try something like this, at least once more. However, right now, he just hoped that the girl Rory would remain safe and survive. Looking at the distraught face of Hank, he no longer hoped that he himself would be able to survive. However, their plans were suddenly interrupted by someone else who kicked the man hard in the face. As it turned out, it was John, with Rory hanging on his back, who intervened in time and attacked the researcher. Nora was in complete shock. He clearly did not expect that someone would come to his aid. The main character's blow was so powerful that in an instant, Hank found himself on the ground. Then, with another blow, John sent him straight into the nearest brick wall. He said that the child simply decided to go for a walk after eating, and when he did not return for a long time, he went out to look for him. However, now he completely did not understand why this old man was intimidating the child. Together with Rory, they came to the conclusion that Hank was nothing more than an unfinished piece of trash. Meanwhile, Nora continued to sit on the asphalt, looking at his saviors in surprise. And then he suddenly thought about something. He turned to Rory and said that one cannot just walk around in such dangerous places. However, the girl said that they were already here anyway. Moreover, the uncle was also here, which meant that everything was fine. She said that the boy's condition was much more important now, as he looked extremely unwell. Nora immediately became embarrassed, saying that he was fine and was already used to this kind of thing. But he felt shy because Rory was so close. When he saw the girl's angry face, he immediately began to ask what he had done wrong. Rory yelled at him, asking why he was saying he was fine when he wasn't, since he should be taking proper care of himself. The girl immediately rushed at him with a first aid kit, saying that she needed to bandage him, despite the fact that Nora resisted. Meanwhile, the protagonist approached Hank, who was still lying among a pile of rubble. He was still conscious and struggling to understand what the hell had just happened. He felt the blow, and then everything seemed to be in a fog, and in a moment, he was lying here. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone was burning him with their gaze, and he was sure that if he moved even a finger, he would be finished. He wasn't exactly sure if it was the so-called killing intent, but he was scared, so he decided to play dumb. At that moment, the main character came close to him and rudely called out to the man. He asked him why he didn't get up, since he hadn't hit him that hard. However, Hank said nothing in response to this. John began to think that he had actually been knocked out by the blow, while Hank himself was not unconscious at all. The man understood that if he moved, he would certainly die, so he had to pretend until the end. However, John had a different plan, because instead, he decided to check what was wrong with this scoundrel. He kicked him sharply in the face, ordering the damn bastard to get up immediately. money. He was furious that Hank was having fun beating up the kid, but now that his elders were here, he suddenly wanted to die. He called Hank a cowardly freak and asked him where all his courage had gone. At that moment, the researcher realized that at this rate, he would die anyway, and he needed to do something about it. Then he asked John to stop, saying that he would get up now. John was convinced that everything was fine with him. He understood perfectly well that the best cure for all diseases is a good thrashing. Then Hank asked him who he was to interfere in his affairs, since he had never seen him before, and he was already waving his fists. Then John told him again that he was temporarily the elder of this boy whom he had attacked. But Hank stood his ground. He declared that it was his thing because he created it, which meant it belonged to him. When John heard these words, an indescribable rage appeared on his face. This infuriated him so much that he punched the insolent researcher in the face again. The beating didn't end there. He kneed him in the chest, asking if this boy really looked like some kind of object. He asked Hank if he really thought he could do whatever he wanted with a small child. Hank himself was terrified. This man was so fast that he simply did not notice his attacks. But nevertheless, he continued to stand his ground and said that he was completely serious. He created it and could do whatever he wanted. But John was not going to back down. He declared that he would not let anyone harm this boy. John hit the researcher again, saying that no matter what his goal was, it was no reason to raise a hand against a child. At this point, Hank really started to lose his temper. But John immediately noticed his angry look and stopped it, asking why he was looking at him like that. He then hit Hank on the head again, bringing him back to his senses. He spoke rudely to the man, ordering him to lower his eyes to the floor. However, Hank himself was already so badly beaten that he was unable to do anything. Literally, after a couple of moments, he finally obeyed and obediently lowered his gaze to the asphalt. He was shaking with fear in front of this incredibly strong man, and John himself was pleased with his obedience. The protagonist ordered him to remember this moment forever, which perfectly showed the difference between him and Hank. Right at that moment, Hank passed out and yellowish foam came out of his mouth. The main character looked at this in surprise, not understanding what was happening to the man. He was surprised that he had passed out again, although he still had so many questions for him. However, at least he knew those who could find out from him everything he needed, and so he called the right people. Meanwhile, the children were behind him the whole time and watched everything that was happening with amazement. Rory turned to Nora with delight, saying that this gentleman was incredibly strong. The boy himself, already completely covered in plasters, was very surprised by what he had just seen. The girl added that when she is with John, she feels safe, as if she has nothing to worry about at all. However, Nora didn't understand what was wrong with this guy because he had strange feelings for him, since he didn't even imagine that such people existed. Meanwhile, the main character turned to the boy and asked if everything was okay with him. He, finally coming to his senses, said that he was fine. The protagonist was very happy to hear this and said that in that case, it was time for them to return. After some time, they all arrived back together at their home tavern. However, the next morning, Nora informed his new comrades that he was going to leave. He said that the gentleman had found a place for him. It was not far away, so he wanted to look at it. After what happened yesterday, he thought it would be better for them to live separately. Axel added that they need not worry, as he had already inspected the place and was satisfied. After a slight hesitation, Nora asked John and Rory if he could come visit sometimes. He promised that he would not burden them too much with his constant visits. But when the boy looked up, he saw that Rory was literally staring at him. He looked at her in bewilderment, thinking that she was apparently against him coming to visit. Looking away, Nora said that if she didn't want it, then he wouldn't come. However, without letting him finish, the girl said that she really wanted him to visit them. She didn't understand at all why he was asking such a thing, because he could come at any time since they were friends. When the boy heard the word friends, a slight blush appeared on his face. However, Rory simply confirmed her words carelessly, saying that they really were friends. The boy was very happy about this and therefore promised that he would definitely come to visit them. Meanwhile, the story moves to another place, namely to a laboratory where some research was taking place. One of the lab technicians tried to contact researcher Hank by phone, but he did not answer. His partner assumed he had run away, but the red-haired man said he wasn't an idiot and knew it was pointless. The researcher understood that if they couldn't return the samples today, they would be in trouble. However, his boss said that perhaps if they tried to explain the situation, their superiors might be able to accommodate them. They did exactly the research they were told to do, and the samples escaped because this woman managed to destroy the entire system. However, the researcher said that their boss was no fool. This witch never showed mercy, and only death awaited them ahead. But the man said they were highly trained professionals, and he didn't think they would be killed because they screwed up once. However, the guy said that this was just like her, since she was crazy. He hoped they still had some time left, but looking at their watches, the men realized they only had 5 seconds left. At that moment, a girl in a cap and glasses was walking down the corridor and began counting down. She dragged behind her the dead guard who was supposed to be standing at the entrance to the laboratory. A trail of blood followed her down the corridor as she made her way to the lab. As soon as the clock struck midnight, she appeared at the laboratory's threshold, finding 2 researchers there. They looked in surprise at their boss, who was holding the dead security guard in her arms. As soon as the clock rang, she said that their time was up. The girl remembered very well that they had promised to return the samples by the end of the day. However, she warned that if they failed to do this, they could consider themselves dead. When the men realized that she really wasn't joking, they immediately ran from the laboratory. Meanwhile, Jenny came to the tavern, and the protagonist asked her why she was alone today. She explained that Chris has been so busy lately that he hardly has time to drink. Afterwards, she tried a glass of beer that John had kindly prepared for her. She was glad that no matter what, the owner always kept her company when she was here, so she was never bored. John explained that Axel would be bringing homemade maggioli, and he said it turned out pretty good this time. However, Jenny doubted it, since this was already his 5th attempt to make this drink not sour and strange tasting. At that moment, the orc just appeared on the threshold, and it seemed that he was finally able to come. He was glad to see Jenny. Axel said that his uncle lived in the village and recently finished harvesting and brought him rice, so he made samyangju. He explained that orcs are good at physical work. At first, the elders were awkward around him, but they soon got used to it. John noted that his uncle seemed to be very charming, as the village elders were wary of people of other races. Then finally, Axel got out a bottle of maggioli, which he had made on his 6th try. This time, the orc was confident, as he carefully sterilized everything and tried not to interfere with the fermentation. However, he explained that the drink was still diluted, but this would still not stop them from having a real celebration. Then they clinked glasses and decided to celebrate. Jenny was the first to try the drink, and despite her doubts, it truly delighted her. She said it was absolutely beautiful, and John noted that the scent had notes of apple, pear, and melon. When John heard what kind of rice was used to make the drink, he guessed that his uncle most likely lived in Pyeongtaek. Jenny asked him how he knew, to which John replied that the variety was bred in Gyeonggi Province in 2021. Then Jenny noticed that when the ice melted a little, the drink became even more pleasant to taste, and it was a pleasure to drink. Axel also liked the drink so much that he even thought it might be suitable for mass, but Jenny said that was too much. Orc explained that everyone knew that just any wine could not be used for the mass. It had to be grape wine. First, you need to add some water to it, then say prayers and take the precious drink. Water and wine become one, and the minister partakes of the divinity of Christ and shares his humanity. However, Jenny didn't seem to be very impressed by his stories. At this point, Axel noted again that even though he had made the drink himself, he was still shocked by how delicious it was. John and Jenny thanked him for sharing this delicious drink with them. The orc himself said that they couldn't even imagine how much their words pleased him. John asked how the boy was doing. Axel said that he felt great and was as healthy as could be. At first, he was quite shy, but after a few days he settled in and now runs and plays with other children. John was very happy to hear this and said that if anything happened, Axel needed to tell him about it immediately. At that moment, he suddenly saw that someone was calling him. When the main character glanced at his phone, he saw that a certain dismantler was calling him. There was no emotion on his face, but he didn't seem to be very happy about the call. He apologized to his guests and said that he needed to answer a call urgently. To do this, John went out through the back door so that no one could hear him. He picked up the phone and asked the dismantler if he had any news on their case. He said that, as the chief had suspected, the attacker was indeed a researcher from the Children in Flasks project. They were currently conducting illegal human modification experiments, which he considered to be an absolute abomination. However, when he finally got all the information out of the researcher and went to the lab, he discovered that someone had already erased it. However, he did not mean that someone had destroyed all the evidence. He explained that all the researchers had died and not a single rat was left. The objects were also completely destroyed, so collecting information will be difficult. The examiner said that rigor mortis had not set in, so he could assume that the cleanup had taken place yesterday. At this moment, the protagonist realized that, unfortunately, they were literally one step too late. The investigator also said that he was very surprised when the boss called him. If he had known that he was alive, he would have definitely visited him. Then John asked him to drop by the bar sometime and said that he was even willing to make him drinks at his own expense. In response, the investigator thanked him and said that if he discovered anything, he would definitely contact him. The protagonist thanked him for his help and then hung up. Meanwhile, the girl who had committed the massacre in the laboratory continued her bloody work. She found all the escaped lab technicians and reminded them that they had not received the results by the deadline. She constantly reminded them that if they broke their promise, they would die, and now their time had come. As soon as the girl killed everyone, she immediately felt better. She realized that murder really does work miracles. Meanwhile, the story moves to the next day, to one of the city streets. There, a man was interrogating another man, asking if he was really claiming that a C-rank boss monster had suddenly appeared in front of him. According to the respondent, 2 members of his group died because he did not have time to react. He said they were barely able to fend off the attacks, leaving them unable to come to their aid. A C-rank hunter named Parker said that if he had been even slightly stronger, he would have noticed the boss's appearance a little earlier. Then perhaps his comrades could return alive, and this thought made the man burst into tears. Another man asked him not to cry, saying that he did not blame him for anything. They just wanted to figure out what happened. Moreover, he admitted that he had heard that Parker was a very talented newcomer, but at the same time had a very soft heart. Although hunting has become much safer now, hunting is still a job where one mistake can cost you your life. Meanwhile, Jenny watched the interrogation from the sidelines. At that moment, someone suddenly called out to her and asked what was wrong with her face. When the girl turned around, she saw in front of her the older Noah, who had already been discharged from the hospital after that incident. She said that something was bothering her. She knew that the guy who was being interrogated now was named Parker. Noah explained that he was a promising hunter from the Manmin Association and the youngest son of the group's chairman, Daehan. He had excellent hunting skills and also good looks, which is why all the media simply adored him. But Jenny found it strange that so many hunters died or went missing when they went on missions with Parker. Moreover, those 2 men in black suits were always by his side, and every time they returned unharmed. Noah said that his testimony never seemed entirely truthful and that he was always overly emotional. However, there was some logic to this. No matter how talented Parker was, he was still a newbie and needed time to rebuild his mind. Since he is considered a promising hunter, he is sent on more difficult missions in which the risk of death is much higher. Those men in suits have been with him since the beginning, and their teamwork could mean they have a strong team. Jenny noted that perhaps that was true, and she was just stressed out because hunters were dying too often lately. The man said that perhaps they had been working too long without rest, which was why everything seemed so suspicious. At that moment, a man came up to them from behind and said that if this was really so, then he allowed them to go home. When the boys turned their heads, they saw in front of them their captain, a rank marshal named Adam. He said that he would finish this case himself and asked that all the materials on it be handed over to him, after which the guys could go their separate ways. He said that today he had time to work, while Jenny and Noah had not rested for a long time. The girl felt awkward. She was grateful for the time off, but a strange feeling did not leave her. Adam said that, as sad as it was, hunter deaths were not uncommon here, and most of them were just routine reports. He said that there wasn't much work for the marshal here, so he was ready to handle it himself. Noah thanked the captain for the opportunity because thanks to him today, he would finally be able to have dinner with his daughter. Adam said that this was great news and also reminded him that he should have received overtime by now. That same evening, they went to the tavern. Noah said that his daughter's classes ended at 9 and his wife would be late at work. That's why his family allowed him to stay at the tavern today. They told him to take his time and have a good rest. However, he noted that something was gnawing at Jenny, but the girl said that she was quite happy with everything and asked the owner to bring her a beer. At the same time, Noah asked to give him something non-alcoholic, since he still had to pick up his daughter and wife by car. He then turned to Jenny again and asked what was really bothering her. The girl explained that she found it strange that the captain decided to do their work for them. Sometimes Adam frightened her. It seemed to her that he deliberately let certain things quietly fizzle out. However, her partner suggested that she was too biased towards him because he often scolded her for all sorts of things. Jenny knew that this might be true, but nevertheless, that Parker guy still irritated her. Noah asked her why she treated him like that, jokingly suggesting that she actually liked him. Jenny immediately became furious, saying that it was simply impossible to fall in love with such a terrible person. However, she then began to speculate again that perhaps it was the effects of work stress, and now everything seemed suspicious to her. At that moment, John turned to her and said that he would make a cocktail. First, he sliced the lime, added mint leaves and sugar, and then mashed everything thoroughly. After this, crushed ice had to be added to the drink. The last step was sparkling water. The result was a non-alcoholic mojito. John removed the rum from it, but retained the fresh aroma of mint and the sweet and sour taste. Noah noted that the drink was wonderful. He never doubted that John could be relied upon. The hero said that he was quite good at raising people's spirits, and they could turn to him at any time. For Jenny, he got out some cold draft beer, just as she had asked. Then Noah said that since they were officially free today, they shouldn't think about work, but just relax. Jenny was in a very good mood, so she agreed without hesitation. The guys raised their glasses and decided to drink to them. Meanwhile, Parker sat in his apartment, listening to a recording of his own interrogation. He listened to himself talk about how he regretted the death of those hunters and how he should have been faster and stronger. As it turned out, his interrogation was shown on the news, and he watched it with a completely indifferent look. The reporter said Parker became famous after clearing the gates, and during interrogation, he could not hold back his tears, remembering his deceased comrades. The news said that Parker vowed to never forget their sacrifice and, as before, was ready to go into the dungeon again at any moment. When the guy heard this, a sly grin appeared on his face. He was very amused by the fact that the news called him a real hero. He realized that the media really can work miracles. You just have to show the right emotions, and they immediately believe everything. However, they have no idea what actually happened, and this made Parker laugh a lot. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard someone's voice from the front door. It turned out it was Adam, and he asked Parker if he understood how difficult it was to cover his tracks. He understood that when the dungeon disappeared, the evidence disappeared with it, but that didn't mean there was nothing left at all. Adam thought that Parker himself must understand this perfectly well. In response to this, the blonde just grinned and said that this is exactly why he pays him such huge amounts of money. As it turned out, they were in cahoots with Captain Adam, so Jenny's fears were not at all unfounded. Then the captain asked him why he killed the two who had entered the dungeon with him this time. Parker explained that the bastards started flirting right in front of him while clearing the dungeon. So when the boss showed up, he took advantage of their lack of vigilance and simply finished them off. Parker said they were so focused on fending off the monster's attack that they didn't even realize it would strike them in the back. The way their eyes filled with shock, horror, and despair was forever etched in his memory. Parker laughed hysterically, saying he hadn't felt such pleasure in a long time. Adam asked him what exactly they were doing, because judging by the reviews of other hunters, they were not the type to fool around in the dungeon. Then he asked him if the captain was really interested in this. In fact, this was not the case. Adam understood that if he heard his explanation and there was nothing serious in it, it would only anger him. Parker explained that they were very kind to each other, and it seemed they thought their marriage made them special in some way. As Adam had suspected, the reason was not serious enough to kill these people. But, in Parker's opinion, this was no small matter, because they had ruined his mood, and therefore deserved to die. They opposed him, the youngest son of the chairman of the Dehan group. Even though commoners shouldn't even think about such things, Adam said that if the tail gets too long, someone will inevitably step on it, so Parker should be more careful. In response to this, the blonde shouted and told him not to dare tell him what to do. He said that Adam was just from a side family of the Dehan group, so a mongrel like him didn't dare to give him orders. However, the man said that it was not an order, but a warning, because he was speaking to him respectfully only out of politeness. At that moment, Parker suddenly began to tremble with fear because he did not expect that anyone would fight back. However, Adam said that even he had a limit, especially after the last time he released a demon in the city. However, Parker ordered him to stop whining and go about his business, as he was only fit to obey him. The man said the reason Parker is not yet in shackles is because he is doing his job well. He said he would do this as long as it was a family matter that needed to be covered up. However, in the end, he once again warned the blonde to be more careful in the future. These words drove Parker into indescribable rage. He clenched his teeth until it hurt from the hatred that filled him. He grabbed his glass of drink and threw it hard on the floor. He couldn't understand how this bastard from a side branch of the family dared to look down on him, and he vowed to destroy him. But as soon as he appeared in public, his behavior immediately changed to a much more good-natured one. Parker, as usual, took his 2 bodyguards with him, and the 3 of them walked down the street. At this moment, Jenny was watching them, still having the feeling that something was wrong with this guy. Parker irritated her greatly, and even his smile looked completely unnatural. At that moment, a man approached her and asked what she was doing, to which the girl said that she was following a suspicious guy. When she turned her gaze towards the stranger, she saw that it was none other than her partner Chris. The girl immediately screamed, saying that he had scared her, but Chris asked her to be quiet, as she might scare Parker. He also remembered that Jenny had a day off today. She was so happy about it, but in the end, she decided to spend it on surveillance. Chris couldn't help but notice that she really enjoyed creating extra work for herself. In response to this, the girl asked why he came here and was reading some manga for teenagers. Chris explained that she was acting like an ignoramus who didn't understand the charm of romantic comedies. Jenny said that if he was so busy improving his nerd skills, he shouldn't be distracted from it. However, Chris didn't react to her words at all and instead continued reading the manga. Jenny asked him why he didn't leave, to which the man replied that he wanted to read right there. But the girl was not at all happy with this, so she immediately ordered him to get out of there. Their argument became so heated that they rolled out of their hiding place and onto the road. This did not go unnoticed by one of Parker's guards. However, he pretended not to notice anything and then headed towards the house with his boss. Meanwhile, Jenny had already arrived at another place where she had already been. It was the warehouse where they had chased the demon that had once attacked them. The girl had heard that several murders had recently occurred here, and she didn't understand what Parker was doing here. When she looked closer, she realized that the door was open, so she decided to quickly look inside and leave. Acting as quietly as possible, Jenny opened the warehouse door slightly and carefully peered inside. She was very interested to know what was going on here. However, suddenly right behind her, she heard the loud sound of a door slamming. The girl turned around sharply and looked at the place from which the sound came. There, she saw one of Parker's guards, who just happened to spot her while she was watching them. When he looked at Jenny, a sly grin appeared on his face. While the girl herself was perplexed, a second guard snuck up behind her. He grabbed her by the neck, not allowing her to escape from his tight grip. Jenny tried her best to push him away, but the man was very strong. At that moment, the culprit of everything that was happening, Parker, entered the warehouse. He addressed Jenny by her full title, saying he was very glad to see her again. He said that this was the second time they had met, and that running into her in such a place was just an amazing coincidence. At that moment, Jenny realized that there was really something wrong with this guy. Parker said he knew she had been following him all day, but she was the sheriff, and he wasn't going to waste her time. However, then he saw her giggling and flirting with her boyfriend, and it made him incredibly angry. And although it wasn't his plan, he decided it wouldn't hurt to teach Jenny a little lesson. However, the girl was not going to tolerate this and immediately activated her fire skills. In just a few moments, the hand of the bodyguard who was holding her was engulfed in flames, and she was able to break free. Parker was very surprised that the girl managed to do it. Jenny jumped back to a safe distance and coughed after the choke. She said she had no idea what kind of nonsense Parker was talking about, but Chris wasn't her boyfriend. He was just her friend. However, the man told her not to think that he would let her go after this, since she had still ruined his mood. He stated that such a sin cannot simply be atoned for with words. At that moment, 2 large guards rushed at her again. Jenny knew there were 3 C-rank fighters in front of her, but she quickly realized that one of them, Parker, was simply standing aside like a coward. This meant that she would be able to finish off the remaining 2 opponents fairly quickly. When one of the bodyguards rushed at her, Jenny easily dodged the attack and activated her skill. She grabbed him with her burning hand right by the neck. After that, the girl used her striking skill, and fire broke out right next to the bodyguard's face. When one of the opponents was defeated, she decided to turn her attention to the remaining bodyguard. However, it seems that things were a little different with him. Jenny decided to punch him in the hand in which he was holding the iron pipe, but he easily blocked her attack. Immediately after that, he grabbed her jacket with his free hand. He was about to hit her with his weapon, but the girl managed to duck in time. This battle was very energy-consuming for her, but Jenny understood that she couldn't relax. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she turned around and again attacked the bodyguard, who was about to attack her from behind. He started to beat her with his fists, but the girl covered her face with her hands in time. But at that moment, something went wrong. She felt her body begin to tremble violently. The bodyguard immediately took advantage of her confusion and sent her flying with a punch. And although the girl managed to stay on her feet, she spat out a clot of blood from such a strong blow. She looked at the bodyguards approaching her and realized that their rank was clearly not C. From the looks of it, they were mid-level B-rank fighters, or even higher. Jenny realized that they had falsified their rank when registering with the association, meaning they had registered illegally. Parker confirmed her guess, saying that they were the best bodyguards money could buy. These guys were B-rank, but listed as C-rank, which meant they had less of an obligation to pass through the gate. Jenny realized that this meant that all of Parker's dungeon clearing so far had been a complete failure, and he confirmed this without embarrassment. The girl asked why he was taking credit for these achievements. What was the point of going so far? To which Parker said that of course, there was a point. Once a super rookie like him reached a rank, his position as the successor to the Daehan group would be completely unshakable. However, Jenny said that A-rank hunters are not mongrels and cannot be reached with cheap tricks. To do this, you need to fully master at least one area. This rank is not for schemers like Parker, who operates using dirty methods. These words made the arrogant man very angry, and he said that Jenny was not in the right situation to speak like that now. He asked if she really thought they were on the same level and that she had the right to talk to him like that. Parker, enraged, said it was time for her to die. At that moment, his bodyguards moved towards the girl again. Jenny knew she was running out of strength, and these guys were too strong. But right at that moment, Chris burst into the building, saying that 3 against 1 is nothing more than cowardice. He smashed the glass ceiling of the warehouse with his body and jumped down to help his partner. Jenny was very surprised that Chris was there at such an important moment. Meanwhile, the hunter himself landed right in front of the bodyguards, causing them obvious bewilderment. Chris then looked up at Jenny and greeted her. The girl immediately asked the hunter what he was doing there, and he explained that he had a bad feeling, so he followed her. It bothered him that she was all alone on this job, while the work of hunters should be done in pairs. When the girl heard this, a slight blush appeared on her face. However, she understood that now their strength was equal, so they should be able to easily deal with these guys. Meanwhile, Parker's bodyguards seemed to freeze in place. The blonde immediately noticed this and asked them why they were just standing there. He ordered them not to hold back and to kill the two hunters. As soon as the men heard the order, they immediately rushed at their opponents. At that moment, Chris grabbed a wooden chair that was standing nearby and lifted it above his head. This was supposed to serve as a small obstacle for the bodyguard, who was flying straight towards them. As expected, Jenny took advantage of this moment and prepared to attack. She decided to use a double strike and immediately struck the enemy with her fire attacks. Right at that moment, a second bodyguard was already approaching her from behind. But then, Chris came to the rescue again, activating the destruction skill and kicking him in the neck. At the same time, another bodyguard grabbed a leaky barrel and prepared to hit Chris with it. At that moment, the hunter himself suddenly noticed that an iron rod was flying towards him. He intercepted it in time, and now it could serve him as a temporary weapon. Chris immediately grabbed him with both hands and hit him hard right in the direction where the bodyguard was. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jenny immediately launched her fire attack. Watching all this, Parker felt his irritation growing and called the bodyguards useless trash. He said that they are being beaten like complete losers, and they can't even respond in any way. He claimed to have raised these weaklings from C rank to B rank, but it seems they still fall short of a true B rank. Right at that moment, one of the bodyguards fell at his feet with multiple burns. Jenny turned to Parker, telling him it was a pitiful sight, and asked if he was ashamed to call himself a hunter while hiding in the rear. She said that now it was finally his turn to answer for his actions. At that moment, Parker froze in place, completely unsure what to do. And then, he suddenly turned to someone, telling him to come out here and deal with these two. Literally a few seconds later, the boys heard the sound of footsteps. The man who came out of the corner addressed Parker, saying that he had warned him to stop doing stupid things. When Jenny saw the man's face, she literally froze in shock. As it turned out, this man was none other than Captain Adam.